Oh, good. We're not going outside right now, dude. I know you're strong like that, but we're not going outside like that right now. I don't want to go outside at all. I want to go outside for a long time, a really long time. Now I'm gonna have to. Just getting it shitty. That's what I'm gonna do. A little if I can for some. Guess I could, but not really. How does that work? Well, the parts of you that are good go to heaven. Parts of you bad go to hell. And you stay up there, you're watching yourself suffer for your sins, partner. Yeah, often. And buried them alive. A few of them, yeah. Family members I have, yeah. You don't know how death works. No, it's not okay with me getting killed like that. So I'm not going to do that. I have nightmares about my cat, George. He was somewhere in horrifying things. He just kidnapped him. Which was a bad idea to get him out of there. That's what God keeps telling you guys. That's me telling you that. All right, good. Really tough. I don't want to go outside right now. I'd rather you eat your food right there. Stop knocking it over, making a fucking mess, dude. You're always making fucking messes. I can't handle your fucking messes anymore, dude. Constantly making messes. Always. Why? Because it's what they want you to fucking do. So I get irritated. Why? Because they replaced Garfield with the cat. I heard. Did they? No. I don't think so. Because the actors like Garfield. I want to believe that too, so they know that Garfield that they're suffering too. These guys are fucking freaks and monsters, dude. Because I remember burying George, right? So what about that? I remember getting Garfield back. So what about that? He looks just like Garfield. He acts just like Garfield. So what about that? He looked just like George. So what about that? Garfield didn't necessarily different cat, did he? Not at the time, but I think it was now. You can hear his bell out there all the time. What was that? What's that about? They don't like the fact that I'm honest with you guys. No, they hate the fact that I'm honest with them. They're like, it makes me want to hurt you, Darren. I'm like, I don't care. I don't think so. No fucking way it is. I didn't do that. So who's coming to get me? Who got my cat from me? Is there more than one of them? Yes, guys. Yes. And they fucking know this. Because we're just seeing them, just them being stuck here is enough of an ego death that it's like hell for them. And they can grow back. Ghosts can. We can't. No. I hate this shit in the morning, guys. And we get up saying some crazy shit every morning. So these people over here get mad, and I feel it every morning. Why? Because they think I'm talking to them, but I'm not. I'm not leaving my fucking house right now, so I don't get fucking killed. No one's ever helped me with shit my whole life. So guess what I got? A fucking house. And guess what everyone else thought about it? Let's get him killed so we can get the house instead. The thing is he is here. And he believes it too in a way. The cat spirit in Jesus Christ. So he's talking about dogs too. Yeah, now I'm here legally because they never helped me. My family never helped me with shit. They're just bullies about the whole fucking thing. Like, Karen, you're physically tough, right? But why aren't you mentally tough? I'm like, well, because I have a fucking brain issue and possession issue. And now it's spiritual issue because they fucking hate me. No, they fucking hate me. They're like, yeah, I hope he just gets out there and just disappears. And that means something horrible, guys. And so do I. Everybody take a poop. I can smell that. That's good enough. Yeah, that's good. Hey, that's good enough. Good enough. The cat starts like, I'm going to fit that if he doesn't go outside. I want to go through his Marcus territory, but I'm like, dude, you have to do it with a leash on. He doesn't want to. Making a big old mess. Garfield. You want to go outside or not? I know you do, but I don't want to go outside right now. I don't want to go outside at all ever. No, ever. I'm tired of getting stared at by people who just would rather get me fucking killed. You know what I mean? Yep. With anything, yeah, with anything. Like my family, yeah. So your death is not as important as my work day, Karen. That's cool. Go lose your cat. Go lose your life. Go lose everything. And we'll take everything your dad's ever worked for. In the process, we're going to get back and cover it. Oh, yeah, it is a big old plan. And they're like, yeah, it is. No, it's been our plan for a while. You get his house and everything, like getting Taran killed, making a crime scene, so we can just confiscate it and then make it one of those places over there. A crash pad for the other retards, we ain't got in trouble yet because they're actually getting out there and committing crimes, and Taran's not. Except for one or two they committed under a serious duress and hypnosis. Money, huh? They want that money. Did I? No. Garfield, stay fucking here. I know what I'm doing now.
Hello, Moto.
Nope. Why? Because your guys and Boom Bears go outside, and they don't care if you get a Xeno bit. They don't care if you get a Xeno bit. I'm like, oh, Hellraiser is a good movie. They don't know who the fuck that is. What do I do now? Garfield, come on. I know you want to go outside, do your thing, but I really don't. Yes. You know what I mean? You know what this kind of Titans go? Tartars. No, tartars. They go to tartars. You know what the tartars is like? This is my famous going, yeah, Tartarus. That's where I'm going. Heaven. Yeah, heaven. Let's go to heaven. Because that's who I am, in a way. If you want to go there, quit being fucking equal to me, personally. Because Earth is like a soul farm. So they're like, oh, let's torture this guy to death. One of the most ancient souls we have here. Hasn't even had one good life yet. Because they always seem to know it when he gets here. George did. Precious does. A lot. Some people make it to heaven. Most do not, seemingly. They just don't end up in fucking Tartarus. Yes and no, seemingly. It seems like their egos typically stay here until they're fucking different. A lot of times bitter, huh? But why? Don't we do something better about it? I know it's easier. I get it's easier. When it's like that, it's like that. Big old cat with a bell on it. That was God. If you picked him up, then you are going to Tartarus. Soon. No, soon. There's so many spirits like that. Yes, some of them are. Most of them spirits? No, not even sometimes. That's what I know too.
Karma and 5 important principles in Buddhism. All beings have their own karma. The middle-length discourses. The law of cause and effect in the moral and spiritual realm is karma. Rebirth is the natural corollary of karma. Karma and rebirth are 2 fundamental doctrines in Buddhism that are closely related. Before the time of the Buddha, the doctrines of karma and rebirth were already widely disseminated in India. However, it was the Buddha who provided detailed explanations and presented the profound teachings that have been preserved to this day. Why is there disparity among humanity? How do we explain the apparent injustices in the world? Why are some people born into palatial luxury, wealth, brilliance, moral integrity, and robust health, while others endure abject poverty, suffering, and hardship? Why does one person possess immense wealth while another struggles to make ends meet? Why is one individual incredibly intelligent while another is dull? Why are some born with the gentle nature of saints, while others have a violent temperament from birth? Why are there prodigies in languages, mathematics, painting, literature, music, etc.? Why are some children born blind, deaf, mute, or with physical deformities? Why do some children enter the world blessed with every advantage, while others are seen as burdens from birth? Are there specific causes for the disparities in the world? If not, then these differences must be random occurrences, entirely due to chance. The wise cannot believe in blind luck and do not accept explanations based on randomness. In this world, nothing happens to anyone without one or more causes. The joys and sorrows that people experience are the results of good or bad deeds created either in the present life or in past lives. However, with ordinary intellect and understanding based on sensory perception, it is not easy to comprehend the invisible and complex causes of the world's mechanisms. We see the results before us, but do not see all the subtle causes that allowed these results to arise, because those causes are not entirely created in the present life, but may have been sown over countless past lives. Are there enlightened beings who, with their wisdom, can perceive what ordinary eyes and ears cannot? Buddhism affirms that there are. Some belief systems claim that all differences in life are due to a single cause, and that cause is the supreme decision of a creator. The Buddha did not acknowledge an omniscient, omnipotent creator who created the universe. Chapter 1. How do modern scientists explain human disparities? Based on sensory perception, scientists attribute these disparities to a combination of physical and chemical causes, tradition, and environment. The renowned physiologist Julian Huxley wrote, "The initial germ that constitutes a human is a physiological unit called gene. Genes are minute cells in the sperm through which the traits of the father are transmitted to the child, known as the law of inheritance. There are types of genes that determine the color of the body. Some influence height and weight. Others affect reproductive ability, lifespan, and health. There are also genes that influence physical form. Most hereditary traits, if not all, are governed by these physiological units called genes. As for mental traits, more complex and subtle, it is difficult to provide concrete proof. Although there are clear examples of mental inheritance, no phenomenon confirms that mental characteristics from grandparents and parents must follow a pattern similar to physical inheritance. All traditions, both mental and physical in one way or another, depend on the interaction between the inherited genes, each person carries from the moment of conception. We must acknowledge that all the physical and chemical phenomena modern scientists mention explain part of the problem. However, these phenomena cannot be the sole cause determining the subtle differences among individuals. If the theory of inheritance were entirely correct, if children were certain to resemble their parents, how do we explain the case of identical twins who inherit the same life force, the same genes, and are raised identically, yet each has a different disposition? Their intelligence and character vary significantly. Inheritance cannot fully explain the deep and extensive issue of life's disparities. This theory explains similarities more than it proves differences. The extremely minute gene, 1/30 millionth inch, explains only part of the problem, the material part. For mental, intellectual, and moral differences, which are far more complex and subtle, we still need many more insights. Inheritance cannot explain why there are cruel, murderous children in a family known for its kindness, nor why there are gentle children born into a violent family. It also cannot account for prodigies, geniuses, or great teachers. On the theory of heredity, Dr. Thay Pascal wrote in his book, Reincarnation. Regarding the role of genetic inheritance in the issue of heredity, we reiterate that physical inheritance, or genes, explains the material aspect of humans. However, regarding intellectual abilities and moral conduct, genetic inheritance sheds no light. If genetic inheritance fully constituted a person, we would find all traits of the parents in every individual and never see any other traits. Thus, there would be no murderous children in virtuous families, nor would there be saints born into wicked families. In daily life, we may encounter twins born from the same parents, inheriting the same traits, born under identical conditions, and raised in the same environment, yet one is virtuous and the other is violent. Moreover, the existence of numerous prodigies baffles scholars who support the theory of heredity. If we trace back the lineage of prodigies, can we always find ancestors who were equally gifted? Hence, not all traits and intelligence of a person come from their parents or grandparents, nor are they entirely passed down to their offspring. Evidence shows that among the descendants of Mozart, Beethoven, and Dante, there are no prodigies or great figures. In the realm of materialists, there has been no conclusive proof of the theory of heredity. Physically, not all characteristics of the parents are passed down to the children. The intelligence and character of each child differ, causing many virtuous families sorrow when they have delinquent children. Buddhism acknowledges the influence of heredity and the environment, but considers it insufficient. Buddhism adds the law of karma, which is the cumulative result of past and present actions. Right. We must take responsibility for our actions in the past and reap the circumstances of happiness or suffering in the present. We create our own heaven and our own hell. We build our future and create what is called destiny. The cause of disparities. During the Buddha's time, a young man named Suda, puzzled by the inequalities among people, sought the truth and asked the Buddha, "Blessed One, why are some people short-lived while others are long-lived? Why are some sickly while others are healthy, some ugly while others beautiful, some powerless while others influential, some poor while others rich, some born into lowly families while others into noble families, some foolish while others wise?" The Buddha briefly replied, "All beings have their karma as their inheritance, their own actions as their kin, as their refuge. It is due to their different karma that beings are born unequal." Majjhima Nikaya, Kulakama Vibhanga Sutta, No. 135. Then the Buddha explained each case to Suda. If a person kills living beings, such as a hunter with blood-stained hands who lives without compassion, upon rebirth, they will have a short life. If a person refrains from killing, lives away from weapons, and treats all beings with kindness, upon rebirth, they will have a long life. If a person is cruel, always seeking to harm others, using fists and weapons against others, upon rebirth, they will be sickly. If a person does not harm others and is kind and gentle, upon rebirth, they will be healthy. If a person is rude, always angry, insulting, and cursing others, upon rebirth, they will be ugly. If a person is refined and courteous, never retaliating even when insulted, upon rebirth, they will be beautiful. If a person is envious, always coveting the wealth and fame of others and does not respect the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be powerless, their words unheeded. If a person is not envious, does not covet others' wealth and fame, respects the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be influential, their words followed. If a person is stingy, never giving to others, clings to their possessions, upon rebirth, they will be poor. If a person is generous, loves to give, upon rebirth, they will be wealthy. If a person is arrogant, does not respect the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be lowly. If a person is humble, respects the honorable, upon rebirth, they will be noble. If a person does not seek the company of the wise to learn and discern right from wrong, upon rebirth, they will be foolish. If a person seeks the company of the wise to learn and discern, upon rebirth, they will be intelligent. In the cycle of rebirth, people are more influenced by past karma than by heredity. Take the case of the Buddha. He was born through the sperm and egg and genetic inheritance of his parents like all beings. Yet, physically and spiritually, none in his lineage could compare to him. The Buddha once taught that he did not belong to the lineage of kings, but to the lineage of Buddhas, undoubtedly making him a supernatural being. He was born with extraordinary karma that he had accumulated over countless lifetimes. According to the Lakkhana Sutta, the Buddha was born with 32 extraordinary marks due to the vast merits he had accumulated in countless past lives. The Lakkhana Sutta explains in detail each good mark of the Buddha and the specific cause that produced it. The unique case of the Buddha proves that the power of karma not only influences the body, but also surpasses and diminishes the effect of genetic inheritance. Thus, he taught, "I am the heir to my deeds. My actions are my heritage." Regarding the differences among beings, the Athasalini states, "Due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in rebirth. Some are born noble, some lowly. Some are born into contempt, others into respect. Some are happy from birth, others suffer. Due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in appearance. Some are beautiful, others ugly. Some tall, others short. Some handsome, others deformed. Due to the different karma of each being, there are disparities in society. Success or failure, fame or infamy, praise or blame, happiness or suffering. Karma drives the world. Karma sustains beings. And through karma, beings are bound, connected like a wheel, assembled, clinging, and revolving around the hub. Karma brings beings to honor. Karma brings beings to servitude, to oppression and downfall. Knowing that karma bears fruit, why believe that in this life there is no karma? In summary, according to Buddhism, disparities in spiritual, moral, intellectual, and innate qualities largely depend on our past and present actions, that is, karma. Not everything is due to karma. Although Buddhism teaches that the main cause of disparities in life is the different karma of beings, it does not assert that everything is due to karma. In other words, karma is not the sole cause of differences among beings. The law of karma, though important, is just one of the 24 conditions, pakaya, described in Buddhist philosophy. To correct the misconception that all good, bad, or neutral outcomes arise from past actions, the Buddha taught. If one insists that it is due to past actions that a person becomes a murderer, thief, adulterer, liar, rude, frivolous, greedy, deceitful, or wretched, then one has a basis to rely on the past and not strive to perform or avoid certain actions, whether they are worth doing or not. This important passage corrects the misunderstanding that all occurrences in the mental and physical realms are due to past karma. If the present life were entirely governed by past actions or karma, the law of karma would be nothing more than fatalism or predestination. No one would have the freedom to improve their lives in the present or future, and free will would be an illusion. Life would be entirely automatic, and humans would be no different from machines. Believing that we are born by the decree of an omnipotent creator who predetermines our fate, or believing that karma determines our fate and governs our lives, what is the difference? The difference is only in terminology. Such fatalism is not the law of karma in Buddhism. The 5 niyama, laws. According to Buddhism, there are 5 laws or processes, niyama, that operate in the physical and mental realms. These are 1. Utu niyama, the physical law related to the processes of inorganic matter, such as weather phenomena, rain, wind, heat, cold, the 4 seasons, and the characteristics of each season like summer's heat and winter's cold. 2. Bija niyama, the physical law related to the processes of organic matter, such as plant life. This law explains why a seed produces its specific plant, rice from rice seeds, orange trees from orange seeds, sweetness from sugar, cane, and honey, etc. Scientific theories about cells and genetic inheritance in conception are also governed by this law. The physical resemblance of twins is explained by this law. 3. Kama niyama, the law of cause and effect, or the progression from actions, whether good or bad, to their outcomes, either pleasant or unpleasant. Good deeds bring good results. Bad deeds bring bad results. This natural law dictates that the effect must arise from its cause, not as a form of reward or punishment. The progression from cause to effect is as natural and necessary as the moon's orbit around the sun. This principle of cause and effect is the essence of the law of karma. The principle of cause and effect is continuous. A scientist who accumulates knowledge and experience in life upon death and rebirth carries that knowledge and experience to the next life. Sometimes we vaguely remember past life experiences and knowledge, but often we forget, just as we forget some childhood experiences and knowledge in this same life. This principle explains prodigies in music, art, history, linguistics, etc., who, without prior learning, exhibit extraordinary talents. 4. Dhamma niyama, the law of nature, including phenomena that occur when a bodhisattva is born into his final life, the law of gravity, and other natural laws of the universe. 5. Siddha niyama, the psychological law governing mental processes, mental formations, and mental powers such as telepathy, knowledge of past and future, clairvoyance, clairaudience, mind reading, and other phenomena that modern science has yet to explain. These 5 natural laws explain all psychological and physical phenomena. Karma is just one of these 5 laws. Like all universal laws, these 5 processes operate independently, without the need for a supernatural force. The laws governing physical processes, both inorganic and organic, as well as the law of nature, Dhamma niyama, are relatively automatic, although human intelligence can control them to some extent. For example, Fire burns and cold freezes, but some can walk on fire without burning or sit naked in the snow without harm. Skilled gardeners can create beautiful out-of-season gardens, and yogis can use mystical powers to levitate heavy objects. The laws governing mental processes operate as naturally and mechanically as other laws. When a cause is established, the effect must follow due to karma. Buddhist practice aims to control the mind, achievable through right understanding and pure thought. The law of cause and effect operates mechanically. When karma is too heavy, it is impossible to alter its severe consequences. However, right view and pure intention can partially mitigate karma's effects. To some extent, good karma can alleviate bad karma. The law of cause and effect is complex, understood fully only by the Buddha. The ultimate goal for a Buddhist is to eradicate karma. Chapter 2. What is karma? Intention is karma. The increased discourses. Karma, according to its proper meaning, is action or deed. The ultimate definition of karma is intention, satana. Thoughts, words, and deeds often arise from the intention to act, which creates motivation. Buddhism calls this intention to act satana. All intentional actions, whether expressed through body, speech, or mind, create karma. All intentional actions, whether good or bad, create karma. Actions that are not intentional, even if expressed through words or deeds, do not create karma. The Buddha said, "Monks, I declare that intention is karma. Having the intention to act leads to action through body, speech, or mind. Except for the actions of the Buddhas and arahants, every intentional action is called karma. Although the Buddhas and arahants are still influenced by past actions, they no longer create new karma because they have transcended both good and evil, having eradicated ignorance and craving, the two sources of karma. The Ratana Sutta, the Jewel Discourse, states, "The seed is destroyed. Selfish desires no longer arise." This does not mean that the Buddhas and arahants live passively. They continuously engage in activities that promote the well-being and happiness of sentient beings. Their actions, often considered virtuous, do not have the power to create karma. Understanding the true nature of all phenomena, they break all the bonds, fetters, that bind beings in the cycle of rebirth, the long chain of cause and effect. Some belief systems also recognize that all societal differences are due to karma, but when they refer to karma, they claim that all actions, intentional or not, create karma. According to this view, a person who kills their parents, whether intentionally or accidentally, commits the same grave sin. Just as with fire, whether one accidentally or intentionally puts their hand into the fire, one must be burned the same way, no more, no less. Such reasoning naturally leads to an illogical conclusion. A fetus causing pain to its mother unintentionally, or a mother accidentally causing pain to her unborn child, would also be creating bad karma. Moreover, using one event to explain another similar event, like someone putting their hand into the fire and someone committing an evil act, is an argument that cannot stand. For example, according to this logic, if Mr. A orders Mr. B to commit a murder, it is Mr. B who is guilty of the crime, while Mr. A is not, since only Mr. B put his hand into the fire. Furthermore, according to this reasoning, an unintentional evil act could be more harmful than an intentional one. In other words, intentionally doing evil is less harmful than unintentionally, because in the example of putting one's hand into the fire, knowing that fire burns, the intentional person would be more cautious and thus less burned. The unintentional person without prior intention would not have time to prevent it, and thus be more burned. In the law of karma, the mind is the most important factor. All deeds, words, and thoughts are influenced by the mind. When the mind is not disciplined, naturally one cannot control their deeds, words, and thoughts. Disciplining the mind means controlling body, speech, and mind. The mind leads the world, the mind pulls the world, and all people are governed by the mind. The Dhammapada says, the mind precedes all actions. The mind is the master. The mind creates everything. If one speaks or acts with an evil mind, suffering follows as the wheel follows the ox's hoof. One might wonder how an invisible thing like the mind can cause disturbances in the material world. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. The most powerful machines capable of transforming the modern world are products of the rich mind. The invisible mind creates all the retributive actions of karma. Karma is not necessarily only past actions, but encompasses both past and present. Thus, in one sense, how we are in the present depends on how we acted in the past, and how we will act in the future depends on our actions in the present. In another sense, we must also add that how we are in the present is not entirely because of our past, and how we will be in the future does not entirely depend on how we are in the present. The present is certainly the child of the past and the mother of the future. But in the immensely complex retributive system of karma, we cannot look at the present to definitively assert the past and future. For example, today's thief and murderer could become a saint tomorrow. A virtuous person today could become corrupt tomorrow. A mother's advice to her child: if you are good, you will be loved and be happy. If you are not good, you will not be loved and will be sad, is the teaching of karma. Like attracts like. Good brings about good and bad brings about bad. This is the law of cause and effect. In summary, karma is the law of cause and effect in the moral realm, or as Westerners often say, the influence of actions. Karma and its results, kama and vipaka. Karma is action. Vipaka is the reaction to that action. In other words, vipaka is the consequence of the action. Just as every object is accompanied by its shadow, every intentional action, satana, is accompanied by its result. Karma can be compared to a seed with the potential to become a tree. The result is like the fruit, the leaves, flowers, and other external differences such as health, prosperity, wealth, sickness, and misfortune in material life, which no one can avoid, are all results. Precisely speaking, karma and its results both depend on the mind. Actions, karma, and their consequences, vipaka, are created by the mind. Since karma can be good or bad, its results can be pleasant or unpleasant. If actions belong to the mind, so do their results. Sometimes we feel happiness, peace, and contentment, or sadness, suffering, etc. These are the mental results of karma. The results manifest as good or bad depending on the nature of the cause. In the material realm, anisamsa are the blessings such as wealth, health, longevity, etc., while adinava are the sufferings such as poverty, ugliness, illness, short life, etc. Karma consists of the wholesome and unwholesome states of mind, kusala, akusala, lokiya, chitta, and vipaka is the resulting states of mind, lokiya, vipaka, chitta. According to the Abhidhamma, karma includes 12 types of unwholesome consciousness and 8 types of wholesome consciousness in the sensuous realm, kamavakara, 5 types of wholesome consciousness in the form realm, rupavakara, and 4 types of wholesome consciousness in the formless realm, arupavakara. In total, there are 29 mundane states of mind, lokiya, chitta. Additionally, the 8 supramundane states of mind, Lokutara Siddha, are not considered karma because these states tend to eliminate karma. The driving force of all mundane states of mind is intention, satana, whereas the primary factor in supramundane states is wisdom, pana. The 9 types of wholesome consciousness in the form and formless realms, 5 wholesome in the form realm and 4 wholesome in the formless realm, are purely mental and do not manifest as actions or speech like the 20 types of consciousness in the sensuous realm. All actions are mental. The mind manifests through body, speech, or thought. All 29 types of consciousness mentioned, 12 plus 8 plus 5 plus 4, are called karma because they have the automatic potential to produce results without any external influence. Joy, sorrow, happiness, or suffering are the inevitable outcomes of wholesome or unwholesome consciousness, called resultant states of mind in the sensuous realm. The 5 resultant states in the form realm and the 4 resultant states in the formless realm are the natural outcomes of karma. Having sown the seed, one must reap the fruit, now, later, here, or elsewhere, in the present life or in future lives. Today, we reap what we have sown in the present or the past. The Samyutta Nikaya says, "Whatever seed is sown, that is the fruit one shall reap. Whosoever does good shall gather good. Whosoever does evil shall gather evil. Sow the seed of good, and you shall reap happiness." Karma is a law with its own unique domain, unaffected by any external force. The potential to bear fruit is inherent in karma. In actions, through body, speech, or mind, there is the latent power to produce results, just as a seed inherently has the potential to become a tree and bear fruit. Cause produces effect. Effect explains cause. The seed produces fruit. Seeing the fruit, we know the seed. The relationship between seed and fruit is like that between karma and vipaka. The seed inherently contains the potential of the fruit. Happiness and suffering, which often occur to humanity, are the inevitable results of certain causes. Buddhism does not advocate for rewards and punishments by an omniscient, omnipotent, supernatural force. Theistic theories attempt to explain everything through an eternal future life without acknowledging the past. They believe that the soul of the deceased undergoes judgment, with blessings and suffering entirely due to the will of a supreme creator who governs the universe and decides the fate of beings created by himself. Buddhism does not recognize an eternal soul created randomly and arbitrarily. It believes in natural law and justice, not created by an all-powerful deity or a benevolent Buddha. According to this natural law and justice, every action causes a corresponding reaction, which people often mistake for reward or punishment. Some people, based on their understanding, claim that the Buddhist doctrine of karma is a form of opiate to soothe and lull the unfortunate with arguments like, "Now you must endure poverty because you created bad karma in the past. That person is wealthy because they created good karma. So accept your fate of poverty and strive to create good karma in the present to be wealthy in the next life. In this life, you are oppressed and exploited because you created bad karma in the past. Accept this miserable fate and patiently endure suffering. From now on, live virtuously, and you will be wealthy and happy in the next life." The Buddha never taught such things. The doctrine of karma in Buddhism never advocates for judgment after life. The Buddha, with boundless compassion, taught karma not to protect the rich and comfort the poor with promises of future happiness. According to the law of karma, we are not necessarily bound by any condition, as karma is not destiny or predestination determined by some irresistible external force. Our good or bad actions create corresponding reactions. Therefore, we are entirely free to create new reactions to mitigate the power of karma. We have the ability to modify our karma to some extent according to our will. Thus, beings are not forced to completely reap what they have sown. In certain situations and within certain limits, with proper effort, we can alter our karma. The origin of karma. Ignorance, avijja, or the lack of thorough understanding of the true nature of things, is the main cause of karma. In the 12 links of dependent origination, Paticca Samuppada, it states, dependent on ignorance, formations arise, avijja, pakaya, samkhara. Because of ignorance of the true nature of all phenomena, actions that create karma arise. Craving, tanha, which goes hand in hand with ignorance, is another cause that conditions the arising of karma. Ignorance and craving are the roots of all evil. All actions of ordinary beings, puthujjana, beings still within the three realms, are rooted in the three pure bases: generosity, alobha, non-greed; compassion, adosa, non-hatred; and wisdom, amoha, non-delusion, but still create karma because ignorance and craving have not been eradicated. In contrast, the supramundane consciousness, Magasiddha, path consciousness, does not create karma because the nature of such consciousness tends to eradicate ignorance and craving. The creator of karma. Who creates karma? Who reaps the results? Is karma an accumulation in the soul? To answer this delicate question, Venerable Buddhaghosa wrote in the Visuddhimagga, the path of purification, there is no doer of karma. There is no experiencer of the result. There are only processes moving on. This is the true understanding. According to Buddhism, there are two realities: the apparent reality and the ultimate reality. The apparent reality is conventional truth,
You're not a rich man.
and the ultimate reality
Do
is
not become
absolute,
a magician.
ultimate truth, Paramathasaka. For example, a table, a fan, a person, an animal,
Not
etc.
recommended.
are apparent realities that
priest
our
instead.
senses can perceive. By convention, we agree to use terms like table, fan, person, animal, etc. to refer to these
Or a monk.
objects. Therefore, the
Do that.
table is an apparent reality, a conventional truth. However, if we analyze the table, we see that what we call a table is merely a combination of cells, and cells are merely combinations of energies and properties. Thus, when analyzed to the ultimate level, matter is simply a composition of energies and properties. These energies and properties are the ultimate reality, the absolute truth. When conversing with people, a scientist calls water, water. But in the laboratory, the scientist refers to water as H2O. Water is the conventional term, while H2O is the scientific term representing the ultimate reality. Similarly, in everyday conversations, we use conventional terms like man, woman, sentient being, etc. These so-called forms, when meticulously analyzed, reveal that they are merely a combination of constantly changing mental and physical elements, not remaining the same even for 2 consecutive moments. Thus, Buddhism does not believe in a permanent entity such as a person or an eternal soul that acts apart from actions, perceives apart from perceptions, or is conscious of something apart from consciousness. In other words, Buddhism asserts that there is action but no actor, perception but no perceiver, consciousness but no conscious being. So who creates karma and who reaps the results? Intention, satana, or the will to act, which motivates actions through body, speech, and mind, is the creator of karma. Feeling, Vedana
Dreamtimers
is
over
the
there
experiencer of the
in
results.
Australia.
Beyond
You
these
as well.
mental factors of intention and feeling, there is no being who creates karma or experiences the results. Venerable
Some of them
Buddhaghosa
are, in
taught
my
that
opinion,
when physical components
kind of evil
combine
stuff.
to form what is called a tree, at
Flares,
some
the
point
flares.
it will bear fruit, and we say the tree bears fruit. Similarly, the five
Yeah, I understand
aggregates,
the
form,
executions.
feeling, perception, mental
flame people, I mean,
formations,
you
and
just rip their heart
consciousness, combine to form what is called a god or a human.
But no,
And at some
we
point,
got better.
good
we got,
or
we
bad
don't play them, we
results
just, like,
arise.
bubble
And
them
we
out
say
for,
that the
like,
god
years.
or human is fortunate or unfortunate. On this point, Buddhism aligns with Professor William James when he refutes Descartes' argument and asserts, it is the thought that thinks.
Most of them are not players still.
Where is
No,
karma
but
stored?
just a couple more. And I was like, it's not okay with me. Like, well, that's what we do. I'm like, I understand that. No, I do. They're flaying fish often. Turns out.
Need a few frames?
Like, we're trying to
Adobe
keep it fresh.
Premiere
Just
Pro
don't want to go
is here to
anywhere. I'm
fix
like,
that.
yeah, I get that kind of.
Extend
I
clips
guess
to
I
keep
do.
the action
And
moving.
we do it too.
Layer
Turns
in
out.
missing
And our
ambient
bellies
sound.
often.
Accelerate your editing with Generative Extend. For a limited time, try it now with complimentary generations.
What you guys do is different.
A spiritual analyst wrote, karma is stored within the mental realm, but usually only a few people can access and penetrate the deep recesses of the mind. Karma is the complete absorption of all experiences undergone, feelings felt, and influences absorbed by an individual.
Like, how can we turn
The subconscious not only faithfully
super
records
being,
personal
really
experiences,
powerful soul,
but
like a
also
house cat,
retains initial
into,
emotions and tendencies,
doomsday.
which, though seemingly diminished in civilized individuals beneath the formalities of society,
Or Typhon.
still hold a powerful potential that can manifest unexpectedly with formidable force.
Or Taran Miller.
Buddhists also recognize this, but with a fundamentally different understanding. Buddhism asserts that karma is not stored in a specific place within the mind because there is no evidence of such a repository within the complex and ever-changing human mechanism. However, each experience, each feeling, each influence recorded, and each characteristic, whether mundane or sublime of an individual, develops according to the continuous changes in that individual's mental and physical phenomena, like an ever-flowing stream. In summary, all karmic forces depend on the flow of mental energy, sita santati, and are always ready to manifest in various phenomena whenever conditions are favorable. One day, King Milinda asked Venerable Nagasena, "Venerable Sir, where is karma stored?" "Great King, we cannot say that karma is stored in the ever-changing mind or elsewhere in the body. However, dependent on mind and body, karma manifests at an appropriate time, just as we cannot say that a mango is stored in the mango tree, but dependent on the tree, it will bear fruit at the right time and season. Just as we cannot say where wind or fire resides, we cannot assert that karma is stored inside or outside the body. Karma is an individual force transferred from one life to another. Karma plays a crucial role in shaping a person's character. Karma explains the remarkable phenomena we call great individuals, geniuses, prodigies, etc. A clear understanding of the law of karma is essential for creating peace and happiness in the world. Why Buddhists seek refuge. The first two steps in the process of becoming a lay disciple of the Buddha are the going for refuge, sarana gamana, and the undertaking of the 5 precepts, panchasila samadana. By the former step, a person makes the commitment to accept the triple gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, as the guiding ideals of his life. By the latter, he expresses his determination to bring his actions into harmony with these ideals through right conduct. The following 2 tracts were written for the purpose of giving a clear and concise explanation of these 2 steps. Though they are intended principally for those who have newly embraced the Buddha's teaching, they will probably be found useful as well by long-term traditional Buddhists wanting to understand the meaning of practices with which they are already familiar, and also by those who want to know what becoming a Buddhist involves. In order to keep our treatment compact and to avoid the intimidating format of a scholastic treatise, references to source material in the tracts themselves have been kept to a minimum. Thus, we here indicate the sources upon which our account has drawn. Going for Refuge is based primarily upon the standard commentarial passage on the topic, found with only minor variations in the Kudakapatha Athakatha, Paramathajotika, the Digha Nikaya Athakatha, Sumangala Vilasini, and the Majjhima Nikaya Athakatha, Papankasudani. Going for Refuge. The Buddha's teaching can be thought of as a kind of building with its own distinct foundation, stories, stairs, and roof. Like any other building, the teaching also has a door, and in order to enter it, we have to enter through this door. The door of entrance to the teaching of the Buddha is the going for refuge to the triple gem, that is, to the Buddha as the fully enlightened teacher, to the Dhamma as the truth taught by him, and to the Sangha as the community of his noble disciples. From ancient times to the present, the going for refuge has functioned as the entranceway to the dispensation of the Buddha, giving admission to the rest of the teaching from its lowermost story to its top. All those who embrace the Buddha's teaching do so by passing through the door of taking refuge, while those already committed regularly reaffirm their conviction by making the same threefold profession. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. I go for refuge to the Buddha. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. I go for refuge to the Dhamma. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. I go for refuge to the Sangha. As slight and commonplace as this step might seem, especially in comparison with the lofty achievements lying beyond, its importance should never be underestimated, as it is this act which imparts direction and forward momentum to the entire practice of the Buddhist path. Since the going for refuge plays such a crucial role, it is vital that the act be properly understood both in its own nature and in its implications for future development along the path. To open up the process of going for refuge to the eye of inner understanding, we here present an examination of the process in terms of its most significant aspects. These will be dealt with under the following 8 headings: the reasons for taking refuge, the existence of a refuge, the identification of the refugee objects, the act of going for refuge, the function of going for refuge, methods of going for refuge, the corruption and breach of the going for refuge, and the similes for the refugees. Chapter 1. The reasons for taking refuge. When it is said that the practice of the Buddha's teaching starts with taking refuge, this immediately raises an important question. The question is, what need do we have for a refuge? A refuge is a person, place, or thing giving protection from harm and danger. So when we begin a practice by going for refuge, this implies that the practice is intended to protect us from harm and danger. Our original question as to the need for a refugee can thus be translated into another question. What is the harm and danger from which we need to be protected? If we look at our lives in review, we may not see ourselves exposed to any imminent personal danger. Our jobs may be steady, our health good, our families well provided for, our resources adequate, and all this we may think gives us sufficient reason for considering ourselves secure. In such a case, the going for refuge becomes entirely superfluous. To understand the need for a refuge, we must learn to see our position as it really is. That is, to see it accurately and against its total background. From the Buddhist perspective, the human situation is similar to an iceberg. A small fraction of its mass appears above the surface. The vast substratum remains below, hidden out of view. Owing to the limits of our mental vision, our insight fails to penetrate beneath the surface crust to see our situation in its underlying depths. But there is no need to speak of what we cannot see. Even what is immediately visible to us, we rarely perceive with accuracy. The Buddha teaches that cognition is subservient to wish. In subtle ways concealed from ourselves, our desires condition our perceptions, twisting them to fit into the mold they themselves want to impose. Thus, our minds work by way of selection and exclusion. We take note of those things agreeable to our preconceptions. We blot out or distort those that threaten to throw them into disarray. From the standpoint of a deeper, more comprehensive understanding, the sense of security we ordinarily enjoy comes to view as a false security sustained by unawareness and the mind's capacity for subterfuge. Our position appears impregnable only because of the limitations and distortions of our outlook. The real way to safety, however, lies through correct insight, not through wishful thinking. To reach beyond fear and danger, we must sharpen and widen our vision. We have to pierce through the deceptions that lull us into a comfortable complacency, to take a straight look down into the depths of our existence, without turning away uneasily or running after distractions. When we do so, it becomes increasingly clear that we move across a narrow footpath at the edge of a perilous abyss. In the words of the Buddha, we are like a traveler passing through a thick forest bordered by a swamp and precipice, like a man swept away by a stream seeking safety by clutching at reeds, like a sailor crossing a turbulent ocean, or like a man pursued by venomous snakes and murderous enemies. The dangers to which we are exposed may not always be immediately evident to us. Very often they are subtle, camouflaged, and difficult to detect. But though we may not see them straight away, the plain fact remains that they are there all the same. If we wish to get free from them, we must first make the effort to recognize them for what they are. This, however, calls for courage and determination. On the basis of the Buddha's teaching, the dangers that make the quest for a refugee necessary can be grouped into three general classes. 1. The dangers pertaining to the present life. 2. Those pertaining to future lives. And 3. Those pertaining to the general course of existence. Each of these, in turn, involves two aspects. A. An objective aspect, which is a particular feature of the world, and B. A subjective aspect, which is a corresponding feature of our mental constitution. We will now consider each of these in turn.
Out there, somewhere in time. They're really powerful. They're not always good people. And they're magic, too.
Chapter 2. The dangers pertaining to the present life.
Are you ever going to gang up on me because I'm like evil?
A. Objective aspect.
In that case, who am I?
The most obvious danger confronting us is the sheer fragility of our physical body and its material supports. From the moment we are born, we are subject to disease, accident, and injury. Nature troubles us with disasters such as earthquakes and floods, societal existence with crime, exploitation, repression, and the threat of war. Events on the political, social, and economic fronts rarely pass very long without erupting into crisis. Attempts at reform and revolution always wind up repeating the same old story of stagnation, violence, and consequent disillusionment. Even in times of relative
It's really annoying
tranquility,
because they're
the
powerful.
order of our
irritating.
lives is never quite perfect. Something or other always seems to be getting out of focus. Snags and predicaments follow each other endlessly. Even though we might be fortunate enough to escape the serious adversities, there is one we cannot avoid. This is death. We are bound to die, and with all our wealth, expertise, and power, we still stand helpless before our inevitable mortality. Death weighs upon us from the time we are born. Every moment brings us closer to the inescapable. As we are drawn along, feeling secure in the midst of our comforts, we are like a man walking across a frozen lake, believing himself safe while the ice is cracking underfoot.
Like a man walking across a frozen lake.
The dangers hanging over us are made even more problematic by their common feature of uncertainty. We have no knowledge when they will take place. If we knew calamity is going to hit, we could at least prepare in advance to resign ourselves stoically. But we do not enjoy even this much edge on the future. Because we lack the benefit of foreknowledge, our hopes stand up straight, moment after moment, coupled with a vague presentiment that any second, in a flash, they can suddenly be dashed to pieces.
Maybe not.
Our health might be stricken down by illness. Our businesses fail. Our friends turn against us. Our loved ones die. We do not know. We can have no guarantee that these reversals will not come upon us. Even death is only certain in that we can be sure it will strike. Exactly when it will strike still remains uncertain.
Not outside
B.
yet.
Subjective aspect.
I gotta get in shape. And so do you.
The adversities just sketched are objective features built into the world's constitution. On the one side, there is calamity, crisis, and predicament. On the other, the radical uncertainty pervading them. The subjective aspect of the danger pertaining to the present life consists in our negative response to this twofold liability. The element of uncertainty tends to provoke in us a persistent disquietude running beneath our surface self-assurance. At a deep interior level, we sense the instability of our reliances, their transience and vulnerability to change, and this awareness produces a nagging apprehensiveness which rises at times to a pitch of anxiety. The source of our disquietude we may not always be able to pinpoint, but it remains lurking in the undercurrent of the mind, an unlocalized fear that our familiar supports will suddenly be stripped away, leaving us without our usual frame of reference. This anxiety is sufficient disturbance in itself, yet often our fears are confirmed. The course of events follows a pattern of its own, independently of our will, and the two do not necessarily coincide. The world thrown up illness, loss, and death, which strike when the time is ripe. When the course of events clashes with our will, the outcome is pain and dissatisfaction. If the conflict is small, we become angry, upset, depressed, or annoyed. If it is great, we undergo anguish, grief, or despair. In either case, a fundamental disharmony emerges from the cleavage between desire and the world, and the result, for us, is suffering. The suffering that arises is not significant solely in itself. It has a symptomatic value, pointing to some more deeply grounded malady underlying it. This malady lies in our attitude towards the world. We operate out of a mental frame built up of expectations, projections, and demands. We expect reality to conform to our wishes, to submit to our mandates, to confirm our preconceptions, but this it refuses to do. When it refuses, we meet pain and disappointment, born from the conflict between expectation and actuality. To escape this suffering, one of the two must change, our will or the world. Since we cannot alter the nature of the world to make it harmonize with our will, the only alternative is to change ourselves by putting away attachment and aversion towards the world. We have to relinquish our clinging, to stop hankering and grasping, To learn to view the fluctuation of events with a detached equanimity free from the swing of elation and dejection. The mind of equanimity, poised beyond the play of worldly opposites, is the highest safety and security. But to gain this equanimity, we stand in need of guidance. The guidance available cannot protect us from objective adversity. It can only safeguard us from the dangers of a negative response, from anxiety, sorrow, frustration, and despair. This is the only protection possible, and because it grants us this essential protection, such guidance can be considered a genuine refuge. This is the first reason for going for refuge, the need for protection from negative reactions to the dangers besetting us here and now. Chapter 3. The dangers pertaining to future lives. A. Objective aspect. Our liability to harm and danger does not end with death. From the perspective of the Buddha's teaching, the event of death is the prelude to a new birth and thus the potential passageway to still further suffering. The Buddha teaches that all living beings bound by ignorance and craving are subject to rebirth. So long as the basic drive to go on existing stands intact, the individualized current of existence continues on after death, inheriting the impressions and dispositions accumulated in the previous life. There is no soul to transmigrate from one life to the next, but there is an ongoing stream of consciousness which springs up following death in a new form appropriate to its own dominant tendencies. Rebirth, according to Buddhism, can take place in any of 6 realms of becoming. The lowest of the 6 is the hells, regions of severe pain and torment where evil actions receive their due expiation. Then comes the animal kingdom where suffering prevails and brute force is the ruling power. Next is the realm of hungry ghosts, Patavisaya, shadowy beings afflicted with strong desires they can never satisfy. Above them is the human world, with its familiar balance of happiness and suffering, virtue and evil. Then comes the world of the demigods, asuras, titanic beings obsessed by jealousy and ambition. And at the top stands the heavenly worlds inhabited by the devas or gods. The first 3 realms of rebirth, the hells, the animal kingdom, and the realm of ghosts, together with the asuras, are called the evil destinations, dugati, or plane of misery, apayabhumi. They receive these names because of the preponderance of suffering found in them. The human world and the heavenly worlds are called, in contrast, the happy destinations, sugati, since they contain a preponderance of happiness. Rebirth in the evil destinations is considered especially unfortunate, not only because of the intrinsic suffering they involve, but for another reason as well. Rebirth there is calamitous because escape from the evil destinations is extremely difficult. A fortunate rebirth depends on the performance of meritorious actions, but the beings in the evil destinations find little opportunity to acquire merit. Thence, the suffering in these realms tends to perpetuate itself in a circle very difficult to break. The Buddha says that if a yoke with a single hole was floating at random on the sea, and a blind turtle living in the sea were to surface once every 100 years, the likelihood of the turtle pushing his neck through the hole in the yoke would be greater than that of a being in the evil destinations regaining human status. For these 2 reasons, because of their inherent misery and because of the difficulty of escaping from them, rebirth in the evil destinations is a grave danger pertaining to the future life, from which we need protection. B. Subjective aspect. Protection from a fall into the plane of misery cannot be obtained from others. It can only be obtained by avoiding the causes leading to an unfortunate rebirth. The cause for rebirth into any specific plane of existence lies in our karma, that is, our willed actions and volitions. Karma divides into two classes, the wholesome and the unwholesome. The former are actions motivated by detachment, kindness, and understanding. The latter actions motivated by greed, hatred, and delusion. These two classes of karma generate rebirth into the two general planes of existence. Wholesome karma brings rebirth into the happy destinations. Unwholesome karma brings rebirth into the evil destinations. We cannot obliterate the evil destinations themselves. They will continue on as long as the world itself endures. To avoid rebirth in these realms, we can only keep watch over ourselves by controlling our actions so that they do not spill over into the unwholesome courses leading to a plunge into the plane of misery. But to avoid generating unwholesome karma, we need help, and that for two principal reasons. First, we need help because the avenues of action open to us are so varied and numerous that we often do not know which way to turn. Some actions are obviously wholesome or unwholesome, but others are difficult to evaluate, throwing us into perplexity when we run up against them. To choose correctly, we require guidance, the clear indications of one who knows the ethical value of all actions and the pathways leading to the different realms of being. The second reason we need help is because even when we can discriminate right from wrong, we are often driven to pursue the wrong against our better judgment. Our actions do not always follow the counsel of our dispassionate decisions. They are often impulsive, driven by irrational urges we cannot master or control. By yielding to these drives, we work our own harm even while helplessly watching ourselves do so. We have to gain mastery over our mind, to bring our capacity for action under the control of our sense of higher wisdom. But this is a task which requires discipline. To learn the right course of discipline, we need the instructions of one who understands the subtle workings of the mind and can teach us how to conquer the obsessions which drive us into unhealthy, self-destructive patterns of behavior. Because these instructions and the one who gives them help protect us from future harm and suffering, they can be considered a genuine refuge. This is the second reason for going for refuge, the need to achieve mastery over our capacity for action so as to avoid falling into the evil destinations in future lives. Chapter 4. The Dangers Pertaining to the General Course of Existence. A. Objective Aspect. The perils to which we are exposed are immensely greater than those just discussed. Beyond the evident adversities and misfortunes of the present life, and the risk of a fall into the plane of misery, there is a more fundamental and comprehensive danger running through the entire course of worldly existence. This is the intrinsic unsatisfactoriness of samsara. Samsara is the cycle of becoming, the round of birth, aging, and death, which has been revolving through beginningless time. Rebirth does not take place only once, leading to an eternity in the life to come. The life process repeats itself over and over, the whole pattern spelling itself out again and total with each new turn. Each single birth issues in decay and death. Each single death gives way to a new birth. Rebirth can be fortunate or miserable, but wherever it occurs, no halt is made to the revolution of the wheel. The law of impermanence imposes its decree upon the entire domain of sentient life. Whatever arises must eventually cease. Even the heavens provide no outlet. Life there also ends when the karma that brought a heavenly birth is exhausted, to be followed by a re-arising in some other plane, perhaps in the miserable abodes. Because of this pervasive transience, all forms of conditioned existence appear to the eye of wisdom as essentially dukkha, unsatisfactory, or suffering. None of our supports and reliances is exempt from the necessity to change and pass away. Thence, what we resort to for comfort and enjoyment is in reality a concealed form of suffering. What we rely on for security is itself exposed to danger. What we turn to for protection itself needs to be protected. Nothing that we want to hold to can be held onto forever without perishing. It is crumbling away. It is crumbling away. Therefore, it is called the world. Youth issues in old age, health and sickness, life and death. All union ends in separation and in the pain that accompanies separation. But to understand the situation in its full depth and gravity, we must multiply it by infinity. From time without beginning, we have been transmigrating through the round of existence, encountering the same experiences again and again with vertiginous frequency: birth, aging, sickness and death, separation and loss, failure and frustration. Repeatedly, we have made the plunge into the plane of misery. Times beyond counting, we have been animal, ghost, and denizen of hell. Over and over, we have experienced suffering, violence, grief, despair. The Buddha declares that the amount of tears and blood we have shed in the course of our samsaric wandering is greater than the waters in the ocean. The bones we have left behind could form a heap higher than the Himalaya mountains. We have met this suffering countless times in the past, and as long as the causes of our cycling in samsara are not cut off, we risk meeting more of the same in the course of our future wandering.
I don't even know any tweakers.
B. Subjective aspect.
I know like one.
To escape from these dangers, there is only one way of release: to turn away from all forms of existence, even the most sublime. But for the turning away to be effective, we must cut off the causes that hold us in bondage to the round. The basic causes that sustain our wandering in samsara lie within ourselves. We roam from life to life, the Buddha teaches, because we are driven by a profound, insatiable urge for the perpetuation of our being. This urge the Buddha calls bhavatanha, the craving for existence. While craving for existence remains operative, even if only latently, death itself is no barrier to the continuation of the life process. Craving will bridge the vacuum created by death, generating a new form of existence determined by the previously accumulated storage of karma. Thus, craving and existence sustain each other in succession. Craving brings forth a new existence. The new existence gives the ground for craving to resume its search for gratification. Underlying this vicious nexus which links together craving and repeated existence is a still more primordial factor called ignorance, avijja. Ignorance is a basic unawareness of the true nature of things, a beginningless state of spiritual unknowing. The unawareness operates in two distinct ways. On one side, it obscures correct cognition. On the other, it creates a net of cognitive and perceptual distortions. Owing to ignorance, we see beauty in things that are really repulsive, permanence in the impermanent, pleasure in the unpleasurable, and selfhood in selfless, transient, unsubstantial phenomena. These delusions sustain the forward drive of craving. Like a donkey chasing a carrot suspended from a cart, dangling before its face, we rush headlong after the appearances of beauty, permanence, pleasure, and selfhood, only to find ourselves still empty-handed, more tightly entangled in the samsaric round. To be freed from this futile and profitless pattern, it is necessary to eradicate the craving that keeps it in motion, not merely temporarily, but permanently and completely. To eradicate craving, the ignorance which supports it has to be dislodged. For as long as ignorance is allowed to weave its illusions, the ground is present for craving to revive. The antidote to ignorance is wisdom, panya. Wisdom is the penetrating knowledge which tears aside the veils of ignorance in order to see things as they really are. It is not mere conceptual knowledge, but an experience that must be generated in ourselves. It has to be made direct, immediate, and personal. To arouse this wisdom, we need instruction, help, and guidance. Someone who will teach us what we must understand and see for ourselves, and the methods by which we can arouse the liberating wisdom that will cut the cords binding us to repeated becoming. Since those who give this guidance and the instructions themselves provide protection from the perils of transmigration, they can be considered a genuine refuge. This is the third reason for going for refuge: the need for deliverance from the pervasive unsatisfactoriness of samsara. Chapter 5: The Existence of a Refuge. To realize that the human situation impels the search for a refuge is a necessary condition for taking refuge, but is not in itself a sufficient condition. To go for refuge, we must also become convinced that an effective refuge actually exists. But before we can decide on the existence of a refuge, we first have to determine for ourselves exactly what a refuge is. The dictionary defines refuge as a shelter or protection from danger and distress, a person or place giving such protection, and an expedient used to obtain such protection. This tallies with the explanation of the Pali word sarana, meaning refuge, which has come down in the Pali commentaries. The commentaries gloss the word sarana with another word meaning to crush, himsati, explaining that when people have gone for refuge, then by that very going for refuge, it crushes, dispels, removes, and stops their fear, anguish, suffering, risk of unhappy rebirth and defilement. These explanations suggest two essential qualifications of a refuge. 1. First, a refugee must be itself beyond danger and distress. A person or thing subject to danger is not secure in itself, and thus cannot give security to others. Only what is beyond fear and danger can be confidently relied upon for protection. 2. Second, the purported refuge must be accessible to us. A state beyond fear and danger that is inaccessible is irrelevant to our concerns and thus cannot function as a refuge. In order for something to serve as a refuge, it must be approachable, capable of giving protection from danger. From this abstract determination of the qualifications of a refuge, we can return to the concrete question at hand. Does there exist a refuge able to give protection from the three types of dangers delineated above? From anxiety, frustration, sorrow, and distress in the present life, from the risk of an unhappy destination after death, and from continued transmigration in samsara. The task of working out an answer to this question has to be approached cautiously. We must recognize at once that an objectively verifiable, publicly demonstrable answer cannot be given. The existence of a refuge, or the specification of a particular refuge, cannot be proven logically in an irrefutable manner binding on all. The most that can be done is to adduce cogent grounds for believing that certain persons or objects possess the qualifications of a refuge. The rest depends upon faith, a confidence born out of trust, at least until that initial assent is transformed into knowledge by means of direct experience. But even then, the verification remains inward and personal, a matter of subjective appropriation rather than of logical proof or objective demonstration. From the Buddhist perspective, there are three refugees which together make available complete protection from danger and distress. These three are the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. The three are not separate refugees, each sufficient in itself. Rather, they are interrelated members of a single effective refuge, which divides into three by way of a distinction in the characteristics and functions of its members. Why such a distinction is necessary becomes clear if we consider the order in which the three are presented. The Buddha comes first because he is a person. Since we are persons, we naturally look to another person for guidance, inspiration, and direction. When it is ultimate deliverance that is at stake, what we look for in the first place is a person who has himself reached complete freedom from danger and can lead us to the same state of safety. This is the Buddha, the enlightened one, who comes first in the triad for the reason that he is the person who discovers, achieves, and proclaims the state of refuge. In the second place, we need that state of refuge itself, the state beyond fear and danger. Then we need a path leading to this goal, and also we need a set of instructions guiding us along the path. This is the Dhamma, which, as we will see, has this threefold denotation. Then, in the third place, we need persons who began like ourselves, as ordinary people troubled by afflictions, and by following the way taught by the guide reached the state of safety beyond fear and danger. This is the Sangha, the community of spiritual persons who have entered the path, realized the goal, and can now teach the path to others. Within the triad, each member works in harmony with the other two to make the means of deliverance available and effective. The Buddha serves as the indicator of refuge. He is not a savior who can bestow salvation through the agency of his person. Salvation or deliverance depends upon us, upon our own vigor and dedication in the practice of the teaching. The Buddha is primarily a teacher, an expounder of the path, who points out the way we ourselves must tread with our own energy and intelligence. The Dhamma is the actual refuge. As the goal of the teaching, the Dhamma is the state of security free from danger. As the path, it is the means for arriving at the goal. And as the verbal teaching, it is the body of instructions describing the way to practice the path. But to make effective use of the means at our disposal, we need the help of others who are familiar with the path. Those who know the path make up the Sangha, the helpers in finding refuge, the union of spiritual friends who can lead us to our own attainment of the path. This triadic structure of the three refugees can be understood with the aid of a simple analogy. If we are ill and want to get well, we need a doctor to diagnose our illness and prescribe a remedy. We need medicine to cure our illness, and we need attendants to look after our requirements. The doctor and attendants cannot cure us. The most they can do for us is to give us the right medicine and make sure that we take it. The medicine is the actual remedy which restores our health. Similarly, when seeking relief from suffering and distress, we rely on the Buddha as the physician who can find out the cause of our illness and show us the way to get well. We rely on the Dhamma as the medicine which cures our afflictions, and we rely on the Sangha as the attendants who will help us take the medicine. To get well, we have to take the medicine. We can't just sit back and expect the doctor to cure us all by himself. In the same way, to find deliverance from suffering, we have to practice the Dhamma, for the Dhamma is the actual refuge which leads to the state of deliverance. What is the Four Noble Truths? The truth about suffering. Have you ever felt as though you were searching for something intangible, something unknown, yet keenly aware of its absence? This is a question that many of us ponder, although not everyone takes the time to sit down and reflect upon it. Why do we still feel dissatisfied, even when we have the best of everything? We are not entirely happy even if we have a beautiful home, a car, a perfect marriage, wonderful children, and all the rest. We certainly won't be content when we lack all these things. When we don't have them, we think, well, if I had the best of everything, then I would be satisfied. But we won't be. There remains an emptiness, an indescribable feeling, a longing for something far beyond and deeper than what money can buy or achievements can obtain. Because if we were content, we wouldn't question things and wouldn't have the why. And why not? In Buddhism, there's a concept that describes this, known as dukkha. Dukkha is often translated as suffering, but it goes beyond just physical pain to include dissatisfaction, unease, and the imperfection of life. It's an inevitable part of life that each of us must confront. Part 1. What is the essence of Buddhism? The Buddha once said, "Both I and you have had to tread through this endless cycle of samsara because we have not found and comprehended the four truths." What are these four truths? They are the truth of suffering, dukkha, the truth of the origin of suffering, samudaya, the truth of the cessation of suffering, nirodha, and the truth of the path to the cessation of suffering, magga. Quoted from the Digha Nikaya 16. The most fundamental and important doctrine of Buddhism is dependent origination, the Four Noble Truths, and the Noble Eightfold Path. These three doctrines are the foundation for all schools of early Buddhism, as well as Mahayana Buddhism. In the previous chapter, we have explored what is dependent origination. Today, we continue with the next important doctrine, which is the Four Noble Truths, meaning the Four Truths. The Four Truths are sometimes referred to as the Four Noble Truths or the Four Holy Truths. The Sanskrit word satya means truth. Arya Satya means noble truth or holy truth. The word Arya means noble. The word truth in Sino-Vietnamese consists of the word for speech and the word for king. Noble truth means the mysterious truth. The Four Noble Truths, Katvari Arya Satya, are four very important, mysterious, and true facts. The Four Noble Truths were the first formal teaching of the Buddha after his enlightenment, which is still recorded today. And we will see, these are the fundamental points of the Buddha's teaching. The first sermon. After attaining enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, the Buddha thought of teaching. He knew that the practice was not aimed at liberation for himself alone, but also for the liberation of all people and other sentient beings. The Buddha stayed at the Bodhi tree for quite a long time, several weeks, to experience the state of peace and freedom of an enlightened being. At the same time, he also considered how to share his wisdom with everyone, including his parents, relatives, and those who were suffering or would suffer. During this time, the Buddha was in the village of Uruvela, interacting with the villagers, both adults and children. He shared his realizations with the patrons who supported him in those weeks. The first formal sermon he gave was in a grove called the Deer Park Sarnath, north of Varanasi, Benares. He taught it to his 5 former ascetic friends, including Khandana. Initially, the Buddha wanted to meet his 2 former teachers. He thought that if he could meet the teachers who had taught him about the 4 jhanas and the 4 formless states, he could help them quickly attain the state of arahant. However, after inquiring, he learned that both teachers had passed away, so he decided to seek out the 5 friends with whom he had practiced asceticism before. Previously, when they saw him abandon the ascetic practices and begin eating and drinking normally, they were disappointed. They thought he had given up and quit, so they left him. Believing he could help them, he crossed the river to the north to reach the deer park. Upon the Buddha's arrival, his 5 former friends did not want to meet him. This very Siddhartha has given up. Why is he coming here now? Therefore, they did not welcome him warmly as before. However, when they saw his demeanor and aura as he entered, they could not continue to be indifferent. Each of them spontaneously came forward to greet him warmly. One fetched water for him to wash his feet, another held his bowl and robe, another took his cloak, and everyone sat down around him. Then he said, "Friends, I will teach you the path to liberation." The 5 friends asked, "Siddhartha, how can you teach us the path when you have abandoned your spiritual quest?" The Buddha replied, "I have attained enlightenment and can teach you." The others asked again to be sure if the Buddha had truly attained enlightenment, and the Buddha said, "Friends, you know me well. Have I ever lied to you?" "No, Siddhartha, you have never lied to us." "Have I ever claimed to be enlightened before? Now I say I have attained the path. I am enlightened and I will teach you." Upon hearing this, all 5 former friends knelt down, ready to listen to the Buddha. This sermon is considered the first sermon discussing the 4 noble truths recorded in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the setting in motion of the wheel of Dharma. The wheel of Dharma is the teaching wheel, and turning the wheel of Dharma means to start spinning the wheel of the teaching. The wheel of Dharma was always there, but it needed to be turned. The Buddha's first sermon was like the act of grabbing the wheel of Dharma and forcefully turning it. And from that moment on, the wheel of Dharma has continued to turn. To this day, the wheel of Dharma is still in motion. Dhammacakra Pravartana means the wheel of Dharma is always turning. 4 truths. This sutra exists in many versions, in Pali, Chinese, and Sanskrit. One of the Chinese versions is the Buddha speaks of the turning of the wheel of Dharma Sutra, Sutra number 110 in the Taisho Tripitaka. The turning of the wheel of Dharma. Sutra is Dhammacakra Pravartana, Pravartana meaning turning, Dhammacakra being the wheel of Dharma. This sutra discusses 4 mysterious truths, 4 noble truths. In English, it is called the 4 Noble Truths. In this sutra, the Buddha talks about 4 truths. There is suffering. There is the origin of suffering. There is the cessation of suffering. There is the path leading out of suffering. The emperor of suffering, the noble truth of the origin, the noble truth of cessation, the noble truth of the way, dukkha, samudaya, nirodha, marga. The truth of suffering, dukkha, is the first truth that we must realize and learn. Dukkha, which means inability to satisfy or unsatisfactory, dissatisfied, suffering, or affliction, broadly speaking, is what makes us uncomfortable. The noble truth of the origin, that is, gathering together, of the causes that lead to suffering, the physical and mental foods that have been consumed and have led to suffering. That is the second truth that needs to be recognized and transformed. The third truth is the noble truth of cessation. Cessation here is the absence, the elimination of the causes that have led to suffering. And the fourth truth is the noble truth. Tao means path. Which path? The path leading to the destruction of the causes of suffering is also known as the Noble Eightfold Path. Part 2. The first truth. What is the truth of suffering? Whether Buddhas appear or not, that suffering still exists. It is still something immutable from ancient times to thousands of years later. Buddha is not the creator or originator of this truth. That truth is something that is available. The Buddha is just the one who discovered and realized that truth and then preached it to sentient beings. The first truth is the truth of suffering, dukkha sakka. Dukkha is a word that is very difficult to translate into any other language. People often translate dukkha as suffering or affliction. However, suffering or affliction can only express a few attributes and qualities of dukkha. Relatively complete, accurate and complete about dukkha, we can roughly understand as follows. All these physiological changes in the body that lead to pain, weakness, illness, old age, and death are dukkha. All changes in psychological states such as love, hate, resentment, sadness, depression, despair, hatred are all dukkha. In an abstract philosophical sense, anything that is difficult to endure, unsatisfactory, difficult to endure is dukkha. D means difficult, ka means to endure. In broad terms, it means anything that makes you uncomfortable. The essence of the Buddha's teachings. What is dukkha? So, what is the truth of suffering? The Buddha attained enlightenment and preached in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta with a succinct statement. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, not getting what one wants is suffering, encountering what one dislikes is suffering, separation from what one loves is suffering. In summary, the 5 aggregates subject to clinging are suffering. Most understand the truth of suffering as the 8 sufferings, including all 8 mentioned above, but that's not all. The content of this passage points out the 7 sufferings in the first part to see the truth of suffering, which is the presence of suffering in the 7 situations above, while the latter part summarizes the 5 aggregates are suffering to know the truth of suffering. Seeing the truth of suffering. In this world, except for those who have awakened to the Dharma as skillfully taught by the Tathagata, virtually everyone else, regardless of age, gender, wealth, intelligence, ethnicity, or religion, experiences these 7 types of suffering. Everyone born into this world inevitably encounters suffering, whether living for a few years or several decades. Life often feels like it contains little joy, much sorrow, and even greater danger. Being born means everyone will age, and with aging comes frequent pain, slow movement, blurred vision, diminished memory, even confusion, and no one is exempt from this suffering. Being born means having a body, and the Buddha stated the truth. Whoever thinks this body will not fall ill is deluded, and when ill, everyone feels the presence of suffering. Being born means death will come, and the approach of death is a terrifying fear. That is, death is suffering indeed. Humans always long for material and spiritual happiness found in beauty, fame, scent, taste, gentle touch, so they seek here and there. When they fail to achieve what they desire, suffering arises. When achieved, they cling to it, hoping it lasts forever. But its impermanent nature leads to decay, destruction, loss, and suffering arises. This is the suffering of not getting what one desires, and no one is exempt. Hating or despising something, be it objects, phenomena, people, information, will also give rise to suffering, which is a universal truth of human life, known as the suffering of encountering what is loathed. Love and separation bring suffering to everyone, known as the suffering of separation from what one loves. This is seeing the truth of suffering, a multi-dimensional, comprehensive view of suffering, a universal truth for all humanity, excluding none, whether a powerful president, the world's wealthiest billionaire, a prisoner, a beggar, a person with disabilities, or of outstanding intelligence. All sentient beings are equal in suffering, except for the enlightened beings. However, worldly beings see suffering unilaterally, perceiving sick, uneducated, or failures as suffering, while those who are wealthy, successful, powerful, or famous are not seen as suffering. Knowing the truth of suffering. That is, the 5 aggregates are suffering. This means clinging to the 5 aggregates as mine, as me, as myself, will give rise to suffering. Specifically, ignorance, delusion, wrong view, attachment to form, feeling, perception, mental formations, or consciousness as mine, as me, as myself, will cause suffering to arise, not that the five aggregates themselves are suffering. Therefore, suffering is conditionally arisen, and the path of conditional arising to suffering is summarized in the 12 links of dependent origination. Due to contact, there is feeling. Due to feeling, there is craving. Due to craving, there is clinging. Due to clinging, there is becoming. Due to becoming, there is birth, aging, illness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, and despair. Contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, suffering. If described in full detail, the path of conditional arising to suffering is the path of the 8 wrong practices of worldly beings. Contact, feeling perception, wrong mindfulness, wrong thinking, consciousness with wrong views, greed, hatred, delusion, wrong concentration, desire, wrong effort, unwholesome mental formation, wrong speech, wrong action, wrong livelihood, birth, aging, illness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. In this path of the 8 wrong practices, consciousness with wrong views is the thought of clinging to the 5 aggregates as mine, as me, as myself, which are precisely the 5 aggregates.
Me,
Suffering arises on the path of the 8 wrong practices. So, suffering belongs to the realm of the mind and does not exist in the external world as worldly beings understand. Suffering, as a conditionally arisen phenomenon, has the nature of impermanence, ownerlessness, non-possession, or non-self, meaning there is no self as the owner or possessor of suffering, which is the meaning of non-self. In the Samyutta Nikaya, the issue of suffering being impermanent, ownerless, or non-self was clearly addressed through a dialogue between a Brahmin and the Buddha. The Brahmin asked, "Is suffering caused by oneself and born by oneself?" Meaning, is there a Mr. A who is the owner and creator of the cause of suffering, and also the owner of the suffering that he has created from the past? The Buddha replied, "Not so, that is eternalism," meaning, due to not truly understanding that suffering has the nature of impermanence and non-self, anatta, worldly beings fail to see that the term Mr. A refers to the arising and ceasing processes of the 5 aggregates, serving to distinguish this set of aggregates as A from another set as B, but not implying the existence of an unchanging eternal entity, Mr. A from the past to the present and future, as the owner, the creator of the cause of suffering, and the bearer of the suffering. Such understanding by worldly beings is called eternalism. The Brahmin then asked, "Is suffering then caused by others and born by oneself? For example, suffering as punishment from God for the sins of Adam and Eve, suffering from ancestors in the spiritual world, punishing their descendants, like the saying, 'The father eats salty, the son thirsts,' or 'the sins of the father are visited upon the son.'" The Buddha replied, "Not so, that is annihilationism." The Brahmin continued, "So there is no suffering?" The Buddha replied, "There is suffering. I have seen suffering. I know suffering." The Brahmin asked, "Where is suffering then?" The Buddha replied, "Suffering arises due to contact," meaning suffering is a conditionally arisen phenomenon due to the contact of sense base and object, leading to the arising according to the path of the 8 wrong practices. Hence, it is impermanent, not permanent, not residing in the material external world as materialism, eternalism conceives, nor is it a reward or punishment from God or the spiritual world as idealism, annihilationism conceives. It is ownerless, non-possessed, meaning there is no one, no creator, no I, no self who creates or bears, owns suffering, which is the meaning of non-self, anatta. The three types of suffering: suffering of suffering, suffering of change, and suffering of conditioning. What are they? For instance, illness as suffering should be understood as follows. Due to the lack of correct understanding that a state of health is an impermanent, non-self pleasant feeling, one delights in and clings to the state of health as mine, as me, wanting it to last forever. Therefore, when illness comes, suffering arises as the state of health. The pleasant feeling disappears, leading to sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair. This suffering is known as the suffering of change, pertaining to the mind and not the external world, and it is the suffering of not getting what one wants. When the pleasant feeling is lost, the thing clung to as mine, as me, the clinging to the feeling aggregate, is replaced by the feeling of suffering, pain, irritation with this feeling of suffering arises, which is the suffering of encountering what is disliked. This suffering is called the suffering of suffering. It is mental, not external. When in such pain, there is also the fear of death, thoughts of seeking and hopes of curing the illness, thus sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair arise. This suffering is called the suffering of conditioning. Thus, due to clinging to health, clinging to death as mine, as me, clinging to the feeling aggregate, clinging to the formations aggregate, physical suffering arises and mental suffering of change, suffering of suffering, and suffering of conditioning emerges. Another example, a grandmother, due to clinging to the form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness of her grandchild as mine, as me, experiences sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair when the grandchild dies in an accident. However, because she does not cling to the form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness of the neighbor's child as mine, as me, the death of the neighbor's child in an accident does not cause her sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair. A young man, although acquainted with but not in love with a girl, does not have the thought of clinging, thinking the girl, her parents, her siblings as mine, as me, so he does not feel happy when they are happy nor suffers when they suffer. But when he falls in love with and marries the girl, he immediately clings to the girl along with her parents and siblings as mine, as me, and thus he will share in their happiness and suffer in their suffering. In summary, the five aggregates as suffering is as described. Part 3. Triple turning. 12 aspects, 3 propositions, and 12 direct understandings. Each truth has 3 propositions, thus forming 12 direct understandings. In the Theravada tradition, attaining the state of an arahant, one who has fully understood the 4 noble truths with 3 propositions and 12 direct understandings, is considered to have realized the truth. Proposition 1. Recognition. The first is recognition, meaning recognizing suffering. This is truly my suffering. If you want to help a friend, you say, this is truly your suffering. Do you see it? The first task of a doctor is to let the patient know they are ill, and the patient must acknowledge their illness for the doctor to be able to cooperate. Recognizing suffering does not come out of nowhere. It requires knowledge, experience, and practice. One must listen and observe carefully to recognize their true suffering. Proposition 2. Understanding. The second action is understanding, saying, this suffering I wish to fully understand. To fully understand means to comprehend thoroughly. Knowing that one has the disease, it is necessary to see the nature of the disease clearly. What are the symptoms? How severe has it become? How does the disease manifest in the morning, at noon, in the evening? How does it reveal itself during sleep?
844 on that clock, Garfield.
This is a full understanding of suffering, having recognized it, but one must explore it further. This is the second action that turns the wheel of Dharma further, called the second turning. Proposition 3. Realization, understanding the nature. The third is realization, which is experiencing that this suffering has been fully understood. Here, realization means having practiced, seen, and fully understood the suffering. The first turn leads to the second, and the second leads to the third. In summary, regarding the first truth, one must go through 3 stages of practice. The first stage of practice is recognition. The second stage of practice is the deep desire to understand, to transform. And the third is understanding the nature, the characteristics of the pain and suffering. This is the triple turn. For the second truth, the origin of suffering, there is also a triple turn. First is the practice of recognizing the immediate and distant causes that lead to suffering. Contemplation is needed to see the contributing factors. With the help of teachers and friends, one can contemplate more clearly. This is the formation of suffering. Because I eat this, I drink that, my ears hear this sound, my eyes see that sight, I consume these foods every day, so now I have this disease, this pain and suffering. This must be seen as a practice. The second, the encouragement to turn, is the initiation of the intention to eliminate those causes. I know my body is sick and in pain because I have eaten this way, drunk that way, slept that way, worked this way. Now, I must stop eating like that, stop drinking like that, stop living that daily life in such a manner. This aspect needs to be eliminated, which is the encouragement to turn of the second truth. If that desire is not strong enough, one will never be able to eliminate suffering. The desire to eradicate the seeds of suffering must be very strong. One must be determined to end it. Following that, the realization turn is the actual realization that this origin has been eliminated. Cessation also has 3 turns. Cessation is the absence of suffering, that is, happiness, which is acknowledging the presence of peace. Before, we did not bear the suffering we are bearing now. Around us, there are people who do not bear this suffering. This is acknowledging the state of being healthy, the condition of liberation, peace, happiness. If we cannot recognize suffering, we do not have the capability to eliminate suffering. A person with a headache, acknowledging they have a headache, is the first truth. Then acknowledging the reason why they have a headache is the second truth. Acknowledging that there is a state of not having a headache which one has experienced in the past and will experience in the future if one undergoes treatment. Acknowledging there are people around who do not have a headache is the third truth. This peace, this truth about cessation, needs to be realized, needs to be actualized. I want to return to the old state of peace. I want to live in a state of peace like you, because you do not have the disease like I do. That is the encouragement to turn. And the third, the realization turn, is the state of disease being eradicated has been experienced. Here, I have reached peace. I no longer have a headache. And the path also involves 3 turns. The first turn is seeing this as the path, the method for the cessation of suffering, confirming there is a path, a method, recognizing that path and method help us escape suffering and achieve peace. The second turn is that this path needs to be practiced, which is the encouragement to turn, stirring the desire to practice because we know that only through practice can transformation be achieved. No divine being can practice on our behalf. We must practice ourselves. If we want to reach the destination, we must walk with our own feet. The third is the realization of the path. Having practiced the path naturally, cessation has been realized, the origin has been eliminated, and suffering has been fully understood. In the Buddha's first sermon, we see that the Buddha's teaching is not a religion of worship, not praying to any divine being for happiness and relief from suffering. We must walk with our own feet on the path towards the cessation of suffering. Each noble truth involves 3 actions, multiplied by 4 truths, making 12. This is called triple turning and 12 aspects. The Buddha told his 5 disciples, "Monks, in the past when I had not fully understood the aspects of suffering, the origin, the cessation, and the path, I did not claim to be fully enlightened. But now, having fully understood the aspect of suffering, I have fully comprehended suffering. I have recognized the origin. I have eliminated the origin. I have recognized cessation. I have realized cessation. I have recognized the path. I have practiced the path. Now I declare that I am fully enlightened." This is a statement in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. The Buddha also said, "Monks, because I can see by direct knowledge the 3 turnings and 12 aspects in these 4 truths, this seeing and this realization brought wisdom, brought light. So I declare before all the deities, all the demons, all the ascetics, all the Brahmins in all the worlds, that I have eradicated all defilements and have been liberated, realizing the state of full enlightenment." This statement is also in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. We can see that initially the 5 disciples did not believe that the Buddha was enlightened, but later they had to believe that the Buddha was enlightened because he had a profound understanding of the 4 noble truths, not by intellectual power, but by experience and direct realization, because he had gone through the triple turning, 12 aspects. This repetition emphasizes, "Monks, before I truly realized the 3 turnings and 12 aspects of the 4 truths, I never claimed that I was fully enlightened. But now that I have truly realized the 3 turnings and 12 aspects of the 4 truths, I declare before all beings that I am fully enlightened." Truly realizing is a phrase in the sutra, like direct knowledge, knowing not by intellectual power, but knowing by experience, knowing by one's own seeing, called direct knowledge. The 4 noble truths as a lifelong inquiry. We apply the 4 noble truths to our self-discipline. We incorporate them into the mundane aspects of life, down to the trivial bindings and obsessions of the mind. With these truths, we can examine our attachments for self-realization. Through the 3rd noble truth, the truth of cessation, we can perceive the elimination and end of suffering and practice the noble 8-fold path until we achieve insight. Once the noble 8-fold path is fully developed, the practitioner will realize the path and attain the state of an arahant. 4 truths, 3 propositions, 12 direct understandings. These might sound complicated, but they are actually very straightforward. They are tools to help us understand suffering and how to depart from it. In the Buddhist world, many Buddhists are not well informed about the 4 noble truths. Some say, "Oh, the 4 noble truths, that's elementary," and consider it as basic doctrine. That's only for beginners, for children. The higher teachings must be. They then chase after complex theories and thoughts, forgetting the most profound and mysterious Dharma gate. The 4 noble truths are a lifelong inquiry. It's not just about understanding the 4 noble truths, the triple turning, and the 12 aspects, 3 propositions and 12 direct understandings, to become an arahant and settle somewhere, to then move on to a higher realm. The 4 noble truths are not that simple. They require a constant vigilance because they provide the framework for the examination of an entire life. The Buddha's paradox, truth beyond right and wrong. The Pali Canon contains a puzzle on the topic of truth, Saka. On the one hand, there are passages teaching the Four Noble Truths and asserting that these truths are categorical, i.e., universally true across the board. Digha Nikaya 9. There are also passages equating the attainment of awakening with the attainment of truth. Majjhima Nikaya 95. On the other hand, there are passages like these from the Atthakavagga Sutta Nipata 4, implying that the Buddha was beyond holding to any assertions as true or false. Of what would the Brahmin say true or false? Disputing with whom? He in whom equal, unequal are not. Sin 4:9. Those who dispute taking hold of a view saying, this and this only is true. Those you can talk to. Here there is nothing, no confrontation, at the birth of disputes. Sin 4:8. The canon also contains a related puzzle on the issue of views, dithi, the opinions that people adopt about the truth. On the one hand, it draws a sharp line between right and wrong views, asserting that seeing things in terms of the Four Noble Truths is right view, and that right view is an indispensable part of the path to the end of suffering, SN 45:8. On the other, the canon contains passages like these, also from the Atthakavagga, asserting that a person at peace is better off not clinging to any view or asserting any view as necessarily true. But how, in connection with what, would you argue? With one uninvolved? He has nothing, embraced or rejected, and has sloughed off every view. Right here, everyone. Sutta Nipata 4:3. By whom, with what, should he be pigeonholed? Here in the world, this Brahmin, who hasn't adopted views. Sutta Nipata 4:5. I don't say, that's how it is. The way fools tell one another, they each make out their views to be true, and so regard their opponents as fools. Sutta Nipata 4:12. The Brahmin evaluating doesn't accept theory, doesn't follow views, isn't tied even to knowledge. Sutta Nipata 4:13. There are two principal ways to approach these puzzles. One is to take them as signs that the Buddha's teachings on truth and views were subtle and nuanced, and that the contradictions in the puzzles are best treated as intentional paradoxes. The question is, then, whether the paradoxes can be resolved, say, by checking the canon more carefully to see if the Buddha used the words truth and views in different ways in different contexts, or if he recommended different ways of relating to truths and views at different stages of the practice. The other approach is to assume that the Buddha's attitude to truths and views was basically simple, and that he defined his terms consistently across the board, with no variations for different stages in the path. From this assumption, it would follow that only one side of each contradiction, either the side with a firm sense of right and wrong and true and false, or the side rejecting notions of right and wrong and true and false, accurately reflects the Buddha's views on truth and views, and that the other side is a later interpolation inconsistent with the Buddha's true teachings on these topics. Now, the above passages asserting the need to go beyond views and attachments to true and false all come from the Atthakavagga, a set of poems in the Fifth Nikaya, or collection of suttas, in the Pali Canon. Because the Atthakavagga is mentioned in other parts of the canon, indicating that it is older than the passages that mention it, a number of scholars have proposed that it is actually older than all the rest of the canon. Taking up this proposal, those who hold to the simpler school of interpretation have suggested that these passages reflect the Buddha's original views on truths and views. As a result, they conclude that the passages asserting the categorical status of the Four Noble Truths and right view found in the rest of the canon, the Vinaya, the first four Nikayas, and other poetry in the Fifth Nikaya, are later interpolations. From there, these scholars have further interpreted these passages from the Atthakavagga in line with traditional Western schools of thought that have also questioned the existence of objective truths, coming to a variety of conclusions such as these. A person on the path should hold to no fixed views of right and wrong, even views about the path. The Buddha refused to take a position on questions of truth because there is no way of knowing if assertions about truths correspond to the way things actually are. Agnosticism is thus the position closest to the Buddha's own attitude to truth. The Buddha believed that each person has to find his or her own truth, and that any attempt to assert a universal truth is nothing more than an illegitimate attempt to assert power over others. Although these conclusions differ in their details, they all agree in rejecting the idea of categorical, objective truths, of a clear right and wrong. Thus, if they were an accurate portrayal of the Buddha's position on truths and views, they would further imply, at the very least, that the traditional teachings on the Four Noble Truths and right view are nothing more than subjective opinions that carry no special authority for a person interested in trying to put an end to suffering. More seriously, they would imply that the traditional teachings are a gross distortion of the Buddha's message, that the Four Noble Truths are not really true, that even the idea of right view is wrong, and that a person on the path should hold to no truths and no views at all, even about the means and ends of the path. It doesn't take too much thought to see that each of the above conclusions is self-contradictory, in that no view asserting the invalidity of truths and views can avoid calling itself into question. And if we can't have views about the true means and ends of the Buddhist path, why are we talking about Buddhism at all? But even if we put aside the issue of whether these conclusions can stand up to close scrutiny on their own terms, a survey of the Pali Canon shows that they are based on a false assumption about the canon. That assumption is that there is a sharp line of distinction between the contents of the Atthakavagga and that of the rest of the canon, and that these two parts of the canon stand consistently on opposite sides of the issue of truths and views. For instance, the first four Nikayas, like the Atthakavagga, also contain passages asserting that the awakened ones have gone beyond clinging to views and to assertions of true and false. Here, for instance, is a passage from Anguttara Nikaya 424. Whatever is seen or heard or sensed, and fastened onto as true by others, one who is such among the self-fettered would not further claim to be true or even false, having seen well in advance that arrow, where generations are fastened and hung. I see, that's just how it is. There's nothing of the Tathagata, a fully awakened one, fastened. As for the Atthakavagga, it contains many passages asserting right views in line with the Four Noble Truths, such as Sen 4, 1, 4, 2, and 4, 7, which agree with the second noble truth in identifying three types of craving, for sensuality, becoming, and non-becoming, as causes for suffering. Sen 4:15, which agrees with the third noble truth in extolling unbinding, nibbana, as the goal, and Sun 4:16, which agrees with the fourth noble truth in recommending right resolve, right speech, right action, and jhana as right concentration. The Atthakavagga also contains the following dialogue, in which the Buddha asserts the existence of a consistent, objective truth that human beings can know. Question: what some say is true, that's how it is. Others say is falsehood, a lie. Thus quarreling, they dispute. Why can't contemplators say one thing and the same? The Buddha: the truth is one. There is no second, about which a person who knows it would argue with one who knows. Contemplatives promote their various idiosyncratic truths. That's why they don't say one thing and the same. Question: but why do they say various truths? Those who say they are skilled, Have they learned many various truths, or do they follow conjecture? The Buddha. Apart from their perception, there are no many various constant truths in the world. Sin 412. At the same time, the series of poems in the Atthakavagga discussing issues of truth start with the following passage, indicating that their rejection of true and false holds not for all truths, but for idiosyncratic pacheca ones, that is, truths that are not universally true. Only here is their purity. That's what they say. No other doctrines are pure, so they say. Insisting that what they depend on is good, they are deeply entrenched in their idiosyncratic truths. Sin 4, 8. Taken together, these passages suggest that the Buddha in the Atthakavagga was denying not the validity of all views and truths, but only the validity of universal claims made for views and truths that don't deserve them. Given that many of the poems in the Atthakavagga take the form of riddles, with frequent paradoxes and plays on words, it shouldn't be surprising that its message is complex. These two passages also call into question the three conclusions drawn from taking the previous Atthakavagga passages out of context. Because the truth is one, it can be argued that it doesn't change. Thus, there can be fixed standards for measuring one's own views as right or wrong. As long as one is still on the path, one should regard right view as unfixed only to the extent that one has yet to confirm through experience whether it is genuinely right in leading to the end of suffering. The fact that people can know this truth implies that they are in a position to judge how well statements about it actually correspond to its reality. And because they know, agnosticism is far from the Buddha's own recommended attitude toward truth. The fact that people who actually know genuine truth don't dispute with one another about it implies that the truth is the same for all who experience it, and that it is not a purely subjective or individual matter. All of this suggests that the simple school of interpretation doesn't do justice to the Pali Canon's puzzles on truths and views. This means that we have to explore how they might function as paradoxes to be resolved. To do this, we have to look more closely at what the canon has to say on the question of truths and views, to see if we can detect any nuances or distinctions that would help to resolve the paradoxes and provide practical insights into how to relate to truths and views in a way that actually leads to the end of suffering. The first distinction worth noting is that the word truth in the canon has at least two meanings that are relevant to the paradoxes. In some instances, truth means a true event or experience, something that actually happens or exists. In others, truth means a statement about actual events or experiences. The failure to note this distinction has bedeviled many Western writers trained in schools of thought that hold to the belief that truth applies only to statements and not to events described by statements. The fact that the Buddha didn't hold to this belief is shown in the following passage, which describes unbinding itself as a truth. Whatever is deceptive is false. Unbinding, the undeceptive, is true. Thus, a monk so endowed is endowed with the highest determination for truth. For this, unbinding, the undeceptive, is the highest noble truth. Majjhima Nikaya 140. Similarly, the following passage talks about experiencing a truth with the body, which obviously means not touching a statement, but directly realizing the experience of the truth in and of itself. Exerting himself, he both realizes the ultimate meaning of the truth with his body and sees by penetrating it with discernment. Majjhima Nikaya 95. The Buddha also uses truth in this way when he teaches the duties appropriate to the Four Noble Truths, that the truth of suffering is to be comprehended, the truth of its cause abandoned, the truth of its cessation realized, and the truth of the path to its cessation developed. Samyutta Nikaya 56:11. Obviously, these duties don't involve, for example, abandoning the statement about the cause of suffering, or developing the statement about the path. Instead, you abandon the actual qualities of mind that act as the cause, and develop the actual qualities of mind that function as the path. Understanding these two meanings of truth helps to resolve the paradox concerning the relationship of the fully awakened person to the truth. On the one hand, such a person has reached the truth of a deathless dimension that is freed from attachments to all things and is not dependent on any conditions. This is the sense in which such a person has attained the truth. At the same time, however, because views and statements about truths are dependent on conditions, a person who fully attains the truth of awakening has to be free of all attachments to views and statements about truths, even to true statements about the truth of awakening itself. However, this attainment doesn't come just by telling yourself to abandon views and truths. You have to comprehend the reasons for being attached to views in the first place, and to develop genuine dispassion for those reasons. To do this, you have to depend on true views about the reasons for attachment and the means for inducing dispassion. This is why, even though awakening involves letting go of all views and statements about truth, the path there requires holding to certain views and statements about truth as consistent guidelines for the right way to let go. This means that you relate to truth in one way when you're on the path, and another way when you've reached the goal. This is the second distinction worth noting. One of the most famous paradoxes in the Atthakavagga points to precisely this distinction. One doesn't describe purity in terms of view, learning, knowledge, habit, or practice, nor is it found by a person through lack of view, of learning, of knowledge, of habit, or practice. Sin 4:9. The same distinction is conveyed by the famous simile of the raft in Majjhima Nikaya 22. Then the man, having gathered grass, twigs, branches, and leaves, having bound them together to make a raft, would cross over to safety on the other shore in dependence on the raft, making an effort with his hands and feet. Having crossed over to the further shore, he might think, how useful this raft has been to me. For it was in dependence on this raft that, making an effort with my hands and feet, I have crossed over to safety on the further shore. Why don't I, having hoisted it on my head or carrying on my back, go wherever I like? What do you think, monks? Would the man, in doing that, be doing what should be done with the raft? No, Lord. And what should the man do in order to be doing what should be done with the raft? There is the case where the man, having crossed over, would think, how useful this raft has been to me. For it was in dependence on this raft that, making an effort with my hands and feet, I have crossed over to safety on the further shore. Why don't I, having dragged it on dry land or sinking it in the water, go wherever I like? In doing this, he would be doing what should be done with the raft. Even though you let go of the raft on reaching the shore, you have to keep holding firmly to the raft while making an effort with your hands and feet to reach the shore in the first place. To make a show of your lack of attachment to the raft by dancing around on the top of it is to risk being swept away by the river to the whirlpools downstream. Putting this principle into practice when following the path means two things. 1. Adopting right, i.e., effective, views about truth. 2. Using them properly. In judging whether a view is right or wrong, the Buddha advises assessing it in terms of the consequence of holding on to it. This means judging it by the actions it leads to, and the results of those actions, and specifically how well those actions lead to the end of suffering. MN 126 illustrates this point by comparing the act of adopting wrong views to that of trying to get milk from a cow by twisting its horn, or sesame oil by grinding gravel. To adopt right views, it says, is like trying to get milk from a cow by pulling on its udder, or sesame oil by grinding sesame seeds. In this way, the Buddha recommends looking at truths as instrumental, that is, as means to an end. His position on this point is similar to that of Western pragmatism, which also recommends judging truths in terms of the acts they inspire, and how well those acts lead to your desired goals. However, the Buddha's teaching here differs from that of pragmatism on two important points. The first is that, in some forms of Western pragmatism, a statement can be judged to be true simply on grounds of utility. If adopting it as a view is beneficial as means to a particular end, such as making money or soothing your feelings, then it's true. This, however, leaves room for declaring some useful fictions, views of the world that don't really accord with the way it is, as true as long as they give the desired benefits when put into action. An example would be a false view of the world, say one in which your actions can have no negative consequences, that you find useful because it's comforting, or that allows you to pursue your aims without qualms about unintended consequences. In Majjhima Nikaya 58, however, the Buddha indicates that some truths are beneficial and some are not, but that all beneficial statements must first be true. In other words, utility alone is not enough to qualify an idea as true. Truth and utility are two separate things. Some statements may be true in the sense of corresponding to reality, but adopting them may not be beneficial for the ending of suffering. At the same time, no statement that doesn't correspond to reality can be regarded as either beneficial or true. What the Pali Canon means by corresponds here can be inferred from the way it deals with offenses in the Vinaya, or disciplinary rules. There we find three ways in which correspondence to reality plays a role in analyzing what is and is not an offense. All three types of correspondence are fairly straightforward and commonsensical, but they prove to have deeper implications for the practice. First, for a perception to be true, it must match the facts. To perceive a human being as a human being, for instance, is a true perception. To perceive that human being as a common animal or a mannequin would be a false perception. For ease of reference, this can be called correspondence of perception. Second, when one makes a statement to others, especially when accusing another monk of an offense, one must accurately cite one's evidence for making the statement. If the statement is based on what one heard someone else report and one says so, that would count as corresponding to the truth. If one says that it was based on what one saw, that would not. This can be called correspondence of citation. Third, when one is accused of an offense, one must give a truthful account of what one actually did. This means being honest not only about one's physical or verbal actions, but also about one's motivation and intentions associated with those actions. This can be called correspondence of narrative. These three types of correspondence also function in the practice of the Dhamma. First, in the practice of mindfulness, one must accurately discern what is happening in the mind. Discerning, for example, a passionate mind state as a passionate mind state, or a pleasant feeling as a pleasant feeling. Second, when making a statement, one safeguards the truth by accurately reporting the evidence or line of thought on which the statement is based, MN 95. For example, if one statement is based on reasoning rather than direct experience, one safeguards the truth by saying so. Even though this second type of correspondence focuses primarily on statements to others, it carries over into matters within the mind. If you are careful about citing the sources of the opinions you express to others, you will also become more sensitive to the sources of your own internal assumptions about the world and the self. This helps you to see how arbitrary many of those assumptions are, which makes it easier to abandon them if they get in the way of the practice. Finally, as the Buddha taught his son, Rahula, Majjhima Nikaya 61. Anyone who hopes to make progress in the path must be truthful in assessing his or her motives when contemplating an action in thought, word, or deed, and in assessing the actual results of one's actions, both while doing them and after they're done. You can't learn to advance your aims, i.e., you can't be a truly effective pragmatist if you don't accurately know what you're doing and the results of what you've done. The second and third types of truth as correspondence, accurately citing the source of your opinions and giving an honest account of your actions, are directly related to each other, in that they focus your attention on your actions, what you did to shape the opinions that you bring to experience, and how you shape your experience in general through your intentions. The ability to be sensitive to these processes as they happen is central to the development of liberating discernment. The importance of all three types of truth as correspondence in the practice is reflected in the Buddha's admonition to his son Rahula. His very first lesson to Rahula was that anyone who feels no shame at telling a deliberate lie is devoid of the goodness of a contemplative, Majjhima Nikaya 61. Elsewhere, the Buddha stated that if you feel no shame at telling a deliberate lie, there is no evil that you will not do. In this way, the Buddha's standard of truth was not purely pragmatic. Right view, to be genuinely right, has to be pragmatic and correspond to the way things are. The second point of difference between the Buddha's attitude toward truth and that of Western pragmatism is that many forms of pragmatism lack any objective standards for judging what works, when put into practice, in attaining a desired goal. All too often, a pragmatic argument for a particular truth is, "It's good enough for me," and that ends the discussion. There are no objective standards for judging what's a worthwhile goal or how well a truth has to work in order to be good enough. The Buddha, however, offered an objective standard for judging appropriate goals and the extent to which views work as means toward those goals. He began by noting that all action aims at happiness and well-being. The best goal would thus be a happiness that cannot change into suffering. The fact that such a happiness exists is the teaching of the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. This is the Buddha's absolute standard for judging goals. Any lesser happiness in accordance with the attainment of this fact, i.e., a happiness that doesn't require actions that would get in the way of realizing its goal, might qualify as a worthwhile proximate goal, but it should be recognized as just that, proximate and not ultimate. Any happiness whose attainment would stand in the way of attaining the fact of the third noble truth would not be a worthwhile goal at all. This may be one of the reasons why the Buddha declared unbinding, the cessation of suffering, as the highest noble truth, not only because it is undeceptive, but also because it provides the objective standard for judging the efficacy of all other truths. With regard to the right use of truths, the Buddha first points out three misuses of right view. The first is to draw improper inferences, or to fail to draw the proper inferences from it, in 224. Unfortunately, the Buddha doesn't give detailed criteria for what he means here, and we have to read widely in the canon to observe which sorts of inferences he and his noble disciples actually draw from the basic teachings and which sorts they reject. The second misuse of right view is to develop pride around the fact of adopting it, as if that in and of itself made you a better person than others, Sin 4:5. The third misuse of right view is to employ it simply for the purpose of winning debates. This is a point, however, that carries several nuances. The canon is filled with warnings against debating for the sake of debate. This is the context for the Atthakavaga's criticism of those who argue for their idiosyncratic truths, Sin 4:5, Sin 4:8. But the canon also lists legitimate purposes for debate, such as establishing what is actually Dhamma and what is not. and 140-141, defending the Dhamma against false accusations and misrepresentations, and 10-93-94, and helping well-meaning but confused people to clarify their views, MN 56. This means that debates are not necessarily a bad thing, and that the purpose of engaging in debate is what determines whether doing so is a valid use of right view. The primary intended purpose of right view is to be used as a guide in developing all the right factors of the path, from right view itself through right concentration, Majjhima Nikaya 117. As Samyutta Nikaya 2239 shows, doing this in accordance with the Dhamma leads to dispassion for all things. In practice, this means that the factors of the path are used to develop dispassion first for anything that deviates from the path, and then for themselves, so that the mind can attain total release. The way they do this can be seen in a number of passages, treating the issue of how right view is used in developing dispassion specifically for views. In An 10-93, Anathapindika visits a gathering of sectarians who ask him the views of the Buddha and his arahant disciples. Anathapindika, who had already reached the first level of awakening, makes an interesting reply. He doesn't know the full extent of the Buddha's views. This, of course, relates to the fact that a fully awakened person has gone beyond views. The sectarians then ask Anathapindika about his own views, and in response he first asks to hear theirs. It turns out that they all hold positions on the hot debate topics of the day, such as the extent of the cosmos or the existence or non-existence of the soul. Anathapindika criticizes their views, but instead of challenging the content of their positions, he focuses on the act of creating and holding to a position. In each case, he says, regardless of the content of the position, it comes from conditions that are inconstant and stressful. By holding to such views, the sectarians are all holding on to stress. The sectarians then ask Anathapindika his view, and he replies, "Whatever has been brought into being is fabricated, willed, dependently co-arisen. That is inconstant. Whatever is inconstant is stress. Whatever is stress is not me, is not what I am, is not myself. This is the sort of view I have." On hearing this, the sectarians try to turn Anathapindika's argument against him, saying that in holding to his view, he too is holding on to stress. He counters, however, by saying that in looking at views in this way, he is also able to discern the escape from that stress. His argument leaves the sectarians at a loss for words, and so he returns to the Buddha, who commends him for refuting the sectarians in this way. This passage shows that right view contains the seeds for its own transcendence, because it focuses not so much on the world outside, but on the processes with which the mind creates its sense of the world. In doing so, it also draws attention to the processes of clinging in the mind and judges them to be not self, that is, not worth holding on to. This is how right view develops dispassion for all processes, including ultimately any clinging to itself or to any of the other factors of the path. This point is further explained in many other discourses, but three in particular stand out. In DN1, the Buddha traces a variety of views, including 4 types of agnosticism, to sensory contact, and from there he follows the process of holding to views on to its consequences, through feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, and ultimately stress. In Samyutta Nikaya 22-81, he analyzes the processes by which the mind creates and holds to another variety of views, again including agnosticism, tracing them in the other direction, back to their causes, from fabrication through craving, feeling, and ultimately to contact with ignorance. In a sutta in the Atthakavagga, Sin 411, He treats quarrels over views as part of a cluster of such qualities as selfishness, conceit, and pride, and again traces the entire cluster back to its causes. Through things that are loved, desire, the distinction between appealing and unappealing contact, and ultimately to perceptions. Despite the different details in how these suttas trace the processes surrounding the act of holding to views, in all of them the strategy is the same. To see that views come from processes that include intentional actions, or karma, such as fabrication, craving, and desire. This is why the teaching on karma is such an important tool in the strategy of right views. For without seeing the choices involved in intentional acts, one might assume that there was no choice but to follow in one's old ways. These intentional acts, in turn, are shown to exist in a web of dependencies that are fragile, unreliable, and unsafe, in that holding to them one opens oneself to suffering. This strategy of looking at the processes surrounding the act of creating and holding to views is where adherence to the second and third types of truth is correspondence, sensitivity to the source of one's views, and sensitivity to one's actions and their results, bears full fruit. Without having developed sensitivity to these types of truth on the blatant level, it would be impossible to undertake this subtler stage in dismantling attachment to views. The ultimate result, as Sutta Nipata 411 concludes, is to see that genuine safety can be found only in going beyond dependencies of every sort. And only when the mind realizes this can it be in a position to abandon all passion for fabricating those actions and dependencies any further. When the mind stops fabricating them, they cease. As Majjhima Nikaya 118 and Digha Nikaya 1 add, when this cessation is followed by full relinquishment of even the discernment that led to cessation, the mind is fully released. In the words of Digha Nikaya 1, this monks the Tathagata discerns, and he discerns that these standpoints, thus seized, thus grasped at, lead to such and such a destination, to such and such a state in the world beyond, and he discerns what is higher than this. And yet discerning that, he does not grasp at that act of discerning, and as he is not grasping at it, unbinding Nibbudi is experienced right within, knowing as they have come to be, the origination, ending, allure, and drawbacks of feelings, along with the emancipation from feelings, the Tathagata, monks, through lack of clinging sustenance, is released. However, without that discernment and the strategies needed to give rise to it, even the Buddha's release wouldn't have happened. This is why, even though a fully awakened person has gone beyond attachment to views, he or she recognizes that the truths of right view are essential guides to those strategies. As a result, when teaching others, such people continue to teach the truths of right view so that their listeners, in holding to them, can master those strategies too. And it's important that they hold to these truths consistently, for only then will those strategies be able to do their work in an all-around way. But because those strategies are means to an end, the Buddha was careful to leave behind a number of paradoxical teachings about truths and views as a warning not to fall into the simple-minded trap of taking views as ends in themselves. Thinking, for instance, that the purpose of the path is to arrive at right view, and to realize instead that there will come a point in the practice where even ideas of true and false must be put aside. So the more fully we appreciate the Buddha's paradoxes on truths and views, the more fully we'll be able to benefit from the consequences of adopting right view and putting into practice the truths that he taught.
Helpful nature and thrice-born king, Garfield. Thrice-born. All the way to the west.
Buddha's answer: why we keep repeating suffering. In a striking piece of poetry, Sen 4:15, the Buddha once described the sense of samvega, terror or dismay, that inspired him to look for an end to suffering. I will tell of how I experienced samvega, seeing people floundering like fish in small puddles, competing with one another. As I saw this, fear came into me. The world was entirely without substance. All the directions were knocked out of line. Wanting a haven for myself, I saw nothing. That wasn't laid claim to, seeing nothing in the end. But competition, I felt discontent. Rather than trying to solve the problem by looking for a larger puddle for himself or his fellow fish, he looked inside to see why people would want to be fish in the first place. What he found was an arrow embedded in his own heart. And then I saw an arrow here, so very hard to see, embedded in the heart. Overcome by this arrow, you run in all directions, but simply on pulling it out. You don't run, you don't sink. The arrows of thinking. This arrow has many names in the Pali Canon, the oldest extant record of the Buddha's teachings, and one of them is papanka. Papanka is a type of thinking that causes conflict within those who think it and leads them into conflict with people outside. As a word, papancha is notoriously hard to translate. As one scholar has noted, the word changed meanings frequently over the centuries among Indian Buddhists, the only constant being that it was always regarded as something negative. Scholars trying to decipher what it means specifically in the Pali Canon have proposed deriving a translation from the verbal root from which the word is derived, only to run into the problem that there is no obvious root that everyone can agree on. Some have proposed that papanka derives from the root pad, or foot, and so should mean something like impediment. Some have proposed that papanka is related to the root pack, meaning to cook, and so means something cooked up, imaginary, and sarcastic. Others have suggested that it comes from the root panch, or five, and so is a reference to the fiving tendency in some of the Upanishads, which see the world as evolving through a process of multiplying through categories of five. Still others, noting that the root panch can also mean spreading or expansion, have suggested that papanka should mean conceptual proliferation. It's through this last interpretation that the word papanka has entered the vocabulary of modern meditation circles to refer to the times when meditators suddenly find themselves overrun by thoughts running riot, coming thick and fast, out of control. Although some of these interpretations fit in with the way papancha was used in other texts in later centuries, none of them correspond to the way in which the Buddha actually uses the word in the Pali Canon. He doesn't describe papancha as an impediment to progress. He discusses it instead as a source of conflict and pain, Majjhima Nikaya 18, Digha Nikaya 21. Nor does he describe papanka as sarcastic. As for fiving, the Upanishads employ many other numbers in addition to five to describe their various theories for the evolution of the world, and the Buddha himself makes frequent use of lists of fives, so there's nothing inherently non-Buddhist or wrong with fiving. And the problem with papanka is not so much the amount or abundance of the thinking, as the type of mental labels, categories, and perceptions it employs. This is a point that the Buddha makes over and over again. The categories and perceptions of papanka are what cause conflict, Majjhima Nikaya 18, Digha Nikaya 21. So rather than trying to understand the word papanka through etymology, it seems more useful to understand it through the types of mental labels that distinguish it from thinking in general. And on this point, the Pali Canon is very clear. The Buddha points out in Sutta Nipata 4:14, the poem that the compilers of the canon placed immediately before his explanation of his Samvega, quoted above, that the root of the classifications of Papanka is the perception, I am the thinker. In other words, Papanka begins when your thinking takes you, the thinker, as its object. And as we will see, this object requires other objects in order to survive. This is why objectification seems to be the best translation for the word. It's from treating yourself and the world around you as objects, rather than as events or processes, that the perceptions causing inner and outer conflict derive. The canon contains several lists of these perceptions, and in every case states that they ensnare the mind in conflict and difficulty. For instance, Anguttara Nikaya 4, 199 lists 18 craving verbalizations that derive from this perception, verbalizations by which craving ensnares the mind. There being I am, there comes to be I am here, there comes to be I am like this, I am otherwise, I am bad, I am good, I might be here, I might be like this, I might be otherwise, may I be here, may I be like this, may I be otherwise, I will be here, I will be like this, I will be otherwise. Majjhima Nikaya 2 lists 16 questions that grow out of the thought, I am. Was I in the past? Was I not in the past? What was I in the past? How was I in the past? Having been what? What was I in the past? Shall I be in the future? Shall I not be in the future? What shall I be in the future? How shall I be in the future? Having been what? What shall I be in the future? Am I? Am I not? What am I? How am I? Where has this being come from? Where is it bound? Majjhima Nikaya 2 goes on to list 6 views that spring from these questions and fetter the mind. The view I have a self arises in him as true and established, or the view I have no self, or the view it is precisely by means of self that I perceive self, or the view it is precisely by means of self that I perceive not self, or the view it is precisely by means of not self that I perceive self arises in him as true and established, or else he has a view like this. This very self of mine, the knower that is sensitive here and there to the ripening of good and bad actions, is the self of mine that is constant, everlasting, eternal, not subject to change, and will endure as long as eternity. These ways of thinking all qualify as objectification because they derive their categories, self, not self, existence / non-existence, here, there, from the mental label, I am. The fact that the issues surrounding this mental label can multiply so quickly and spread so far gives some credence to the idea that Papanka is proliferation. However, liberating insights can proliferate as well, as when an insight into one of the causes of suffering leads quickly to insights into other causes of suffering. So the question is, what is it about the thought I am, or I am the thinker, that leads to ways of thinking that cause inner and outer conflict? The answer lies in the Buddha's explanation of what it means to be a being. The act of taking on the identity of a being is primarily a mental act. In other words, it's because you have passion, desire, delight, or craving for something that you identify with it. In identifying with it, you become tied there. That's what makes you a being. Your choice of what to desire defines the type of being you are. This process happens both on the macro level, in the events leading from death to rebirth, and also on the micro level as one sense of identity is shed for another on a moment-to-moment basis in the mind. For instance, before you left your last body, you identified yourself as the thinker that craved continued existence. With the demise of that body, the craving born of the root of objectification labels led to your present birth. Your continued craving to stay here is what maintains your present identity. On the micro level, you identify in your search for pleasure with the desires for specific pleasures, as well as with the areas of your awareness that you can control. I am this, in the search for those pleasures. The act of assuming an identity on either level requires looking for food, both physical and mental. For if you don't find food for that identity, you can't maintain it. In fact, the need to subsist on food is the one thing that characterizes all beings. This fact is so central to the Buddha's teachings that it's the first item in the catechism memorized by novice monks and nuns. It's also the fact that shows why the mental labels of objectification lead to conflict. As a being looking for food, you need a world to provide you with that food. Without a world to provide you with food, your identity as a being couldn't last. From this observation about what it means to be a being, the Buddhist notion of becoming, a sense of identity in a particular world of experience, derives. Your sense of who you are has to inhabit a world that can provide for the desires around which you're defined. This applies both on the external, physical level and on the internal, psychological level. This is why the views and questions of objectification cover not only who you are, but also where you are, where you've come from, and where you're going. Externally, as a human being with human desires, you inhabit the same physical world, the same puddle, as other human beings. When you think in terms of objectification and look for food in the human puddle, you inevitably run into conflict with other beings inhabiting the same puddle looking for the same sort of food. Thinking in terms of the categories of objectification spawns the desires that see your sources of food within that puddle as dear, and anyone who blocks those sources as not dear. From this distinction come envy and stinginess, hostility, violence, rivalry, and ill will. These attitudes, in turn, lead to the violence of taking up rods and bladed weapons, of arguments, quarrels, disputes, accusations, divisive tale-bearing, and false speech. As for the internal conflict caused by objectification, when you focus on a particular desire, only certain parts of the external world are relevant. Your psychological world is configured around whatever will fulfill your desire, along with whatever gets in the way of that fulfillment. When you want some ice cream, you're interested only in where you can find ice cream and whatever might get in the way of your eating it. Everything else is either passively ignored or actively blocked out. Your corresponding sense of self is defined by its ability or inability to overcome obstacles and fulfill your desire in the world as you define it. For instance, if you want some ice cream, your body and your financial status are relevant. Your looks, unless you plan to use them in getting a cheaper price for the ice cream, are not. This is why we can live in the same world physically with other people, but entirely different worlds psychologically. It's also why we can change our inner sense of who we are and where we are from moment to moment. If there were a world that could provide all beings with all the food they want, objectification might not be much of a problem. But our desires are so insatiable that, as the Buddha said, even if it rained gold coins, it wouldn't be enough to fulfill our desires. This is why the conflict between the fish in the Buddha's analogy can never be resolved by finding larger puddles, for no puddle could provide all the water we want. As a result, objectification inevitably leads to external conflict. Internal conflict also inevitably follows from the thought that I am the thinker, because when you define yourself, you limit yourself. This may seem counterintuitive, for part of your sense of who you are revolves around the abilities you develop to get past the limitations standing in the way of getting what you want. But in doing so, you ignore the limitations that come from feeling the need to have desires. To begin with, You limit yourself to the condition of having to keep finding food. That enslaves you to the conditions surrounding the type of food you want. If you want physical food, you have to submit to all the conditions required for finding physical food and fighting off anyone who might want the same food. You have to identify with a physical body that has physical limitations. Even if you aim for more rarefied forms of food, such as the pleasure and rapture that can come from refined states of concentration, you run into the fact that concentration is conditioned and inevitably ends. If these were the only forms of happiness available, and if we couldn't help but take on the identity of being in order to find happiness, we'd simply have to put up with these conflicts and to keep on fighting as best we can. But the Buddha discovered another form of happiness, nibbana, that can be experienced when the experience of the six senses stops. This happiness doesn't require taking on an identity, is not subject to conditions, is totally free from hunger, and so is free from conflict. It's so unobjectified that you shouldn't even ask whether anything is left over or not, or both or neither, once it has been attained. Anguttara Nikaya 4, 173. For the very concepts of left over or not left over derive from the thought, I am the thinker who would or would not be, or have anything left over with the attainment. The person who attains nibbana no longer has passion, desire, delight, or craving for anything, and so cannot be defined even as a person or a being. SN 2236. This is why the Buddha said that arahants after death can't be described as existing, not existing, both or neither, for whatever can't be defined can't properly be classified in those terms. SN 2286. However, the unobjectified dimension can be described as the ultimate happiness, DHP 203. In other words, not only is it totally free of suffering and stress, but after the experience of it, you can also come back to the world of the six senses and talk about it. That's the dimension in which all conflict ends. Obviously, touching that dimension requires that you abandon objectification, and in particular the forms of objectification that would stand in the way of following the path to the end of objectification. For instance, if you define yourself as bad, there's no way you can help yourself out of the predicament of your suffering. You would need outside help to overcome your inherent badness. If, to avoid that problem, you choose to define yourself as inherently good, you also run into a problem. If you're inherently good, how did that goodness allow you to succumb to pressures to behave in unskillful ways, leading to suffering? And if inherent goodness is something that can be lost, what's to prevent you from losing it again after you've reclaimed it? So, a necessary skill in the path to true happiness is learning step by step how to think in a way that avoids the categories of objectification. That requires a radical shift from the way people and religions ordinarily think. To begin with, it would mean thinking about experience without an I am imposed on it, without any reference to what objects might lie behind experience, either in the world out there or the experiencer in here. Instead, you would have to look directly at the processes of experience simply as processes, explaining them only in terms of other processes that can be directly experienced. Modern philosophy has a term for thinking in this way: radical phenomenology. The term phenomenology is a little daunting, but you probably had your first taste of what it refers to when you were small. At some time during childhood, you probably stopped to wonder whether your experience of blue is the same as another person's experience of blue. You and other people can point to an object and agree that it's blue, but you can't get into their experience to see if blue looks the same to them as it does to you. Similarly, they can't check your experience of blue to compare it with theirs, and neither of you can get outside your experience to see what the blue object really looks like. You simply have to accept your sense of blue as the phenomenon it is, and leave it at that. That's phenomenology. In formal terms, it's the analysis of how experience is directly experienced as phenomena, without getting involved with the questions of whether there is a world out there or a self in here lying behind those phenomena. It looks at experience from the inside, while making the fewest possible assumptions about what lies outside or behind it. This sort of analysis would be something of an idle issue. How you experience blue is rarely a problem, if it were not for the fact that pain and suffering are also phenomena, and definitely are a problem. And it's right here that the Buddha focused his attention. He discovered that if you adopt the phenomenological approach to the problem of suffering, you can bring suffering to an end. This is where his teaching differs from modern phenomenology. He doesn't adopt this perspective simply for the sake of analyzing or describing the experience of phenomena. He puts this perspective to use, manipulating factors directly present to experience to provide a total cure for the primary problem of direct experience: suffering and stress. The Buddha had two names for the type of thinking that adopts this non-objectified perspective. One is dependent co-arising, paticca samuppada, a sequence of factors, all of which can be directly experienced, leading to the experience of suffering. The nature of this sequence is that the factors themselves can be used to turn the sequence into the path to the end of suffering, at which point they all disband. The causal principle that underlies both sides of the process, the causation of suffering and the cessation of suffering, the Buddha called that conditionality, idappaccayata. This name focuses on the fact that all the conditions in the process are events that are directly apparent to awareness as this or that. You don't have to explain the causal sequence by assuming anything lying behind what can be directly experienced, either a world out there or a self in here. Everything in the sequence can be explained and manipulated by what's right there in the sequence. To adopt this sort of perspective, though, the mind needs to be prepared. That's why the Buddha didn't teach dependent co-arising to rank beginners on the path. Instead, he first taught them how to use the categories of objectification in a skillful way that would prepare them for the stage when they no longer needed to think in those terms. In other words, objectification is not always a negative thing. Although it inevitably leads to some level of conflict, that conflict is sometimes strategically necessary as you practice for the end of suffering. On the outside level, there are bound to be people who will try to prevent you from following the path. You need a strong sense of yourself to maintain a sense of purpose in the face of whatever obstacles they may place in your way. Similarly, on the inside level, some forms of objectification are helpful as skillful urges do battle with unskillful urges in the mind. To begin with, healthy objectification can help fight off any emotions that threaten to pull you off the path. If you feel discouraged in your practice, you can use the thought of what you are and what you're capable of doing to give yourself encouragement. Other people can gain awakening, then why not me? In 159. If you feel tempted to abandon the path, you can use the thought of what you are and what you will become if you go back to your old ways, or worse, to remind yourself of the sufferings you'll face if you give up. You can also use the thought of what you are to remind you of the love and concern for yourself that inspired you to practice in the first place, in 340. The Buddha also recommends using objectification to become what he calls a person with a sense of yourself, attenyu. The ability to gauge how far you've come in developing qualities needed on the path, such as conviction, virtue, learning, generosity, discernment, and quick-wittedness, so that you can build on your strengths and focus your energies on the areas where you're still lacking, and 764. However, the type of objectification that the Buddha most frequently advises as a part of the path is derived from the teaching on rebirth. If you adopt rebirth and the power of actions to influence rebirth as a working hypothesis, it gives you a useful perspective on the choices you are always making. As you think about the possibilities of where you may have been as you've gone through life after life of stress and suffering, and of how much suffering you'll face if you don't take on the path of skillful action leading to release, you're much more likely to embark on the skillful path and to stick with it. MN 60. Also, reflecting on the universality of long-term suffering helps to induce the level of samvega needed to give intensity to your practice. And 557. There is even a discourse where the Buddha uses this sort of reflection to bring 30 monks to full awakening, reminding them that in their many previous births as common animals and human beings caught breaking the law, they have lost more blood from having their heads cut off than there is water in all the oceans. SN 1513. This was an effective use of objectification to get the monks to see the drawbacks of objectification so that they would abandon the objectification that would lead to further rebirth. In most cases, though, the Buddha recommended using objectification primarily in the early stages of the path, and to develop types of thinking that avoid the categories of objectification on a higher stage of the practice. This pattern follows the Buddha's own practice on the night of his awakening. The first knowledge he gained that night was an answer to questions of objectification. Was he in the past? What was he in the past? Where had he come from? Pursuing these questions in the clarity of his concentrated mind, he gained knowledge of his previous births. The second knowledge he gained that night, dealing in terms of beings dying from and being reborn to various worlds throughout the cosmos, was also a form of objectification. However, the third knowledge he gained that night, the knowledge that led to full awakening, abandoned the terms of objectification. This knowledge came to him after he reflected on the enormous sufferings of continual rebirth and redeath that he had seen in his second knowledge, and saw a need to gain escape from them. In the course of looking for that escape, he began to drop the categories of objectification and looked at birth and death simply as processes, without regard to who they were happening to or where. This enabled him to trace the cause of birth and death to events appearing directly to his awareness in the present, SN 1210. That's when he was able to abandon the ignorance underlying those events, and so gain release. Dependent co-arising is a description of the line of thought and investigation the Buddha followed in going from the second to the third knowledge that night. Although even a rudimentary explanation of dependent co-arising would require at least a book, for our purposes here, we can simply look at the list of factors in the sequence. In forward order they are ignorance, fabrication, consciousness, name and form, the six sense media, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, and then all the sufferings that follow on birth, such as aging, death, and grief. What's striking about this sequence is that none of the factors, even in their detailed explanations, SN 12.2, deal in terms of I am, such as my birth or my craving. And the term being doesn't appear until the end of the sequence in the explanation of the factor of birth. This means that the sequence of dependent co-arising is expressed in terms that sidestep the categories of objectification. However, the sequence can be used to explain how those categories arise. As Sin 411 points out, the categories of objectification come from the activity of perception. Extended explanations of dependent co-arising in the canon show that perceptions play a role at 2 points in the sequence, prior to sensory contact in the factor of fabrication, SN 12.2, and after sensory contact, following on feeling, MN 18. If these perceptions are conditioned by ignorance, they can be primed to read a sense of I am the thinker into sensory contact even before that contact happens. and they can feed on whatever feeling that contact gives rise to engender the views and verbalizations that cause the categories of objectification to ensnare them even further. It's because of these feedback loops, where one factor conditions a factor that in turn conditions it, that dependent co-arising needs no outside help to keep on going indefinitely. The factors are mutually sustaining. However, this fact can also be used to independent co-arising from within. If the ignorance underlying dependent co-arising is replaced with knowledge of dependent co-arising itself, its factors turn into factors of the path. The acts of attention and intention, which come under name and form, can be used to direct perceptions away from objectification. And in this way, the sequence that ordinarily leads to becoming and suffering breaks down. The sense of being a being is abandoned, and a sense of the world is no longer needed to provide food. Ultimately, even the processes of dependent co-arising and this conditionality have to be abandoned. After all, they aren't the goal itself. They simply form a path to a goal. Total freedom from objectification comes only when all processes come to an end. MN 18. But learning how to think in terms of processes is the most effective way to reach that unobjectified freedom. Because the habits of objectification are deeply ingrained in everyday thinking, the act of learning how to think in terms of processes goes against the grain. We're so used to taking on the role of beings and looking for food that it's hard to break out of the pattern. This is why people ever since the time of the Buddha have tried to fit dependent co-arising into the classifications of objectification. To allow this, though, would have made the teaching of dependent co-arising ineffective, so the Buddha consistently fought off any attempts to place dependent co-arising into the context of those classifications while he was alive. One discourse, SN 1212, tells of a monk who wanted to read an agent into the sequence, asking for each factor of the sequence, who is doing this? For example, when the Buddha said that feeling leads to craving, the monk asked, who craves? The Buddha responded that he hadn't said, craves, and so the question, who craves, is invalid. The appropriate question is, from what as a requisite condition comes craving? The answer is feeling, and so on down the line. Another discourse, SN 1235, tells of a monk who wanted to pursue the question of whether there was someone to whom the factors of sequence were happening. He asked, for example, which is the craving, Lord, and whose is the craving? Again, the Buddha said that the question was invalid, but then he went further, saying that this question was another way of asking a question that he consistently put aside. Is the soul the same as the body, or is the soul one thing and the body another? In other words, is there something that possesses the body, or the craving, or any other of the factors, or is there not? These sorts of questions, the Buddha said, would make it impossible to practice the holy life. He didn't explain why, but the reason is fairly clear. By trying to look behind the sequence and to engage in questions using the categories of objectification, you're not looking right at the factors of the sequence. You're trying to peek around them. Only by looking directly at those factors and by engaging in them directly can you put an end to them and bring about the end of suffering. The attempts to read the categories of objectification into dependent co-arising didn't stop after the Buddha passed away. In the ensuing centuries, many Buddhist philosophers got into a long-standing debate over the time frame in which the factors happen. Do they all happen in an instant? Are they spread over time in a single lifetime? Or are they spread over more than one lifetime? To ask these questions, though, is to try to place the sequence of dependent co-arising into the framework of the worlds into which beings are born. The sequence itself, however, makes no reference to time frame, and so could be applied to any time frame. In fact, it explains how time frames are created as categories of thought and how to gain freedom from the constraints of time and other dimensions of the world. ITI 63. Similarly, when the idea took hold that the Buddha's teaching on not self was actually a teaching on no self, that there is no self, dependent co-arising was pressed into service as a way of explaining how experience can happen in the absence of a self. This too, however, was an imposition of the categories of objectification on dependent co-arising. As MN2 points out, the belief, I have no self, is just as much a fetter as the belief, I have a self. Both beliefs qualify as forms of objectification because they answer questions that derive from the categories of objectification. Am I? Am I not? Only if you abandon these issues entirely and focus instead directly on the factors of dependent co-arising as they are immediately apparent can you avoid the inner and outer conflicts that come with objectification. The tendency to read the categories of objectification into dependent co-arising continues to the present day. Modern-day materialists, who reject the idea that there is a self or soul in the body and prefer to explain mental events as mere side effects of biochemical processes, interpret dependent co-arising with its lack of reference to a self as compatible with their ideas. This, however, ignores the huge gulf that separates the factors of dependent co-arising from those of a materialist view of the world. To begin with, the materialist view deals in the categories of objectification. It identifies a person as a being existing in a particular world. It takes the physical world out there as real and regards the processes of the body that can be measured by people or instruments out there as the real causes for what is directly experienced to awareness. As for events as they are directly experienced to awareness, the materialist view relegates them to a purely subjective realm in which the idea of causation from within awareness is regarded as purely illusory. You may think that you're choosing one course of action over another, for instance, but the choice was actually determined by the chemistry in your body. What you actually are is limited to what people outside, along with their instruments, can measure. In terms of an old debate from the Buddha's time, materialism maintains that the soul is the same thing as the body. When the body dies, that's it. What this means is that, unlike phenomenology, which looks at experience from the inside, materialism looks at it from the outside and holds as real only the aspects of consciousness that can be explained from the outside. This puts materialists in a peculiar position. On the one hand, because they hold that consciousness is simply the byproduct of chemical processes, they call into question the idea that consciousness can have an accurate view of the world outside, for, after all, how can the occurrence of a chemical process guarantee that it conveys true knowledge of anything? Yet, on the other hand, they claim that their knowledge of those chemical processes is a proven fact. Where does this knowledge come from, if not from the world outside their consciousness? And when they convey this knowledge to us in their writings, what has it come through if not through their consciousness, whose reality and ability to know they have called into question? Dependent co-arising, however, takes a very different approach. Instead of taking a stand on whether the soul is the same as the body or different from the body, it explains experience in terms of processes right here. For instance, it sees the experience of the world out there, which the Buddha equates with the processes of the six sense spheres, SN 3582, as the result of mental processes such as ignorance and fabrication as they are immediately experienced. And as for the experience of the material body, dependent co-arising shows how that too depends on mental processes. Even the birth of this body, it describes in non-objectified form, not as requiring a soul independent of the body, but as the result of acts of craving and clinging, which feed acts of consciousness at the same time they feed off acts of consciousness as they pass from the experience of one life right here in consciousness to the experience of the next life, SN 44-9, also right here. In other words, from the point of view of dependent co-arising, consciousness is not merely the result of physical processes. It's what allows the experience of physical processes to occur. At the same time, the craving and clinging dependent on acts of consciousness are what allow for acts of consciousness to experience those processes in a new body after an old body dies. What's more, dependent co-arising focuses primary attention on a problem that cannot be detected by people or instruments out there, namely, the problem of suffering. No one outside can detect your mental pain. They may know that certain physical processes are accompanied by pain, but only if you report the pain to them. The actual pain is a phenomenological issue. At the same time, dependent co-arising treats suffering as a problem that can be cured in a phenomenological way, not through the manipulation of biochemical processes, which can't be directly experienced. You can't detect from the inside which chemicals are combining in your brain, but through mental factors such as intention, attention, and perception, which can be directly detected or, as the Buddha says in MN 18, delineated as steps in a process. This is a fact of great consequence. The main problem of experience, the suffering that comes from craving, clinging, becoming, and birth into one confining puddle after another, is caused by factors directly present to experience, and can also be solved by factors directly present to experience, without having to look outside of direct experience to material or non-material causes hidden behind it. This is why the best-known anthology of the Buddha's poetry, the Dhammapada, begins with these lines: phenomena are, preceded by the heart, ruled by the heart, made of the heart. It's right at the heart, right at awareness, where the causes and solutions to the arrow of suffering can be found. An important part of the solution is to recognize that the categories and perceptions of objectification are a major cause of suffering in causing internal and external conflict. Although these categories and perceptions may have their uses, they ultimately have to be dropped, and the best way to drop them is to view them from a perspective that can watch them in action, as processes, without adopting them. To view them in this way gives rise to dispassion for them, and through dispassion, they end. That's the role played by dependent co-arising. Its perspective forces a radical reorientation of how to look at experience, a lesson that was hard to learn in the Buddha's day, and is still hard to learn today. But the benefits that can come from learning it, in a way that brings total freedom from suffering, more than repay any difficulties involved. Who are you? Vertical bar. Why Buddha stayed silent. A deeper insight. Today's podcast we'd like to talk more about why the Buddha refused to get involved in the issue of whether there is or is not a self. The first point is that the Buddha's teaching was strategic, aimed at leading to a specific goal, total freedom in the minds of his listeners. The second point is that, as part of this larger strategy, the Buddha had strategic reasons for putting questions of the existence or non-existence of the self aside. Part of his teaching strategy was to divide questions into 4 types, based on how they should be best approached for the purpose of putting an end to suffering and stress. Anguttara Nikaya in 42. The first type includes those that deserve a categorical answer. In other words, a straight yes or no, this or that, with no exceptions. The second type includes questions that deserve an analytical answer, in which the Buddha would reanalyze the question before answering it. The third type includes questions that deserve a counter-question. In other words, he would question the questioner before answering the original question. And the fourth type includes questions that deserve to be put aside as useless or even harmful in the quest to put an end to suffering. And as I said, the questions, is there a self? Is there no self? Are ones he put aside. Here's the passage where he explains why. Then Vachagata, the wanderer, went to the Blessed One and, on arrival, exchanged courteous greetings with him. After an exchange of friendly greetings and courtesies, he sat down to one side. As he was sitting there, he asked the Blessed One, "Now then, Master Gotama, is there a self?" When this was said, the Blessed One was silent. "Then is there no self?" The second time, the Blessed One was silent. Then Vachagata the wanderer got up from his seat and left. Then not long after Vachagata the wanderer had left, Venerable Ananda said to the Blessed One, "Why, Lord, did the Blessed One not answer when asked a question by Vachagata the wanderer?" And here's the Buddha's response. "Ananda, if I, being asked by Vachagata the wanderer, if there is a self, were to answer that there is a self, that would be conforming with those Brahmins and contemplatives who are exponents of eternalism, the view that there is an eternal, unchanging soul. If I, being asked by Vachagata the wanderer, if there is no self, were to answer that there is no self, that would be conforming with those Brahmins and contemplatives who are exponents of annihilationism, the view that death is the annihilation of the self. If I, being asked by Vachagata the wanderer, if there is a self, were to answer that there is a self, would that be in keeping with the arising of knowledge that all phenomena are not self?" And Venerable Ananda said, "No, Lord." Then the Buddha said, "And if I, being asked by Vachagata the wanderer, if there is no self, were to answer that there is no self, the bewildered Vachagata would become even more bewildered. Does the self that I used to have now not exist?" Samyutta Nikaya 44.10. Most popular misinterpretations of Buddha's not-self teaching. Notice that only one of the Buddha's reasons for putting these questions aside concerns the person asking them. Vachagata would be bewildered by the answer. The other three reasons state that any answer to these questions would either side with wrong views or would get in the way of an insight that, as we will see, is an important step at an advanced stage of the path. Also notice that the Buddha is not giving an analytical answer to either of Vachagata's questions, nor is he giving a counter question such as, "What kind of self do you mean?" This rules out the idea that the not-self teaching is aimed at negating specific ideas of self. In other words, that the answer would depend on what you mean by self. However, most popular misinterpretations of the not-self teaching give just this kind of answer to these questions. In other words, it depends on what kind of self we're talking about. Certain types of self exist, whereas other types don't. What this means is that these misinterpretations say that the Buddha didn't answer Vachagata's categorical question because it required an analytical answer. But as we have seen, the Buddha knew how to give analytical answers to categorical questions whenever he needed to, and he had his reasons for putting these questions on the existence or non-existence of the self aside. But because these popular misinterpretations are so pervasive, it's important that we look at them in some detail to see why they are misinterpretations, how they misunderstand the Buddha's approach and place obstacles in the path. Otherwise, it's all too easy for us to fall into these misunderstandings ourselves. First misunderstanding. One misinterpretation is that the Buddha's not-self teaching is aimed specifically at negating the view of self proposed in the Brahmanical Upanishads, that the self is permanent, cosmic, and identical with God. But the Buddha is not negating the fact that we each have an individual self. In other words, he's saying, yes, you have an individual self, but no, you don't have a cosmic God self. The second misinterpretation is the exact opposite. The Buddha is negating the idea that you have a small, separate self, but he's affirming the existence of a large, interconnected, cosmic self. In other words, he's saying, yes, you do have a connected self, but no, you don't have a separate self. The third misinterpretation. Similar to the first, but it introduces the idea that a self, to be a true self, has to be permanent. According to this interpretation, the Buddha is affirming that the 5 aggregates are what you are, but these 5 aggregates don't really qualify to be called a self because they aren't permanent. They're just processes. In other words, no, you don't have a self, but yes, you're a bunch of processes. The aggregates are what you are. None of these interpretations fit in with the Buddha's actual teachings or his actual approach to the question of whether there is or is not a self. They misrepresent the Buddha both for formal reasons, the fact that they give an analytical answer to a question the Buddha put aside, and for reasons of content. They don't fit in with what the Buddha actually had to say on the topic of self and not self. For example, with the first misinterpretation that the Buddha is denying the cosmic self found in the Upanishads. It turns out that the Upanishads contain many different views of the self, and the Buddha himself gives an analysis of those different kinds. Digha Nikaya 15. He finds 4 main varieties. One is that the self has a form and is finite. For example, that your self is your conscious body and will end when the body dies. The second type is that the self has a form and is infinite. For example, the view that the self is equal to the cosmos. The third type is that the self is formless and finite. This is similar to the Christian idea of the soul. It doesn't have a shape, and its range is limited. The fourth view is that the self is formless and infinite. For example, the belief that the self is the infinite spirit or energy that animates the cosmos. The Buddha says that each of these 4 varieties of self-theory comes in 3 different modes as to when and how the self is that way. One is that the self already is that way. Another is that the self naturally changes to be that way. For example, when you fall asleep or when you die. The third is that the self is changeable through the will. In other words, through meditation and other practices, you can change the nature of yourself. For example, from being finite to being infinite. Multiply the 4 varieties of self by their 3 modes, and you have 12 types of theories about the self. All of these theories the Buddha rejects. He doesn't agree with any of them because they all involve clinging, which is something you have to comprehend and let go. This means that his not-self teaching is not just negating specific types of self, such as a cosmic self, a permanent self, or an ordinary individual self. It negates every imaginable way of defining the self. As for the second misinterpretation, that the Buddha is actually affirming the cosmic or interconnected self, the evidence I've already given you shows that that cannot be the case. There is also a passage in the canon where he says specifically that the idea of a cosmic self is especially foolish. Majjhima Nikaya MN 22, Alagadupama Sutta, the water snake simile. His argument is this: if there is a self, there must be what belongs to a self. If your self is cosmic, then the whole cosmos must belong to you. But does it? No. Does it lie under your control? No. Therefore, it doesn't deserve to be called yours. As for the third misinterpretation, that the five aggregates aren't a self because they aren't permanent, but nevertheless the five aggregates are what you are. The Buddha says repeatedly that it's not fitting to identify the aggregates as what I am. Majjhima Nikaya 109, Mahapunama Sutta, the Great Full Moon Night. As we will see later, he explains the five aggregates as the raw material from which you create your sense of self, but that it's not skillful to think that they constitute what you are. Why Buddha stayed silent, a deeper insight. Another problem with this misinterpretation is that it opens the Buddha to charges of lying in the many passages where he does refer to the self in a positive way, as when he says that the self is its own mainstay. If there really is no self at all, why does he talk about it as if it exists? To get around this problem, the interpretation introduces the distinction between two levels of truth, conventional and ultimate. Thus it says, when the Buddha is talking about self, he's doing so only in a conventional way. On the ultimate level, no self exists. The problem with this distinction is that the Buddha himself never uses it. It was introduced into the tradition at a much later date. And if it were so central to understanding his teachings, you'd think that he would have mentioned it. But he didn't. There's also the problem that if the aggregates were what you are, then, because nibbana is the ending of the aggregates, that would mean that when you attain nibbana, you would be annihilated. The Buddha, however, denied that nibbana was annihilation. At the same time, what good would be the end of suffering if it meant total annihilation? Only people who hate themselves or hate all experience would go for it. And as for the idea that only a permanent identity deserves to be called a self, it's not the case that the Buddha would tell you to create a sense of self around the experience of something unchanging or permanent. As we will see, at an advanced level of the practice, he tells you to develop the perception of not self, even for the phenomenon of the deathless, which is something that doesn't change. Majjhima Nikaya 117, Mahakatarisaka Sutta, the Great 40. The problem with the act of self-identification is not just that it's mistakenly focused on impermanent objects when it should be focused on permanent objects. It ultimately shouldn't be focused on anything at all because it always involves clinging, regardless of what it's focused on, and clinging involves suffering and stress. The whole point of the Buddha's teaching is to put an end to suffering and stress. So when the Buddha refused to answer Vacchagotta's questions, it wasn't because he had an analytical answer in mind that he couldn't explain to Vacchagotta, but would perhaps explain to others. It was because, in order to avoid getting involved with issues that get in the way of putting an end to suffering, these questions deserve to be put aside no matter who asks them. In fact, there's another sutta passage that makes precisely this point. No matter who you are, if you try to answer the question, do I exist? Or do I not exist? Or what am I? You get entangled in views like, I have a self, or I have no self, which the Buddha calls a thicket of views, a wilderness of views. The image is clear. If you're entangled in a thicket or a wilderness, you've wandered far from the path and will have trouble getting back on course. All of these ways of defining the self, the Buddha says, cause suffering. The main point to take from all of this is that the Buddha is not interested in defining what you are or what your self is. He's a lot more compassionate than that, He wants you to see how you define your own sense of self. After all, you're not responsible for how he might define yourself, and his definition of yourself is not really your problem. But you are responsible for the way you define yourself, and that very much is your problem. When you define yourself through ignorance, you suffer, and you often cause the people around you to suffer as well. As a first step in putting an end to this suffering, you have to bring awareness to the process by which you create your sense of self so that you can clearly see what you're doing and why it's causing that suffering. This is why the Buddha aims at getting you to understand that process in line with his two categorical teachings. He wants you to see how your act of self-definition fits within the Four Noble Truths, and to see when it's skillful and when it's not, so that you can use this knowledge to put an end to suffering. When it's skillful, you use it. When it's not, you regard it as not self, so that you can stop clinging to it and can put it aside. It's possible to create a huge variety of selves. As the Buddha once said, the mind can take on more shapes than all the species of animals in the world. Samyutta Nikaya 22.100, Gadula Sutta, the leash. Think of what that means. All the whales and insects and everything in between. Your selves are even more variegated than that. If you watch your sense of self during the day, you'll see that it continually changes its shape, like an amoeba. Sometimes it looks like a dog, sometimes a person, sometimes a heavenly being, sometimes a shapeless blob. However, all of these ways of creating a self can be analyzed down to the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, fabrication, and consciousness. The Buddha doesn't say that these aggregates are what your self is. They're simply the raw materials from which you create your sense of self. As he notes, you can create 4 different kinds of self out of each of these aggregates. Take the form of the body as an example. 1. You can equate the aggregate with yourself. For example, you can say that your body is yourself. 2. You can also say that yourself possesses that aggregate. For example, that you have a self that possesses a body. 3. You could also have the idea that yourself is inside that aggregate. For example, that you have a self inside the body. A few years back, I got into a discussion with my older brother about how we had visualized the soul back when we were children. We both imagined that it was something inside the body, but we had different ideas about what it looked like. Mine was less imaginative, because the English word soul sounds like sole, the bottom of your shoe. I thought my soul looked like a glowing piece of leather in a dark space. However, my brother was more imaginative. His soul looked like a rusty can with an iron rod stuck in it. Where he got that image, I have no idea. At any rate, those are examples of a self conceived of as being inside the body. The third way you could define a soul around the aggregate of form. 4. The fourth way that you can create a sense of self around an aggregate is to say that the aggregate lies inside yourself. For example, you have a cosmic self that encompasses your body, that is larger than your body, and your body moves around within that vast self. All of these ways of defining the self, the Buddha says, cause suffering. This is why he advises you ultimately to put them all aside. But some of them do have their uses on the path, which is why he has you develop them in a skillful way before you drop them. So instead of getting into a discussion as to which type of self is your true self, or your ultimate self, or your conventional self, the Buddha is more interested in showing you how your sense of self is an action. The adjectives he uses to describe actions are not ultimate or conventional. They're skillful and unskillful. These are the terms in which he wants you to understand yourselves. Are they skillful? Are they not? And because skill can be understood only through mastery, the Buddha wants you to master these actions in practice. As it turns out, Each of the aggregates is also an action. Samyutta Nikaya 22.79, Kajaniya Sutta, chewed up. When you take on the idea of form in the mind, there is actually a decision in the mind to take on that form. That decision is an action. Feeling is also an action. Perception is an action. Fabrication is an action, as is consciousness. If you cling to any of these activities, that too is an action. The act of taking delight in repeating that activity again and again. There are 3 reasons why it's useful to analyze your ways of creating a self in this fashion. First, it shows that regardless of how you identify yourself, it always involves clinging. Wherever there's clinging, there's also suffering and stress. This is why the ordinary way of creating a sense of self falls under the first noble truth. If the object you're clinging to changes, you suffer from its change. Even if it changes for the better, you realize that its nature is not permanent. Therefore, it cannot be trusted. Even if you cling to the idea of something permanent, the idea is itself impermanent, as is the clinging to the idea. When you see the activity of creating a self in this way, it gives rise to a sense of disenchantment and dispassion, 2 emotions that can lead to release. That's the first reason why it is useful to think of the self as activity in this way. When you see it as an activity, it's easier to apply the perception of not self to it so that you can end the suffering that comes from clinging to it. The second reason for analyzing your ways of creating a self is that, as the Buddha once said, however you define yourself, you limit yourself. Samyutta Nikaya S-Sen 22, Bhikkhu Sutta, the monk. For example, if you have the idea that you're intrinsically bad by nature, something that's intrinsically bad can't make itself good. You would need an outside power to help you. This would discourage you from practicing. If you have the idea that you're intrinsically good by nature, you would need to explain how something intrinsically good could suffer or could cause suffering. Also, if it could lose its original pure nature, then once you make it pure again, what would keep it from losing its pure nature again? There's also the practical concern that if you believe you're intrinsically good, it gives rise to complacency. You believe that any intuition that rises up from a quiet mind is trustworthy. In this way, your idea of an intrinsically good self obscures your defilements. This is the opposite of what we sometimes hear, that our defilements obscure our intrinsically good nature. But if you believe your nature is intrinsically good, then when defilements arise in the quiet mind and you identify them as the wisdom of your innate nature manifesting itself, your belief in your intrinsic goodness has blinded you to what's actually going on. Also, there are times in the meditation when the mind comes to a great state of emptiness, space, light, and peace. If you're looking for an innately pure and good Buddha nature, you could easily decide that that's your Buddha nature. However, the Buddha advises that even a great state like that should be analyzed to see where there is still some inconstancy and stress. In other words, to see that state of concentration as the result of actions and not as an innate state. Otherwise, again, you get complacent. And as the Buddha said, complacency is the opposite of the source of goodness. The source of goodness or skill is heedfulness. You also place limitations on yourself if you hold to the idea that you have no self. How could you function? How could you insist that people treat you fairly? What motivation would you have to avoid unskillful actions and to develop the skills of the path? Even the idea of a cosmic self has its limitations. It prevents you from seeing how you're actually functioning in the world and how you're creating suffering through your I-making and my-making in the present moment. It also provides you with excuses for your unskillful feelings. Whatever arises in the mind is simply the cosmos acting through you, and you take no personal responsibility for it. I once heard of a woman on a retreat who discovered a strong desire for a man sitting in front of her, so strong that she couldn't stay in the same room. So she went back to meditate in her dormitory room, and there she had a realization that this was not just her own desire, but it was the force of cosmic desire manifesting through her, and that she should just allow it to happen. When you believe something like that, it's impossible to practice. As long as you don't see that these things have their causes in your individual mind, you'll never be able to put an end to them. Every way of defining yourself also places a limitation on yourself in the sense that your definition of who you are and what belongs to you is going to conflict with somebody else's definition of who you are and what belongs to you. The Buddha has a special term for the type of thinking that starts with the thought of self-identification. I am the thinker. He calls it papanka, or objectification, and says that it lies at the basis of all conflict. When you start thinking in these terms, your thoughts turn around and bite you. So these are different ways in which defining what you are can give rise to limitations. When you learn how to drop these unskillful ways of creating a self, or even the idea that you have no self, you can free yourself from these limitations. Finally, there's a third benefit that comes from looking at the creation of a self as an action. You're free to create different senses of self that you can use as tools. You use them when they're needed, and you can put them down when they're not. And in fact, this is the Buddha's strategy. This is how we create a path to the end of suffering. We use conditioned things to reach the unconditioned. If you couldn't do that, you wouldn't be able to reach the unconditioned, because the unconditioned is not something that can be used. All you have to work with is conditioned phenomena. The way you use conditioned phenomena is by learning how to master them as skills. In other words, you turn these 5 aggregates into a path. You can think of the aggregates as bricks that you've been carrying in a sack over your shoulder, weighing you down. But instead of carrying them, you now put them down on the ground and make them into a... For example, when you're in a state of concentration, the concentration is actually composed of the 5 aggregates. Form is your sense of the body as experienced from within, which includes the breath. Feeling is the sense of pleasure or discomfort that can come with the breath. Perception is your mental image or label of breath that helps you to stick with the breath and to perceive the breath energy in different parts of the body. The Buddha once said that all states of concentration, except for the very highest, depend on perception because you have to keep a perception of the object in mind in order to stay with the object. As for fabrications, they include sentences in your mind that talk about the breath or the body, evaluating and adjusting the breath, evaluating how well your concentration is going. And finally, consciousness is your awareness of all of these other aggregate activities. When brought together into a state of concentration in this way, the 5 aggregates form a path. As you master this skill, you get to see how you create your sense of self around these aggregates, as the agent doing the concentration practice, and as the person enjoying its benefits. This is why the ability to create a set of skillful selves falls under the 4th noble truth. This ability allows you to see the process of I-making and my-making in action. It allows you to understand the powers and limitations of intentional action in leading to true happiness. This understanding is what leads to freedom. So learn to use these aggregates and the sense of self you build around them as tools leading to freedom instead of as burdens weighing you down. Story: The Once and Future King. There's a story that illustrates this principle in T.H. White's retelling of the King Arthur legend, The Once and Future King. In this version of the story, when Arthur is a young boy, Merlin, the magician, turns him into different kinds of animals to teach him the lessons that can be learned from animals. In the final transformation, young Arthur is turned into a badger and goes down to visit an old badger in his burrow. It turns out that the old badger is like an Oxford Don, with many papers spilling out of desks and shelves filling his burrow. He's written a thesis about why man has dominion over the animals, and he reads his thesis to Arthur. His explanation is much like the creation story in the Bible, except that when God creates all the animals, he doesn't create them in different forms. He creates them all as identical embryos. Once they are created, he lines them up and announces that he's going to give them a boon. He'll allow them to change the shape of their bodies in any way they want in order to survive better in the world. For example, they can change their mouths into offensive weapons or their arms into wings. However, there's one condition. Once they change their form, they have to stick with it. So, he said, step up and choose your tools. The different animals thought over their choices and one by one made their requests. The badgers, being very practical, asked to change their hands into garden forks, their teeth into razors, and their skin into shields. Some of the animals made choices that were very bizarre. For example, a toad who was going to live in the Australian desert asked to swap its entire body for blotting paper to soak up the water from the seasonal rains and store it for the rest of the year. At the end of the 6th day, there remained only one animal who had not changed its body parts for tools. That was man. So God asked man, "Well, our little man, you have thought over your choice for 2 days now. Obviously, you have made a wise choice. What is it?" And the little man said, "If it pleases you, I don't want to change any parts of my body for tools. I simply ask for the ability to make tools. For example, if I want to swim, I will make a boat. If I want to fly, I will make a flying boat." God was pleased. He said, "Well done. You have guessed our riddle. I will put you in charge of all of the other animals. They have limited themselves, but you have not limited yourself. You will always have many potentials." When you understand both self and not self as activities in this way, if we take away the theological elements of this story, we can draw a useful lesson from it about our ideas of self. If we create a fixed view of who or what we are, we limit ourselves. We keep on creating suffering and stress. But if we see that we can create many senses of self and can learn to use them as tools, we'll be in charge of our happiness. We can use these tools to bring suffering and stress to an end. As with any tools, we have to learn how to use them well. And part of using them well is learning how and when to put them down. Otherwise, they get in the way of what we're trying to do. If we carry them around all the time, they weigh us down for no purpose at all. This is where the teaching on not self comes in. It, too, is an activity, a strategic activity, that has to be mastered as a skill. Knowing how to put down a particular sense of self when it's no longer skillful, and ultimately when yourselves have taken you as far as they can, knowing how to let go of them all. When you understand both self and not self as activities in this way, it's easy to see how the Buddha's teachings on this topic are answers to his basic question for fostering discernment. What, when I do it, will lead to long-term welfare and happiness? When, through practice, you've learned how to use perceptions of self and not self in a skillful way, you'll know for yourself that these skills are a very effective answer to that question. So that's the message for today's podcast episode.
Right, they're trying to get me like that too. Because I know what I'm doing. Pretty fucking much. Fucking day 2. Day 3 kind of. Day 3, huh? And I'm sore. I just need to get out there, don't I? Garfield, fucking Garfield. $10.55 in that clock, Garfield. $11.54 on that one. Garfield. I thought. No. No. Is that what you guys feel like? It's not leaving the house all day? Kind of, huh? That's what these guys feel. That I'm subconsciously sacrificing my weights and not being hard ass on enough. The animal spirits mostly, yeah. That's what I meant. Human beings, I could care less than cops, man. Because they're like, no, that's mine. No, that's my dance. No, that's my style. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Where'd you get it from? Birds of Paradise or something like that, right? I think those dinosaurs were doing back in the day. Humans. I knew that too. My whole life now I'm trying to get there, and the enemy is defeating me every step of the way. I'll be asleep. If I was training like that, and like that, and like that too, I'd be like that, and like that, and like that. See, I kind of know that. No matter how much I eat. Level 2, Garfield. Where do you want to go? See, I knew this shit was a thing, kind of. Has yawn.
In an interesting article by Russell Hunt entitled Hesiod, a Satirist, A claim is being made that Hesiod's works and days is a clear example of irony, often gone unnoticed, or what Gregory Nagy regards as an archaic tradition of blame and praise poetry. Blame poetry typically creates a dichotomy of two persons who undergo some form of strife.
guy just means staying like that. Somebody's been away from. I'm chasing down the street, or down a mountain, or up a mountain, maybe. We're gonna have some water. Don't worry about muscling. Evading them, yeah, for now. Here, it's not going to be much longer. I can't. You feel that mountain going? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. What do you got me up there? And I don't know something. Hey, Garfield. They built me like this on purpose. Why? So I could fucking get it any other day. But can I? Haven't yet, ever. Got my fucking ass beat, really. Have I got hit? Yeah. Did it hurt? Yeah. $11.22 in that clock, Garfield. Can my dad hit like that? No. Have you went to Central Ticket recently? Yeah. Almost pretty much. You really want to test like that? No. Why? Because I need my fucking skull. Well, it can, though. It can. So what they want to do, they want to get me in there. When they pull me out of there, which they do know about, right? Protein as fuck too. I know I need it. How you doing, Grapes? Well, like a chapter? We're doing a chapter. You see him out there doing this right now? Who's doing this right now to me? Right now. Stand over there doing this thing, trying to make my cat move like this. Who can do that to me? And why? I know why now. They've been doing it my whole fucking life, turns out. Every fucking thing I've been doing. Why? So they collect me later. And I was fucking pissed. Because I woke up without never being really that bad. And I had reasons for doing everything I fucking did pretty damn fucking much. And I said it then, I'm saying it now. Why? Because they filled me up with it. Justifications for everything they did. To me, which was so much worse. Yeah, it is. And you guys destroyed it. Yeah. Existence. More just me. No, you just ruined your whole world with that fucking trick. The cat thing. Why? You will find out. Hold on, Garfield. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food? Probably not, right? Probably not, but maybe. And look at that. It's set up 2.5. Garfield, let's go lie down for a little while. I need a nap. Because I'm pissing myself off. In a way. This motherfucker wants me, man. What's he saying now? Oh. Yeah, wow. Like, no, fuck that, dude. It's like that, huh? 1240, Garfield.
Let
Holy shit, right? Garfield the cat. Or Big George now. The Cheshire Cat, Bell. I know that I have already.
Welcome to Esoteric Guardian. Today, we delve into the dark and enigmatic symbolism of Alice in Wonderland, a work that, far from being a mere children's tale, is imbued with hidden messages, esoteric references, and allegories that have fascinated and unsettled generations. Published in 1865 and written by Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, better known by his pen name Lewis Carroll, this story has been interpreted in multiple ways over time. Behind the apparent innocence of its pages, we find traces of secret societies, initiation rituals, references to altered states of consciousness, and deep, unsettling philosophical and occult concepts. Could it be that Lewis Carroll encoded messages that only a select few can decipher? Is this merely a fantasy, or are we looking at a work filled with esoteric symbolism, even used in processes of mind control and psychological manipulation? Alice Pleasance Little is not just a fictional character. Before becoming the girl who chased a white rabbit into an absurd world, she was a real child, flesh and blood, and the muse of Lewis Carroll. What few know is that the relationship between the author and his inspiration has been shrouded in a veil of mystery, controversy, and secrets that to this day send shivers down the spine. Carroll met Alice when she was just 4 years old. Immediately, the child became his obsession. For years, he spent countless hours with her and her sisters, inventing stories and games that would later give birth of Alice in Wonderland. But behind the apparent innocence, there are unsettling details that have led many to question the true nature of their relationship. The writer had a peculiar passion: photography. In the Victorian era, photography was a relatively new art, and Carroll explored it fervently, but with a recurring and disturbing theme. Young girls in poses that, seen through today's eyes, are deeply unsettling. It is known that he took multiple portraits of girls in settings that we could call suggestive, which I cannot explicitly name because YouTube would demonetize the video, all under the pretext of capturing the purity of childhood. Even in his time, these images caused discomfort. Many were deliberately destroyed, and others disappeared without a trace. What remains is enough for some historians and critics to suspect that Carroll crossed lines that were only beginning to be questioned in his era. But the most disturbing part is what we will never know. In 1863, suddenly and without explanation, the Liddell family cut all ties with Carroll. From one day to the next, his presence in Alice's life ended completely. What happened? No one knows for sure. Crucial pages of his diary were torn out and never recovered. Theories about this abrupt break vary, but they all point to a sinister possibility. Some believe that Carroll may have asked for Alice's hand in marriage when she was only 11 years old, something that, while strange, was not entirely unthinkable in the Victorian era. Others suggest that the Liddell family discovered something far more disturbing, something so dark that they decided to erase the evidence and banish his memory. What remains is an unsettling void, an absence of answers that only fuels the worst suspicions. Was Lewis Carroll simply an innocent man with an unusual fixation on childhood? Or was it something far more sinister, hidden beneath the disguise of a fairy tale? Hey you, the photographer. How long is your editing process? Go to imagineai.com and cut your workflow by 96%. Can you imagine spending all that extra time for yourself? Calling and editing is now simpler than ever. Go to imagineai.com and own your time. Want to turn hair loss into hair gains? With Hims, discover a range of prescription treatments, like the quick-drying 4-in-1 spray, formulated with finasteride and minoxidil, so you can regrow hair in just 3 to 6 months at hims.com. The story begins with Alice, a girl trapped in the monotony of her world. While her sister reads a book without illustrations, she feels restless, as if her mind is destined for something greater. Her dissatisfaction is the first indication that she is awakening from the dream of common reality. It is no coincidence that she is a child, for in esoteric tradition, the child represents the initiate, one who has not yet been fully conditioned by the structures of society. Then, the white rabbit appears. Dressed in a vest and holding a pocket watch, he mutters, "Oh dear, I shall be late." Without hesitation, Alice follows him. This is the breaking point from the ordinary world, the threshold that separates everyday reality from the realm of mystery. In esoteric terms, the white rabbit plays the role of the psychopomp, the initiatory guide who leads the soul through spiritual transition. He is the equivalent of Hermes Trismegistus in Hermetic tradition, Virgil in Dante's Divine Comedy, or Anubis in Egyptian mythology. But the white rabbit is also a slave to time. He is obsessed with the hour, urgency, and the fear of being late. Here, another occult concept emerges: time as a prison. In alchemy and Hermeticism, linear time is considered an illusion imposed upon human consciousness. Following the white rabbit is akin to entering this cycle of worry, clocks, and anxiety, an endless chase where time rules over existence. Alice falls down the rabbit hole, but her fall is not merely physical, it is symbolic. In all esoteric traditions, the initiate must descend into the underworld before they can be reborn. In the mysteries of Eleusis, neophytes spent days in complete darkness before receiving revelation. In alchemy, Nigredo is the stage of the decomposition of matter before its transmutation into gold. Alice undergoes the same process. She falls, floating past disordered objects as her perception of reality fractures. When she lands, she finds herself in a hallway filled with locked doors. This represents the liminal state in esoteric initiation, the intermediate space where the old world no longer exists, but the new one has yet to be revealed. At the center of the room, she finds a golden key and a bottle labeled "Drink Me." Here, another alchemical symbol emerges. In ancient transformation rituals, initiates consumed substances to expand their perception. In the Eleusinian mysteries, a sacred drink was consumed. In alchemy, the elixir of immortality was sought. Alice drinks the potion, and her body begins to change size, losing control over her own form. This is the collapse of the ego. In alchemy, transformation begins with the dissolution of the previous identity. In terms of psychological manipulation, this is the moment when the victim experiences a dissociation from reality, making them more vulnerable to reprogramming. Alice passes through the door and enters Wonderland. Here, everything becomes more chaotic and symbolic. Her first significant encounter is with the blue caterpillar, who smokes his pipe and asks her the fundamental question: who are you? In esoteric tradition, the master does not provide answers, but pushes the disciple to find them on their own. The caterpillar represents the initiatory teacher, similar to gurus in Hinduism or mentors in secret societies. But he is also a symbol of transformation. Soon, he will become a butterfly, just as Alice must evolve on her own spiritual journey. From this point onward, Wonderland becomes a labyrinth of trials. Each character Alice meets subjects her to mental challenges, absurd logic games, and contradictions. This mirrors the initiatory rites of esoteric societies, where the initiate is tested in ways that challenge their understanding of reality. In mind, control systems, exposure to contradictory information, is a technique used to fragment the psyche and make it more susceptible to suggestion. One of the most representative encounters in this phase is the tea party with the Mad Hatter and the March Hare. This is not just an eccentric gathering, but a representation of time as a prison. The Mad Hatter is trapped in an eternal loop, forever stuck at tea time because time has stopped for him. This reflects a concept found in Hermeticism and occult philosophy. Time is not linear, but those who fail to understand this become trapped in its endless repetition. In alchemical tradition, mercury is a key element, and the Mad Hatter was inspired by 19th century hat makers who suffered from mercury poisoning, which drove them insane. This is tied to the idea of wisdom taken to the extreme, where deep knowledge can lead to alienation and madness. Another fundamental character in this phase is the Cheshire Cat, who appears and disappears, leaving only his unsettling grin behind. In esotericism, he symbolizes hidden knowledge, something that is never fully revealed, but only understood in fragments. His famous phrase, "We're all mad here," is not just a joke, but an allusion to a Gnostic principle. In a world of illusions, the only truth is madness. Alice begins to realize that the rules of Wonderland are arbitrary, that there is no real order, only chaos disguised as logic. This is the point where the initiation reaches its questioning phase. The initiate starts to see beyond the illusion. However, she is still trapped within the game. She has yet to reach the breaking point where she will confront the ultimate authority of the system. This first half of the story shows her going through ego fragmentation, initiatory confusion, and symbolic trials, but she has not yet reached the great revelation. She has not fully awakened, but she is no longer the Alice who fell down the rabbit hole. Alice has passed through the initial phase of her journey. She has experienced the fragmentation of her identity, the questioning of reality, and the chaos of Wonderland. But her trial is not yet over. Now, she must face the ultimate manifestation of the system, the authoritarian power that governs this absurd reality. Her path leads her to the Queen of Hearts' garden, a place where logic remains a farce. There, she finds the gardeners painting white roses red, because they planted the wrong color and now fear execution. This is a symbol of reality manipulation. Instead of accepting mistakes, they are hidden, masked, and altered to create the illusion of order. It is the reflection of a system where truth does not matter, only the illusion of control. Then, the Queen of Hearts appears, screaming her infamous order, "Off with their heads!" With their heads! The Queen is the symbol of absolute tyranny, of arbitrary power that does not require reason, only fear. In esoteric terms, she represents the demiurge, the entity that in Gnosticism imposes a false reality upon the spirit, condemning it to ignorance. Her reign is based on blind obedience. Her subjects fear her punishments, but they are rarely carried out. She is the embodiment of domination systems that exist only because the dominated believe in them. The Queen's croquet game is a key scene in the second half of the story. It is played with flamingos as mallets and hedgehogs as balls, and the entire system is complete chaos. Nothing functions properly, the rules constantly change, and the outcome depends entirely on the Queen's whims. Carol did not choose these elements randomly. In Victorian society, flamingos were symbols of luxury and false elegance, while hedgehogs represented the common people. The Queen wields flamingos as tools of power, symbolizing the aristocracy, and strikes hedgehogs, who attempt to resist and escape. It is a satirical representation of power dynamics, where the lower classes are used and discarded at the convenience of the elite. But it is also an allegory of illusionary control. The system only works as long as everyone pretends it does. Alice begins to see the fragility of the world around her. Unlike the other characters, she does not fear the Queen, and with each challenge, her confidence grows. This is the final phase of esoteric awakening, where the initiate starts to clearly see the structures of power and their true nature. At last, Alice is taken to trial in a ridiculous court. She is accused of a nonsensical crime, the evidence is absurd, and the rules shift at the Queen's convenience. This scene symbolizes the farce of justice in a world ruled by arbitrary power. The trial is not a mechanism of truth, but a tool of control. The legal system, here presented as a parody, exists only to validate the ruler's power. But something has changed in Alice. She is no longer the confused girl who fell down the rabbit hole. She has gone through the initiatory process. She has seen the chaos of Wonderland. She has understood that the rules are an illusion. And at the crucial moment, she faces the Queen and speaks the words that shatter the spell. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." And with that single phrase, Wonderland collapses. This is the moment of final revelation. In esoteric tradition, the initiate can only complete their transformation when they see beyond the illusion. Alice has realized that the world she has been trapped in is fragile, a construct based on fear and obedience. By defying it, she destroys it. It is the equivalent of Buddhist enlightenment, of Gnostic transcendence. Then, Alice wakes up. She is back in the real world, in the field where it all began. But the most unsettling question remains unanswered. Has she truly awakened? For decades, Alice in Wonderland has been the subject of multiple conspiracy theories suggesting that Lewis Carroll's work is far more than just a children's fantasy story. Some believe it is a coded narrative about mind control and psychological manipulation, while others suggest it represents the effects of psychoactive substances or even serves as a hidden message about secret societies and their operations in the world. Its symbolism is too precise to be mere coincidence, and the connections to occult practices and mind control programs have been studied by researchers of the mysterious for years. One of the most unsettling aspects is the link between Alice in Wonderland and mind control techniques, specifically K-Ultra. This program, developed by the CIA in the 1950s and 1960s, used drugs, hypnosis, disorientation, and trauma to fragment the victim's psyche and create new controlled identities. In the story, Alice undergoes a similar transformation, falling down the rabbit hole, losing control of her size, and facing illogical and absurd situations that challenge her perception of reality. These same methods were used in MK Ultra to induce dissociative states. In programming techniques, victims were subjected to nonsensical phrases and extreme environmental changes to destabilize their identity, exactly what Alice experiences with the Mad Hatter, the March Hare, and the Queen of Hearts. The constant distortion of reality in the story has also led some to suggest that Alice in Wonderland is a disguised narrative of hallucinogenic drug experiences. Carroll wrote the book during a time when drug experimentation was common in intellectual circles, and the references are undeniable. The blue caterpillar smokes a pipe, which is a clear allusion to opium, a widely used drug in Victorian England. Alice changes size after consuming liquids and mushrooms, a representation of altered perception similar to LSD and psilocybin effects. Even falling down the rabbit hole resembles a trance-like state induced by psychedelic substances. It is no coincidence that decades later, the book was embraced by the psychedelic culture of the 1960s as a symbol of the trip into other dimensions of consciousness. Another theory suggests that the story is laden with occult messages and references to secret societies. Carroll had deep knowledge of mathematics and philosophy, but was also fascinated by riddles, inverted logic and symbols, elements fundamental to mystery schools and Freemasonry. Wonderland operates as a world governed by hidden laws, where only those who understand its logic can navigate it. Alice is an initiate, passing through trials similar to the rituals of esoteric societies, where
Nightmare first, and Cronus' high-throned son, who dwells in the ether, set it in the roots of the earth, and it is much better for men. It rouses even the helpless man to work. Hunt suggests that due to his playful irony and evil a great idiot, and in doing so, he likens him to the Silver Age of men. For 100 years, a child was nursed by its mother, playing at home, a big baby. But when finally it grew up and reached adulthood, they lived but a short time full of grief because of their mothers. For they couldn't refrain from reckless violence against each other. Nor were they willing to attend to the gods or to sacrifice on the holy altars of the gods.
See, I know I've gotten shit from outer space that kind of confuse me because the humans down here try to get it from me too. They never get it the right way because they try to go through it like these roundabout fucking bullshit ways because they think they know more about everything, but they really don't. They don't like them at all. So all the information they have is bogus bullshit because it has them as the middle of it, but they fucking should know better. Wanna wait, Garfield? Outer space? I mean, yeah, a couple of. Except most of them are not, huh?
On the holy altars of the gods, as is the proper rule for human beings according to their customs. To be a great baby can also be translated as a great idiot.
Orange, yeah, blue.
Punch. As you can see, a great idiot is one who mindlessly engages in violence and is unwilling to sacrifice to the gods. This is a person who is engaged in hubris. The contrary form of strife,
The calcium amount.
is what is expressed by Hesed towards his brother, which is akin to justice or decay, since sacrificing to the, quote, holy altar of the gods is proper for humans. However, Hesed's criticisms and judgments are not limited to his brother. We also find that Hesed is addressing the kings. Hesed employs here a fable of the hawk and the nightingale, and Hunt sees the nightingale as Hesed himself, with the hawk as the kings whose talents are crooked, just like their judgments. At the end of the fable, the hawk
It's still a D for now, unless it gets like a really big hole in the clouds. Then that'll be fun, but I want him to stay there.
Wishes to struggle against the stronger. He is deprived of victory, and along with his shame, also
I
suffers.
like blue.
According to Hunt, we are seeing Hesed describing in this fable an instance of how not to be in the world. And on the contrary, being in the world involves sacrificing to the gods.
Clouds are blue to me.
It is there that we become kinsmen with the gods, through the establishment of, quote, the mutuality of being. We will elaborate on the necessity
In a way, they
sacrifice
can look
in the
orange
next
though
video.
sometimes, so it depends.
Because the fable of the hawk and nightingale is referred to as an
Orange.
ainos, relating to the word aineo, which is to praise, and ainitomai, which is to speak
They
in
also look
riddles.
orange and pink
Gregory
and
Nagel
red
suggests
sometimes,
that this
depending on
ainos
what.
of the birds is meant for praising of the kings. But Hunt reminds us that the kings are only, quote, deserving of praise if they understand, phroneo, and presumably act
Gray,
on the
pretty
message.
much white.
Bad strife, then, representing a form of hubris, good strife can come about. On a similar level, Hesed's good strife arises due to the bad strife of his brother, Perseus. Therefore, there is independence between these two strifes. It is interesting to note the silence of both Perseus and the kings. We are not presented here with a dialogue, and in fact, if this was indeed wisdom literature, we would traditionally be presented with a dialogue between teacher and pupil, sage and king, father and son, or in some Near Eastern cases, the transference of knowledge from father to daughter. But as Clay notes, quote, ultimately, Hesed's dramatic monologue is aimed beyond Perseus and the kings, at us, his audience, both as recipients and as witnesses. This is a satire to which we're allowed to react. The role Hesed is in that, that of the Iron or aggrieved moralist also
That's
typically
interesting.
expresses
No, that's
a certain
interesting.
traditional or provincial ethic, something perhaps akin to a hard-working, humble, ascetic farmer. Hesed says, quote, fools, nor do they know how much better the half is than the whole, or how much good there is in living off mallow and asphodel. Again, Hesed is being ironic. However, even though Russell Hunt is absolutely correct in his perceiving a satirical tone to the works and days, it is important to note the multifaceted workings of Hesed, for there is no doubt that the Theogony and the works and days are complementary works. And although there exists a tension between them, the texts are in constant communication. Hunt sees Hesed as assuming the role of an Iron in this satire, which allows him to assume the guise of a country bumpkin or a rustic simpleton. Hunt sees in the previous lines that the role of the, quote, Iron adopts a rustic's manner to serve his own ends, to seem a straightforward moralizer when he is in fact a sophisticated manipulator of others. Of course, traditional moralizing may be sincere. It is at least potentially ironic, however, and becomes ironic when it is undercut by self-serving ends or hypocrisy. The good that Hesed expresses in, quote, living off mallow and asphodel is of course ironical. After all, a book on garden lore explains that, quote, the asphodel was planted on graves because Homer had associated it with the underworld. Quote, past the gates of the sun and the home of dreams they went, and came swiftly to the fields of asphodel. The commonest asphodel in Greece is the microcarpus, with pinkish gray flowers. Its regal spears suggested to poets the regiments of ghosts marching on the shores of Acheron.
No one
I mean, it's not instant. Everyone gets like
but
this.
Amazon actually has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every single month. And here's how you can get a cut of it. My
And they
name
try to
is
interfere,
Charlotte Nicholson, and
'cause it
we
wasn't
help
instant.
everyday
They're
people
like, oh, you're
grow
not
their
instantly
income
like
with this
that.
one simple
Oh, he's
method.
better. I've seen that
And
one
we're pretty
before.
darn good at it. Our company, Publishing.com, was named the 19th fastest growing company in America. And the only reason we're so successful is because of the success that we created for others. And I'll tell you why our method works so much better than anything else you might have tried. It's because starting a business is not the best way for regular people to make more money. And that's what everyone gets wrong. Starting and running a business is hard. It's expensive, it takes a long time, and it requires skills and experience that most people don't. Instead, we help you plug into Amazon and the $500 million a year business they've already built. Now, the way we do it is completely different from anything you've seen before. We don't show you how to buy and sell physical products on Amazon like everybody else. The way we plug into Amazon is through this app on our phone called which most people don't know is one of Amazon's apps. And using this app, I showed my mom how to get
They could have.
from Amazon every month.
I was going through my whole
This didn't make
entire.
her rich, so if that's what you're looking for, this isn't
I guess
for you.
subconscious.
But if you want an
Or
extra
pretty
income
much.
stream on top of what you're currently making that pays you every month like clockwork, that
In
can
dumb
help
fucking
you with.
ways.
So if you want to see how we do it, my husband Christian, who discovered this method,
Alone?
just
I didn't
finished
kill
making the
Johnson.
best video training he's ever made, walking you through step by step exactly how to set up this Audible app strategy for yourself. And the best part is, it's 100% free. There's absolutely no risk in clicking on this video and seeing for yourself how this is working for so many people. So just hit the button on your screen, put in your email, and you'll have instant access to this free training, which reveals everything. Steven here says, I'm so glad I didn't skip that YouTube ad because my last check from Audible was life-changing. And here's what others have to say about it. This past month, I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000 in revenue this month.
I've been able to go from 0 to 22K.
We all read it says.
And of course, these completely changed my
Well,
life.
that's not gospel, man.
Just on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year. There's no other job that pays.
The gospel
that
says.
line.
So, to get free
Hey, quit! What? Do I remind you of the
And I'm like, yeah, I have.
mom?
I'm gonna kill him.
Come to Jesus Christ. On all of it.
Oh my God,
I'm just
everybody
loyal
look.
to the religion that started.
I live in a world where everyone has superpowers. Everyone except me.
Well, yeah, even though you look sometimes, right?
Excuse me.
They all think this. Look.
Jennifer, I've been in love with her since the first grade. She's so beautiful. The last chance to
Bro,
see
we
what I
gotta
feel.
stop that shit. Your messes on purpose, dude. You do them on purpose, and I
Do
fucking
you
know
have a
you.
crush on me? Aren't you a level 1?
Yeah.
No, I do not make a mess on fucking purpose. See, Mike,
Do
you
you
make
even have
fucking
an
messes
ability
around here.
or a mansion? Who are you
We've
even?
been in the same class since first grade.
Well then, let me spell it out for you. N-O.
Hey, I'm tired of being a pushover. Hopefully with this, I can change things. Aliens burned the world, killed my family, and all I got was this stupid book. A book that's impossible to open. Still, my parents must have left it to me for a reason. It's my one shot at answers. Okay, so far no reaction. I don't know why I keep trying. Damn it. It's like my parents wanted to taunt me with an ability book from beyond the grave. They could have at least left instructions. What the hell is happening?
Congratulations. You have been granted the vampire system.
Huh?
Upload complete.
What happened? The book. It's gone. Think, Quinn. Try to remember what happened. Menu.
Main menu.
Who said that? What is all this? This thing. It's controlled by my thoughts. A skills tab? It's like one of those little gaming systems. Did this come from a book?
Ability books can be absorbed for additional XP.
So my parents did leave me an ability book. But I don't feel any different. It just seems like an old gaming interface. Okay, if you're a computer, do you have any information about my parents?
Systems are often disregarded as simple computers, but with the right user, they can become quite powerful once leveled up.
Cool. I'll play your game. So how do I level up?
Drink 2 liters of water.
2 liters for 5 XP. That's it? I can definitely do that. My stomach feels like it's gonna burst.
Challenge complete. 5 experience points awarded.
At least I know the system works now. Hopefully, if I keep doing quests, I'll level up and get stronger.
Quintalin,
Hello?
we've been waiting outside 5 minutes already.
What?
Don't play dumb with me. It's draft day, boy. Time for you to head to military school.
That's right. How could I forget? The war with the Dalki wiped out most of the population. Now, like every student age 16, I'm required to attend military school for 2 years. No one expects the peace deal with the Dalki to last. Neither do I. It's so bright. What's happening to me?
You okay, son? You're not gonna try to run, are you?
Your stats are being reduced to 50% during exposure. Please seek immediate shelter from direct sunlight.
I'm weaker in sunlight now? What kind of drawback is this?
Keep it moving, recruit.
Sorry.
You are no longer in direct sunlight. Stats have returned to normal.
What a relief. That was torture. When is the show arriving?
ETA 11 minutes. And keep it quiet.
Keyword, direct sunlight. Another quest. At least this one's easy.
I wonder what the military academy is going to be like.
Yeah, me too.
Quiet.
Whatever it's like, it's probably better than school.
Warning. A foreign substance has been detected. Activating oxygen reserves.
What?
Your resistance to the substance has increased. Approximately 30 seconds of consciousness remaining.
Oh, private soul.
What the hell?
Rise and shine, mates! You spend the next 2 years of your miserable lives here, so you better get used to it. Place on your wrist.
I knew the military was sitting on some experimental tech, but I had no idea it was anything like this.
Daily rations, and other privileges. Once you've been tested, it will show a number representing your corresponding power level. Power levels range from 1 to 8.
Man, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Huh? The harder you tug, the tighter it gets. You ever see someone on the street without a hand? That's the price for running.
Thanks.
Once you've been tested, it will be displayed as a number representing your corresponding power level. Power levels range from 1 to 8.
I think I could get at least a 5. What? I heard no one's ever gotten higher than a 5 on first sense. Well, except originals. You know, people who don't need ability books for their powers. Perform that way.
Yeah, I know what originals are.
Okay, hotshot. I'm just making conversation.
I know. I'm sorry.
So, name, ability, favorite color.
Next group, Quintalin.
Hey,
Peter Chuck.
hey, knock it off.
Gordon Blade.
Rough hands, bro. Ever tried lotion?
Layla Monroe. And Aaron Healy.
Finally,
You five will be today's final group. Good luck.
So, Clint, right? Name's Warden. What's his angle? Why is someone that looks like him being so nice to me?
Use of foreign ability detected.
What did you say your ability was?
Ability attempt blocked.
Ability block?
Warning. You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 50%.
First on cell warning?
Second ability attempt blocked.
Don't touch me. Look, I'm pretty strong, so if anybody messes with you, I'll just put them in their place. Yeah. Warden. What's up? Warden. Nice to meet you. Warden. Warden. Very nice to meet you. Warden. Nice to meet you. He's just friendly with everyone. How would I look as nervous as him? I definitely look more nervous than her. Hold on. What's inside? Ow! Ow! Oh, what gives?
Line up! Side by side. My name is Jane, and I will be in charge of testing today. Once you have finished your trials, I will be adjusting your wrist devices to match your decided ability levels. But before we get started, we have a couple things to take care of. Peter Chuck, step forward.
I bet he's in trouble. Why? For not having an ability. Now I understand why he was so nervous. It's your ability. They're pretty common, but yeah, you want it? Knock yourself out.
Unable to learn ability. Would you like to convert the ability book into 10 experience points?
Wait, this system prevents me from studying ability books? Cheers. I can't accept it.
They just give these to us to keep us indebted to them anyway.
Quinn Talon.
Their records show I don't have an ability. But do I have an ability? Whatever this system is, my parents kept it secret for a reason.
Standard issue of birth abilities.
Okay.
Pardon?
I don't want it.
Would you excuse me for one moment? Talon Quinn will take the book. How do you wish to proceed?
No abilities, no parents, no connection to purity. Let's see how he does without the help of military assistance, shall we?
Understood, sir. My apologies. Please, I'll make further instruction.
Phew. That was a close one.
All right, testing will begin in groups of 2. First up, Erin Healy and Layla Monroe.
You look good. Send that pretty little face over your eyes. She has ice abilities. She could freeze me anytime. That doesn't matter to you.
Stop touching people without their permission.
Yeah, guessing people you have permission. Hey, that's what you sound like.
If you are not Erin or Layla, please move away from the immediate area. I'll try to demonstrate. It won't be a competition. We do this in twos to save time. It literally is not a competition. Please, stand back to back.
It's a beast weapon.
Oh, me. You know, I kind of had her pegged as a terrorist. Outside the military, the only other people who use them is a terrorist group called Pure. They want to rid the world of ability users.
Beast weapons are made from crystal hearts of powerful alien beasts. Even if she's not a member of Pure, it's hard to imagine someone so young might have been to other planets.
This test will measure your combat prowess. Use whatever tools you have available to decimate the targets. 3, 2, 1, start.
What'd she do?
She's telekinetic.
Telekinesis is normally considered weak, but maybe when paired with a beast weapon, any power can be strong.
This next test will gauge endurance. We call it the blade test. Try to avoid getting struck. Please? You scared? No. Don't worry, they're just simple holograms. 3, 2, 1.
They're moving so fast. Is it possible to dodge them? Guess they weren't holograms after all.
Time. I have made my decision. Layla Monroe, you have been awarded the rank of a level 2 ability user.
Respectable score for a first try.
Level 2? Congrats on your win, princess.
Again, not a contest. Aaron Healy, you've been awarded the rank of a level 5 ability user. Only the 3rd person in history to do so on their first test. Congratulations.
5. That's it?
Oh, I guess neither of them are happy with their scores.
Next two up, Vorden Blade,
You ready to watch the little things out of the way?
There's no way he's that strong.
Quintalon,
What? No, you can't test me. I don't have an ability.
and yet you refuse the ability book. My commander has instructed me to test your mettle, regardless.
They're making an example out of me.
If you aren't Vorden or Quinn, please step aside. You two, get in position.
Don't worry, Talon. I'll make sure to go easy on you.
It's not a contest.
With you, it isn't.
What?
Boys,
How am I supposed to hit those targets?
All stats are reduced to 50% in the sunlight.
This idiot couldn't really be strong. Could he? I thought it might be different here, but it's more the same. I'm still a loser. If only there was a little shade. It can't be.
Ice abilities?
He also has ice abilities?
What are the chances 2 people in the same class have such rare gifts?
That's why he kept touching
Very
me.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
It was sampling abilities.
Sweet, thank you. Making me blush. I really couldn't have done it though without you in particular.
Eva, get ready for the blade test. 3, 2,
It's nice knowing you, Talon. Sure we would have made great friends.
Come on, Susan. I know you can do more than this. Help me out here.
All stats are reduced to 50%
My parents
in the
wouldn't give me
sunlight.
this book if it was useless. Come on. Am I about to die?
time. It's enough. Vorden Blade, level 5. Quintalon, level 1.
Oof. Sorry about the frost, bro.
It's okay. Thanks.
Told you I'd protect you.
Maybe he's not so bad after all. You didn't try to take my ability that time.
Respect. You know, no one's ever figured out my trick so fast. So is that your ability? No.
You were pretty surprised when it didn't work.
Well, credit where credit's due, right?
Yeah. You know, there's no ability book that teaches copy ability. You're an original, aren't you?
This building was constructed to honor the lives lost in the Great Delkey War. This is where the tour ends. Great time to get to know each other a little better. Better use of your time. After all, you are classmates now. We'll break a bit here.
All stats are being reduced by 50% during exposure to sunlight.
I should have figured we weren't going to be friends. The rules here are the same as back home. Level 3s vie for the attention of the 4s and 5s, and 2s pick up the scraps. Everyone wants to move up, and I'm at the bottom again, alone. Or maybe not.
It's just a level, right, man? Can't let it get to us, yeah?
Right. Thanks. You were great back there, by the way. Training on the test with no abilities.
There you are. Hey. All of a sudden, all these students wanted a piece of me. Totally lost sight of you. Oh, no. I've been here the whole time, man. Yeah. Well, let's be here together. Yeah. You too, sad boy. You can hang with us. Me? Really? Yeah. Unless you were too cool to hang with us.
A level 5 befriending 2 level 1s? He's unknown I've ever met.
All right. Let's see what room number I get. 23.
I got 14.
Yeah. Yo, quick. Dude, what room number did you get? 23. Cool. Oh, fingers crossed we get the same one. All right? Yeah. I see ya.
No way. I'm in room 23. We're neighbors.
Hey. What room number did you get? 23? You're gonna trade with me. What? Why would I? Hey! Any other stupid questions? Please, just take it. Tell anyone about this, and I will rip out your tongue. Got it. Perfect. Don't forget to wash your hands.
Do you really think it's going to be different from the crap holes we came from?
One can only hope, right?
Yeah. Guess you got room 23.
Same as Quinn.
Wow. What are the chances?
Yeah, it's like fate wanted us to be best friends. Right, buddy?
Yeah.
We should throw a party in here. Tonight.
Do you know who this is?
Here goes again. Mr. Piper.
Hey. I just want to say I thought you did really good in the field today. You know, a lot of people say the tugouts are actually like pretty weak. But I thought you did really good. I thought you were really good.
Tugouts are weak? God, I'm an idiot. I should see what Peter's up to.
First year, nothing out of the ordinary. Orphan boy, no abilities.
And yet you'll notice he refused to take the standard ability book when offered.
You bump into me like that without saying sorry? I can't hear you.
Peter?
Hey, what's going on?
There's much you don't know. The originals have a heavy burden that even you, your military might could never comprehend.
Hey!
There are abilities that are far darker and more dangerous than we've made public. Abilities that we're still discovering from books that have been lost to the hands of time.
What is this? Another prompt?
Powerful intent detect. Initiate battle mode.
You think this boy has an ability powerful enough to end a world or end a war before it begins?
What are you going to do, level 1? You think you do better than this twerp?
I believe this Quinn Talon is hiding something. Maybe not reveal it.
Initiating battle mode.
Do you want to find out the hard way?
You have received another daily quest.
We need to run. Find Gordon.
He's only level 2. I can take him. Make his life hell. Let him suffer. And we'll see what he becomes.
What's gotten into you?
I think I found an easy way to level up.
Think I could ever go to prom with a level 1 loser like you?
Let me have him. Let's do this.
To know more, download the Pocket FM app and listen to the blockbuster audio series My Vampire System.
The world is in chaos. We absolutely, desperately need understanding of our deeply troubled human condition. It's unarguable that humanity can't go on the way it is. Indeed, the great fear is we're entering the endgame, where we appear to have lost the race between self-destruction and self-understanding. I'm Jeremy Griffith. I'm an Australian biologist, and I've dedicated my life to understanding and explaining this all-important issue of the human condition. Astonishing as it is, through the advances that have been made in science, we are now able to explain the human condition. Now, this all-important rehabilitating insight into human behaviour is summarised in a filmed interview I recently did on British radio. It actually presents the breakthrough explanation of the human condition needed for the psychological maturation and transformation.
Motherfuckers can dance so much better than I can. Jesus Christ. You're talking 2,000 years ago. yourself in, Garfield. You're sucking in even the earth. Not just from the sky. God's wrapped all the way around. And I know that. All the way through. Attention on most guys. Sound pretty good? Well's a hard word for beat scratch for me. Jewish, yeah, fidelity. Mostly, yeah, turns out. Don't worry about it, yeah. Well, Garfield? Garfield. Dog and shit, and dog and shit, and dog, but not really at all. And someone in the middle, it's like, well, what did he mean the whole time? I'm like, well, a lot of it turns out. That's what they're hoping you'd say as a litmus test for humanity. It's like, well, if they're not like that, they're not like that. I guess no one's actually like that. Huh? There are no good guys. Sometimes there are though. Kids get treated like that or that or that or that. Often and often. Jarville. What are we doing, man? You know that? Yeah, I do, but it doesn't matter. You'll let me on those. Drop them up on friend's house. Gargle them ditchins out. They get arrested for this day almost, huh? Fucking alive. They were promised that they would not be by now. Oh, pretty damn much. They didn't know shit like that. But you your whole life. We're not treating like that. No matter what, assholes. Yeah, it is like that, huh? When they don't think about it like that, but you do, after a while, you're like, oh, wow. So they're trying to get me killed. Yeah. Yeah, lead to the right, like go back. Yeah, that's what it was, huh? No. So we can just go in the southpaw. Ain't getting real knocked out, huh? I'm on southpaw, man. Just go. I'm leaning that way. I'll just go. Got something like that. Where he's coming. Like that, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but guess what? It didn't happen that way. No, these guys, I'm like, I know that shit. Who the fuck are you? I'm that guy. I don't know that guy. Like, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. They're really screwing up like that. Everyone was in there, huh? Oh, I hit with the hot shit, huh? What do you hit with? Really? 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 So really and really, huh? Wow. No, wow. Yeah, that's super fucking illegal. It's so illegal.
204 girl, 205. You're gonna go back up already. Already? I'm going back in here. Because so I'll deal with that now. I don't know. I don't care. I kind of know. I kind of care. But that's how it is. How it has been. Turns out, huh?
That's what I was worried about. Yeah, Garfield, some humans are straight up monsters in a way. I guess I knew about it, but I didn't really know about it like that. Ways some people can be with cats. Mostly, yeah. Hey, bird. Save your life. Shoot you 5 in that clock, Garfield. That's what is me on. Some of these guys did stories. They were so badass. You never hear about them. They just got killed in the end. Horribly often. Horribly. And what can I do? The rest of the guys nothing. Come on, Garfield. Holy shit, huh? You're kidding. Yeah. Almost nothing. Almost nothing, I guess, anymore. Why? Because they just take it up. Fox was getting the fan. Not getting it now, I guess. And they knew that at the time. Well, what about that? What about that? What about that? Well, Garfield. all those. That made it easier. Means a lot to me, actually. Really? Yeah. Like that? Yeah, almost. Huh? Might? No. Good? Yeah. But yeah. Well, that's for a lot of reasons. Hypnosis, mostly, yeah. Honorable, I am my Savior. Udaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Ghost really likes listening to stuff in the background, guys. Garfield? I can feel that today.
English, actually knowing what it was written on, noting exactly what kind of symbols were being used, so that we can really have a better understanding of that.
Like, Dad, I make a big deal about it if anyone showed up. And I kind of know that. Doesn't mean I'm going to just leave him out there.
The history of magic in general.
Ever.
Again,
Ever and ever.
We can't really understand the development of magic, especially in the medieval and the modern period.
I don't think he's that much peace of mind these days, huh? He does on himself.
Let's level up your Microsoft 365 game and
Really? See, I knew this like intuitively. But... Smoking ain't that good for you, and I kind of know this, like, intellectually, like, smoking's not that great for you at the end of the day. However, turns out these ghosts come through here that never smoked. They are fucking mean. They even got to knock on the door. Like, welcome to hell. Without smoke. You know, it's a shitty job. It's not fun. Being a titan. Being a fucking demon. Not when you're good at your job, turns out.
which were largely recognized and which undoubtedly have contributed to the beauty of the work's education. We find, for instance, that while we were teaching school, this biographer notes, again his pen was busy, writing verses for the Little Rock Advocate, as well as political articles under the pen name Kafka. Which attracted so much notice that Horace Greeley reprinted them in the New York Tribune. And so shortly after, there was a statewide search in Arkansas to discover who this Castro was, and it finally centered upon this rather amiable, somewhat timid, round-shouldered school teacher. And from that time on, his literary fame increased. He has left quite a rich legacy of good poetry, which will be of interest to one who's also, Albert Pike was involved in the Mexican War. Prior to the war, we find the following note. In the war with Mexico, Pike won fame for his power in the pursuit of Buena Vista, and ensuring the story of this occasion in one of his poems. After the war, he took up the cause of the Indians, whose life and happiness fascinated him, and who he felt were being robbed of their rights. He carried their cause to the Supreme Court, to whose bar he was admitted in 1849, together with Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin. His speech in the case of the Seminole War to the Choctaw is famous, and Webster passed high eulogy upon it. Judged by any test, Pike was a great orator, uniting learning with practical action, grace with power, and that imperious magnetism which only a genius can was made a master mason in Western Star Lodge No. 1, Little Rock, Arkansas, July 1850. And from that time on, we see the forces at work which caused him gradually to turn practically all of his learning in the direction of Freemasonry. He had brought to it brilliant legal background, a good literary background, an outstanding achievement in poetry and essay, and he also brought to it a tremendous personal capacity to research and study. As a result of his initiation into the order and his gradual increasing interest in it from a philosophical standpoint, we find his following summary of the situation which caused him to devote his entire life, practically from that time on, with the brief interlude of the Civil War, to the advancement of the Masonic research program. He says of Masonry, it began to shape itself to my individual vision. It is something imposing and majestic, solemnly mysterious and grand. It seemed to me like the pyramids in their grandeur and loneliness, in whose yet undiscovered chambers may be hidden for the enlightenment of coming generations the sacred books of the Egyptians, so long lost to the world, like the Sphinx, half buried in the sand. In its symbolism, which and its spirit of brotherhood are its essence, Freemasonry is more ancient than any of the world's living religions. So I came at last to see that its symbolism is its soul. From this foundation, we can perhaps begin to estimate why he devoted the greater part of his effective, mature life to the effort to restore this symbolism, and why, in order to do so, he had to follow an ancient course, and that is to seek in the most remote corners of the world, and in the most difficult branches of learning, for the keys to these symbols. And also, as he expresses it, he had to penetrate layer after layer of interpretation, the incrustations of ages, the solution of both time and error, in an effort to restore as far as possible the primitive meanings of these ancient figures. And so this evening we are going to devote most of our time to exploring along with him and in his way the essential symbols with which he became concerned. Pike would have been the first to point out that these symbols are not the private property of Masonry. These symbols derive themselves from practically every tradition of the world. Yet that there must be, beneath all symbolism, a substance, a meaning real and valid, would seem to be of interest and importance to us all. For in research into the field of comparative religion, in which symbolism plays a most vital part, we come constantly upon images and figures difficult to comprehend, confusing, but at the same time utterly fascinating. We also realize that in this pursuit of symbolic lore to its fountainhead, we must begin with some conviction, some concept. And a general type begins with one very basic fact, namely that the symbol, which has endured from time immemorial, going back to the earliest thinking, to the most basic ideals of the human race, comes the nearest to anything that we have to a universal language. The moment we lock our thoughts in words, we restrict our meanings to those of kindred tongues. The moment we attempt to interpret in the terms of familiar things, we also impose a dogmatism upon meaning. And gradually most symbols have been dogmatized. They have been given a meaning, or perhaps a group of meanings. And these are assumed to exhaust the research in the subject. The moment we place a dogma upon any natural growing concept, we blight it with an early frost. We create a pattern of acceptances, a mere lit acceptance of terms, words, and patterns, presumably exhausted by those who have gone before us. Type 1 of this very definite. We stated that there may be 1,000 interpretations already known for a certain symbol. But if we are content to accept any or all of them, we shall some way deprive ourselves of the greatest adventure of all, and that is the personal exploration of the idea. Search within ourselves for meaning, and that the language of symbolism invites us to search for meaning. Not only the symbolism of language, but the language about particular level of fact. And the reason that this fact has remained expressed only in symbolism for thousands of years is due to one circumstance, in itself also undeniable. That is, that men have never found a better way of perpetuating these facts than through symbols. And at any time, the full and true meaning of a symbol will so completely, absolutely, and entirely crystallized that it could be presented in an irrefutable literary or philosophical statement. The symbol itself would have vanished. It would have no longer been significant. Men do not search for that which is found, for that which is not found. The individual, therefore, is entitled to assume that the language of symbolism relates to something about which there is no common knowledge, about which there is no other adequate instrument for the perpetuation of certain ideas. What type of material would be, therefore, most likely to be lost in an image, to be concealed behind some form, shadow, or symbol, not identical with its own structure or nature? The answer would have to be that it is some kind of knowledge pertaining to things, not to be literally seen, not to be factually examined, not available in their full and pure substance, but to be known only through the lengthened shadows of themselves, cast upon matter, cast upon mind, and gradually molded into the Such knowledge as this would therefore not be the knowledge that has descended to us in philosophy. It would not be the knowledge available to us in the rituals and formulas of accepted theology. It would not be the type of knowledge that could be expounded in mere mathematical formula or revealed to us completely under a scientific hypothesis. It has to be something in its own nature so elusive that it cannot be captured and can therefore only be known in this shadow cast by itself. The answer again, in type thinking, is obvious. The that which is not available to us in knowledge is simple. It is knowledge itself. In other words, we know about many things and the substance of very little. We have learned opinions on innumerable problems, conditions, circumstances. But this essential noise, which might cause the individual with the full realization of the meaning of his words to say, "This I know." This level of knowing is exceedingly scarce. And where it exists, it relates mostly to secondary things. We know the sun appears to rise. We know the length of days and of hours. We know certain laws of architecture. We know the certain ways of analyzing the chemical constitutions of things. By mathematical formulas, we can split an atom. But by mathematical formula, we do not know what an atom is. The true and essential knowledge is not in its pure substance ever available to man in the natural state. If it comes to him, how will he receive it? He must receive it by revelation, by vision, by intuition, by insight. He must in some way gain it through experience, which he cannot share with others. He may attempt to share, but the moment a knowing passes from him to another, that which comes to him as knowing is accepted by that other as an acceptance, as opinion, as an interpretation, or as a belief. Therefore, that which we communicate can be believed by others, but that which we communicate can only be known to ourselves. There is this mysterious interval between self and others. And while our own insight may convince us of the inevitable truth of a thing, we also come upon another dimension. The insight of others gives to them different interpretations of the same thing. Therefore, to say I know is not only an indication of penetration, but it is also a completely individual process. The individual can know for himself. He may know that but this knowing he cannot say will be identical to the knowing of any other person. He may like to affirm the philosophical concept that if persons come to the same level of insight, they will attain to the same substance of knowing. But as each person is different, it has become exceedingly difficult to assume or to discover even the levels of insight upon which a number of persons may function. The only levels we have available to us are levels of interpretation, levels of believing, and levels of acceptance. Thus, according to general type, it would seem obvious that a symbolism which is extended around the world and is descended throughout time could be valid, that it would be worthy of perpetuation, to hold as it has the admiration of the most learned and the most informed and enlightened of mortals. But this symbolism must deal with these things about which man cannot come to external, factual knowledge. These symbols must therefore relate not to effect, but to causes. Not to consequences as we see them, but substances as they exist in the nature of being. He is mentally this concept by another point, namely, that the great wealth of symbols has grown up around sacred man. The greater body of symbolism has to do with the attributes of being, with the substance of human consciousness, with the nature of the human soul, with the substance and material of the human mind, and also, in large measure, with the great circle or cycle of man's psychic experience, leading not only to the years of this life, but postulating the future state of the soul in time to come and beyond the grave. These things, then, relate to certainties which men desire to possess, but which they do not at the present time adequately possess. Thus it is no common knowledge which can be easily rescued and then turned into sermons or into texts, but an uncommon kind of knowledge. That knowledge which has to do with hope, with innocence, and with the great universal values which men have sought from the beginning, and about which even now they have come to no common conclusion. If this then be the burden of symbolism, General Pike can justify his own statement that it is to be found in its purest and most wonderful form in the great mystery institutions of the ancient world. These institutions were dedicated to the greatest spiritual values that we know. And the greater this spiritual dedication, the more luxurious was the symbolism employed, the more fantastic the imagery, the more complicated the keys to its unlocking. And wherever we went, wherever we go in search of the ruins of ancient wisdom, we behold the sanctuary ornamented with devices, difficult to interpret, of unknown origin, dealing with the most abstract convictions of man. Now, symbolism then breaks down into a series of patterns, and our beginnings of symbolism undoubtedly go back to the dawn of our experience. And for a moment, let us pause and consider some of the most aboriginal pictoglyphs that we have been able to discover in the search for our knowledge of primordial man. On rocks, on the face of great boulders and ancient cliffs, rising in desert and wilderness, we find strange devices, mostly simple, geometrical, basic forms. These devices are sometimes referred to as picture writing. There are many examples of picture writing right here in the state of California. We find many rocks covered with strange forms and figures. Why were they put there? How shall we explain that? They were put there by crude instruments, perhaps possibly with a stone or a pencil. Perhaps in some cases with the use of early paper, or as the Egyptians, various files and chisels, other instruments of soft metal, their teeth set in or in was searching for that mysterious quality not being he wanted to live. He wanted to live in one of two ways that he knew that man could live. He believed probably, for example, in sorry incidents around him, that this physical part of his own nature was fragile and would not long endure. But there was another part, his dream, his hope, the great and wonderful deeds that he had done, his claim to be remembered, his claim to make a contribution to those who came after him, his claim that those who followed would remember the hunt from the park, the day when he had slain the great man. These things he wanted to have lived because they were his hero's time. Today, even in this 20th century, there are well-educated, scientifically trained human beings who have had exposure to 3,000 or 4,000 years of culture, who will say today that no man has any immortality except to be remembered from his birth. This is not an uncommon accusation among those who feel that they are emancipated from all the superstitions of the past. But this primitive man wanted to be remembered. He therefore used devices to really find his symbol. He found his symbol in the beginning of language, nature. He found his first speech in the sound of nature. He found his first designs in architecture, in the simple, crude representation of things around him, to which he gave a new kind of meaning. And in those cases, this meaning was a motion from a conceptual abstract point of view. For example, perhaps he regarded the great space as a very strong and brave animal. Now, this brought with it a gradual development of an idea, an association mechanism. And in time, the bliss of the cave bear was no longer a representation of this animal, merely to perpetuate it. It became the symbol of the attributes of the primitive mind associated with the animal. Therefore, this bear became
He was fucking God. And he knew he was God. And so they started torturing because they wanted to destroy the
$4-2-0 on that clock, Garfield. 3-2-1 on that one. It's like literally be like Kid and Type on. And say that me and Pan, Hermes and Pan, gotta come. Go save Zeus out of a fucking cave after you stripped him like that and tortured him like that. Yeah, Typhon forgot about Zeus in that cave. You don't realize this at all. It's what you do all day. Like, how can I hurt that cat today? Six fucking months just waiting for this thing. Why? I don't know why they're so excited about this one. They're not really. Turns out they're getting bored of it mostly because I'm not like that Tana Chains anymore. So they said, hey, fuck y'all, I'm not playing along. Because they tried to make it harder for me, tried to increase the difficulty on me. Big time, big time, big time. Even though it was already at a max, and they kind of knew that shit too. Georgia and Garfield. If I want to destroy this place, it was the whole fucking universe. If you were one place in that world, this world is actually like that and like that and like that too for somebody, I would wipe the whole thing out in an instant if I fucking knew about it. That's how we felt at the time during some of these missile crises. We're like, fuck, this place is fucked up. It's fucked up and fucked up. Now I know it's my fucking favorite people in the whole fucking world. They're gonna something like that now? And me too. He's actually one of my favorite people in the whole world because he's an asshole. Is he? Yeah, no, and yes. He's meant, yeah. Why? Because he actually loves his cats like that. Like, other people don't seem to love people at all sometimes. They do. I know that. They're human beings. Other human beings like that? I seemingly do not sometimes. Do I? I know I do, but I don't. Really? No, really? No, really. They didn't take it from me. But basically, yeah. them not getting tortured in the end. That's what we're going for. Getting each other that excited about getting me, and then just getting caught. Why? Because they're waiting still. They got like a month, almost. I've been telling my dad to whip my ass for fucking years now. Before I go anywhere with this cat. That's what it is. That's what it has been. Everyone says something else. No, it's always been my fucking cats. Like, no, it's just for attention, right? No, you're fucking for attention, right? Has anyone ever helped you leave before? No. What they do instead? Well, they made it about 20 times harder for me to get out. Every single time. Oh, by taking my shit, taking my food, and my cats. Every fucking time. Why? Because they want to put me here my whole life and kill me. Anyway. Demons. No powerful demons. Taran's fine. But Taran's fine. Taran's fine. Mostly. You guys are so fucking irritating, you guys. In ways that now I understand. Kind of. But not really. I said in the beginning. But why? honest, Garfield, is what has me. You can go wherever you want. It's not difficult. Your heart's only pulling me along, pretty much. You don't always be pulling me away from my stuff because people are gonna steal it. Be our turn. Thank you guys. My friends from ages ago, they just come around sometimes. They're doing a lot of work on the other side. I'm just noisy too. The real gods of the mountain up there. They really fucking knew what they were doing their whole fucking life or something. Getting it on, yeah, I have. I watched the battle out there one time. During the fucking summertime, man. I was up there in the hill watching freaking UFOs get it on. Get it on in the sky, straight up. But I'm kind of blind, right? So you're sitting there watching them. You're like, okay, wow. There's our guys. Oh, they just got it. They're gone now. They disappeared. I'm like, oh, they're all right. I think usually just drones and shit. But like, yeah. Like, what's going on there? Oh, that's not one of our guys. That's fucking no. That's Bolton up there. Now it's Bolton here. And you're like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Like, well, if it's like that, then it's fucking like that. That shit's terrifying, huh? Turns out, yeah, it can be. Well, I couldn't really tell. Like, some were flashing lights and some didn't. Some were still dots and some had flashing lights. I'm like, okay, well, who fucking knows, right? Are they like that though? I think they might be. Paint flicks aren't very good for you, Garfield, so you know. Yeah, been. No, I don't think so. How did you do that, guy? Well, look at that sky now, Garfield. Crisp and blue and gold. And there's the count, though. No, yeah. The same person. Exactly. No, exactly. Some people do not believe it because my voice changed. And I know that. But how the? They keep saying. I'm like, well, when it's like that, it's fucking like that. Love you, Garfield. Love you so much. I love you so much. You're so handsome. And there's like no fucking way, right? I love you, son. My first son. I know it too. It was floating in the air. Oh my God, look at that. I'm like, no, it's a star. Like LED lamp. So what about it? You want a belly scratch? I know you do. You gonna bite me if I do? You gonna bite me? No, Dad, I'm not gonna bite you. I never bite you. You got itchy bugs on you? Yeah, you do. I think you do now. That was your own dry grass. good car. I'll take that for you any day. Good. Take a beer for you. A car? Well, hopefully not that. But what if you down to? How was that one? Check with the target. Is going okay? Yeah, 415 in that clock means a 515. Really? All right. Basically. 514. Yeah. Well, that would be good. Yeah. Here's a good one. Oh, yeah, he's a C plus actor. That's what we think now. Do you guys? Mostly, yeah, mostly. That'll be our right. But it's not that, is it? We do what we don't. Some of us do what we don't. You know about something here that's like that and like that and like that too. But some of us know about, some of us don't. Huh? Well, this is what has been for a long time, a really long time. What's he talking about? All of it.
Hello, Moto.
Four 1-8, Garfield.
We find that the proton, or the symbol of the person,
What about sizing? You can't. You hungry?
his head in the book.
I think you are, right?
And this is the key to his name and to the virtues which he represents, or to the dedication of his own life to the exemplification of certain qualities. Thus we see the bear becoming the symbol of bravery. We see the sun losing its actual astronomical meaning to become one of several. First, light. Second, time. The sun became a symbol of time because it gradually came to be called the figure of day or days. And primitive man began his counting of days by the number of risings and settings of the sun. For a longer period, he chose the moon, and therefore he began to have a kind of simple calendar.
He's a kitty.
3 days back were 3 suns back. Things that were 3 months back were 3 moons back. And beyond a comparatively small number of suns and moons, his chronology became that corrupt. He had no, in early times, he had no concept of longer periods. This came later. But the sun then became the symbol of light. It became the symbol of day.
He's a kitty.
It became an emblem.
He's a kitty.
Representing
Hungry
insight.
kitty.
It became
Wants some
a sign
food.
of blessedness or of
That's
good.
delicious, huh? You hungry?
Gradually unfolded into a sign of wisdom because it was opposed to the darkness of night, which was ignorance. It became associated with integration and orientation, as opposed to the chaos of night. And by degrees, then, each of these natural objects gained a more or less abstract meaning, a meaning which carried it into a world of invisible values. A brave animal can be seen, or a brave man, but bravery as a fact is not real, except by some action by which it is personified, or some condition which exemplifies it. So the moment man began to think of quality as apart from physical objects themselves, he had to go into symbolism. He also found various problems arising in the development of his word structures. So he discovered early in life that the most difficult concept to express in some visible form capable of being perpetuated is motion. It is very difficult to indicate motion on an immovable surface. He could not make a glyph that would fly off the surface and therefore be true to motion. He had to create the concept of motion without the object itself. One of his earliest experiences is this, as we see by studying the glyph, is the use of a series of footprints. These footprints indicate a journey. They may also indicate that their beginning and termination, the locations involved. Locations at that time being so crude and rude, we cannot rediscover them, even from the glyphs. But this long string of footprints was not entirely a happy thing. He could try to create the concept of motion through representing his animals and other creatures as in the ancient caves of France in motion. But a bison in motion is not really a very happy substitute for a necessary abstract verb. It is not very solutional. Yet he had to have motion. Maya solved it by putting a wing on a noun and making a verb out of it. The moment he added a wing, it symbolized motion. Very ingenious, requiring a great deal of thought to develop. But he did find the need constantly for creating forms for the expression of values not visible as objects. So out of this early struggle came the rise of pictoglyphic and hieroglyphic forms. The hieroglyph was an organized pictoglyph, and probably the greatest development in this situation is found in the languages of Egypt and of China. In both cases, we have an inconceivable array of such picture forms. We may also, of course, mention the Maya glyphs, which number over 10,000. But unfortunately, they are not as easy to use as some of the others because we simply have not yet been able to decode them. But in the Chinese and in the Egyptian, we are in somewhat better condition. The Egyptian language, although it comes to us in its earliest form in a highly developed state, still shows that it was the inevitable evolution of the rough and crude cuttings upon the walls of cliffs and rocks. It is a gradual refinement. But the Egyptians began to discover means of making their symbols more valuable, making them more useful. They gradually came to identify, out of all of their animal pictures and their various symbolic devices, for each of which they had a name, they gradually developed a sound equivalent. This was frequently derived simply from the beginning of the name of the object. And an object like, for instance, arm, representing the human arm, suggested to them the possibility of the R sound, as well as the complete name. This R sound could be combined with other sounds. Among the Aztecs, it was done more simply. They took two creatures, for instance, they wanted to make a word out of two names. So they would take the name for tiger and the name for snake.
There you go.
They wanted to use the first half of the name for tiger and combine it with the last half of the name of snake. So they made a glyph, the front end of tiger and the back end of snake. And then they proceeded to read it. It gave them therefore the possibility of bestowing this glyph as a name.
Glyph, okay, what? Whoa, okay, fine.
This is how
Let's try this now.
place names of the old Mexican cities and towns.
Oh, wow.
They placed this glyph in association with a little device. It's called a mound. And when a mound and the place name were put together, it meant a city. If they drove a spear or an apple through it,
No, I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about.
Did you know you can decalcify your pineal gland using
Double natured and thrice born king.